last dinner party.
Uh-oh, just realised I'm a little bit late. What's up? How we all doing? Happy? Oh god, no, that's incorrect. That's let me just fix that. We wouldn't want to be out of out of license here. Like false advertising is not recommended here. Let me actually just update the tile because I think I've already figured out what we're going to open today with, which is going to be more Neptune God. Dude, this guy's incredible. Like, I am so glad we've got Neptune back. Because we'll be opening with Beastie Q versus Neptune, which we'll get into shortly. Yes, welcome back, everyone. And yes, Matthew Sturck, the stream did just start. Welcome. See people tune in on the YouTube and the Twitch side. Yes, we typically go live about now on the days we stream. The most regular of which is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Sometimes there's some variants. For example, when there's tournaments that I'm going to cast on the weekend on this channel, I will be live then. And then sometimes there might be either a Tuesday or a Thursday taken off because of that. Outside that, if I'm not working tournaments, if I'm not working other events, I can be caught here. Ta-da! Yeah, you caught it right at the beginning. Well done, sir. Yes, should be a fun day. We've got plenty of people to check out. There's going to be Killjadi, there's going to be some Dimu, some Wham, there's some BC, some Louis MT, some Recon, some Crackety, and some Gully and Myriad as well. So definitely a few things to get into. Another thing, cool little announcement. We have got a show much planned now for Tuesday. So it will be Tuesday at, let me double check the time I got stamped. Tuesday at 6 p.m. my time, UK time. So for reference, that would basically be on a Tuesday, 6 hours from now. That's when we'll be having a show match. Going to be having a show match between Dragovan and Gully Deckle. That's right, you guys. You guys may recall Dragoman based on what he done the other day. I do need to get that edited down and prioritize that as an upload because that was incredible and that guy deserves some type of reward for that. So having a little bit of money to play over in a show match, maybe make that a bit more worthwhile. Really big shout out to Hostin actually, who's like pulling the money for that because they want to have their mod tested. That's what's going to make this a very interesting one. Before anyone was like, oh, show match. Oh, well, why is it not like Beastie or Marine? Like, one, I can't afford them. Two, it's a different format, so I don't know if they go for it. And also, I think that gives an extra little bit of spice, an extra little bit of reason to check it out. Because what we're going to be doing on Tuesday is a test of 2 different creations from members of our community, actually. So, first of all, Hosen, who is generous enough to provide the funding for it, is going to be having his new mod tested. I don't know if you guys saw this, but there's actually a mod right now on the mod area called Persia. He created a new Civ. There were limitations. I talked to him a little bit, actually. There were other things he wanted to do, but he couldn't due to the limitations of the modding tools. But within reasonability, he's basically created a variant Civ for Delhi. Unfortunately, it means you cannot play Delhi if you have that tune back on. But actually, is that unfortunate? Who cares about playing Delhi? Come on. So yeah, like the Persian Civ has some interesting things. For example, their spearmen are weaker but can build structures as a very big piece in the early game. So excited to see that Civ take the fields. We will do a mirror, and then we will do each player using it once versus something else. And I'm going to have it set up so the players can have either 4 or 5 bands. I'll let them choose between those 2 numbers. The logic is I want to cull the field of a lot of OP picks right now. So Byzantines, HRE, Rus, Chinese. These ones evaporate, right? Hybrids as well. What we will also be testing in that particular series is a new map that I have been working with Kaivayu on. I say working, I don't want to take the credit. The dude's put in the work. I gave him the idea. He's tweaking it. I give a little bit of feedback. We do the dance. But basically, we shoot off on the last stream. It's in a new, improved high view. Right now, you can actually check it out yourself on the mod store. It is called Pigeon's View. It's really cool. It's actually alleviating a lot of the problems that makes high view a trash map. The trade is not going to be at the back of the map. The trade is going to be at the center of the map. The sacred sites have been reduced down to 2, and they are central bound. So they are, you know, in a drawn line, you're going to have trade post, sacred site, trade post, right? So it's neutral ground, which I think is honestly, in my opinion, philosophy that should be drilled into the map design team. There should never be a safe sacred site, in my humble opinion, because sacred sites are meant to be a win condition that in theory is more achievable than just pushing a base. So slap it in the center, boom, jackpot. Great, no trade equal no Mongols. Philly, you can play trade, dude. Like, it's literally max. It's like, it's viable trade, but you have to work for it. All you need to do is spam Keshiks. Don't be a noob, dude. The only reason you don't want to do it is because you're too busy spamming cataracts. That's not on me, that's on you. Yo, what's up, Castle Sieger? Thank you very much, man. Glad you enjoyed the cast. Glad everyone's been enjoying the content recently. Numbers keep growing and I keep smiling. Will the show match be a video? Yes, I think the show match will get uploaded in some format to a video. I'm currently working on a different style of editing to make sure that we can get essentially an entire show match down into a point where it can be like slid in as one video. Because sometimes those are too long. I'm working on a solution that makes a lot of sense for that. But my goal is, the reason I need to do it that way is if we, for example, like for a start, people just don't care about series, like when you label them game 1, game 2, game 3. So you need to be quirky. And every game isn't necessarily going to be quirky. But if you skip from game 1 to game 4, because those are the 2 interesting ones, people are going to be annoyed. So I'm working on a format that finds the nice mid-ground. I think it could potentially evolve the way that casting content creation is released on YouTube. We'll see about that, though. Need to get the person trained up for it. What do you think is the best way to bring investors and viewers to AOE4? Marketing. Marketing is legitimately the thing that has consistently been missing from the game. The devs need to show that they support the game, but they need to show that they're proud of the game. The problem is, with the lack of advertising and the way that the current advertising is done, it doesn't seem like a project that's being touted as proud of. It seems more like a dirty secret. Outside of the announcement that this was the best-selling DLC of all time in the history of Age of Empires, which is a big brag, there really hasn't been any sort of pumping up of AoE 4, in my opinion. I think there's been a big failure by the marketing team to coordinate and show off what potentially still could be the best and biggest Age of Empires game ever. 7 Killer Pigeons cast. Oh, thank you, Philly. I'm sorry. Thank you, Cast Siege. Yeah. Philly's right about the viral moments, though. Like, there isn't really a big viral push. It's tough with a game like Age of Empires 4 because outside, I think when you look at like base games, they are fun, but it's not like the flashiness of a StarCraft battle. It's not like the flashiness of a Dota fight over a Roshan. It's not like the flashiness of a 1v5 in CSGO. That's the challenge to overcome when you're looking for virality. That's why also, like, I've been very big on gunning for these ideas of creative mods, because some of those mods are so dumb they will get so many clicks of attention, right? A unit that has 50 times what his stats are meant to be. That's clickbait right there, but it's not clickbait. You know, that is a click-through right there. God damn, that melon's strong. I like it. Those mods are amazing. Thank you, man. The challenge for me has been now trying to find a way of balancing mods into content, because there's no denying that when you look at, like, I mean, I don't want to like turn this into like, oh, my numbers aren't there, but like, if you looked at the stats on my channel, they support the idea that people don't want team games, they don't want mods, they want 1v1s. Now, in some ways, that's a bit baity, because obviously a big part of the viewership I've built up already on YouTube and everyone else has built up is based around 1v1s. But that's, once again, where marketing and new foot traffic comes in really important, is if you want to be able to grow a modding scene, a team scene, a free-for-all scene, you actually need new blood. You can't rely on the old blood, because of the old blood, only a certain proportion are going to convert. It's the exact same reason I've been saying 1v1s aren't the future RTSs. They're actually the stubborn refusal to die, but you're being buried anyway moment before RTSs. RTSs will proceed to the next resurgence when they move beyond the purity of 1v1s and look more towards a balanced environment where 1v1s and team games can exist, and we can allow the viewers to say which one is better. Problem is, most RTSs inherently are balanced one way or the other, with 90% plus of them being balanced towards 1v1s, and every single one that is taken off and been big being targeted towards 1v1s. Why? Because everyone knee-jerks the moment they see a bit of resistance, and they backpedal like crazy. That's why I've had high hopes for Stormgate. That's why I'm having high hopes for Uncapped Games' unannounced game. Both of these people are saying the right thing, which is they think team games are being done wrong. And I am there nodding with the biggest Willem Dafoe smile imaginable, right? It's so true. SC2 is much more viewer-friendly and much more exciting. I say that even though I really watch AO4. So I think yes and no, real deal. Actually, SC2 is a lot less inviting in certain ways. So, for example, StarCraft 2 is very confusing to someone who doesn't know any of the units. You can kind of guess, but you don't have much clarity. For example, by comparison, Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires 2, oh, that's a guy with an archer, with a bow on horseback. Oh, that's a guy with a gun. Oh, that's a cannon. Oh, that's a catapult, right? These all make sense. And what is up, Mitzi? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the sub. He found it. Dude, look at that, guys. Look. Mitzi, this is their statement. Why isn't sub with Prime an option? I am a Twitch noob. Found it. It took them an extra 20 seconds. I know some of you have been watching for weeks and you still haven't found that Prime button. Fix that. Be a Mitzi. Enjoy those subs, my friend. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience as well. But yeah, I would say actually games like Age of Empires 4 are more viewer-friendly. The thing that is less viewer-friendly is the pacing. SC2, there's always something going on. There's always something fast and visceral feeling. So people are able to process it, and it might fade out in the mind, but something new comes in. It's like a Michael Bay movie experience by comparison, right? But if you think about from actually an understanding perspective, Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires 2, like all these games, because they're historically based and they use things that exist in the real world, they make more sense. So actually, from a viewer grab perspective of what is this, SC2 falls short of Age of Empires. But it's from an entertainment and pacing perspective that SC2 wins out. Which is why I've said before that actually we should increase the worker count to between 9 and 12 to start with. I know there's some players that will hate that. I know some players absolutely hated when StarCraft done that, but I understand why it's needed. Do you think team games in AoE4 are not balanced though? I'm sure at the highest level maybe, but no, dude, they're not balanced at the highest level either. Like, they're just not balanced. The thing you have to keep in mind is Age of Empires 4 is not a team game. It's not balanced around team games at all. You can play team games for fun, but if you think team games are competitive, don't get me wrong, like, it's cool to see some tournaments, but it's very clear, and it's been very clear for a very long time, that there is no focus from the development side as team games to be the leading art. They make some efforts, but here's one of the big challenges you have to keep in mind when you're talking about team games. Realistically, and then this goes for most RTSs, with the current RTS formats, to truly balance team games and 1v1s to be the best they can be, you'd actually have to have arcing branches in development, which is messy, and no development studio wants to do that because it means you then have to maintain 2 different source code bases, and every time you make a change to one, you then have to find a way to apply it to the other. And while that isn't too bad when you're going like this isn't how branching source codes work. Branching source codes go like this. They rear apart. And the more they rear apart, the more difficult it gets to one-to-one make a change from one to the other. Like if you introduce Byzantines or whatever, right? It's going to get harder to implement. So devs want to avoid that. But fundamentally, like unless you change something such as the wing conditions, the map design, these type of things, you are left with a decision that you must balance differently on a game mechanic basis. I genuinely think like step one to the devs looking like they actually want team games to be the true full self of AoE4. And it's not going to be the be-all, end-all. I actually think it's just fundamentally the current RTSs on the market are flawed for team play. But one step would be to do better jobs with your map design. Maps are too big. Way too big for team games. And their designs are lost every time. Right? Like the beautiful thing that makes Lipany look unique. Okay, Lipany's a terrible example. The beautiful thing that makes like a Highview look unique or makes a Rocky River look unique. The moment you scale it up to 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4. I still remember when I cast that 3v3 tournament, was it 2 years ago? And I remember watching the maps, and I was like, you kind of really can't tell that it's this map. It just looks like Dry Arabia. Like, I remember we went through that tournament, and practically every map just looked like Dry Arabia. Oh my god, dude. So my friend, I was using my friend's premium because he got family, and he was like, they've put the price up again, I'm cancelling. They instantly removed premium for you, and I don't know what Spotify have done. Well, I know what Spotify have done. They've scammed. They used to not really have any ads on the desktop app. And so far, since being live, we've had like 4 ads. Yikes. Might have to find somewhere else to get my music. I don't know what the price is at for a single subscription now. I know they're getting kind of ridiculous though. But yeah, maps are most definitely too big. Let me start the game because I think people have had a chance to kind of shuffle in, so we should get ready to go. You suck so bad at AoE but love watching it? Yeah, that's the beautiful thing, right? Like it's pretty easily applicable game. I think just, you know, what it needs is it needs more love from the marketing team, not just in the StarCraft, not just in the like Relic or whatever sphere. It needs it from Microsoft. Microsoft has the scale to provide that, and I really wish they would. Because here's the other sad thing: so currently their marketing program is essentially people like me, people like Beastie, Drongo, Warman. We're their marketing division, if you think about it. But with what they recently done to Age of Noob, I have a feeling a lot of us aren't going to want to be their marketing division anymore. So, got to start making right in some different areas is what I'm going to say. Increasing the overall game speed by 20% would go a long way. Yeah, dude, I've highlighted this before. But like, we tried to have that done. Like, Hosen, big shout out to Hosen, who actually tried to create that. But there's only so much you can simulate. Because the state tree isn't accessible for modders. They can't fully mod. So, for example, he can't increase the movement speed past 2. He can't increase projectile speed, right? There are a lot of things he can't do. So sadly, we can't even replicate it ourselves because the devs don't want to do that. I get that, but like they're not even letting us explore the depths of what's possible with Age of Empires 4 because the modding tools are heavily handcuffed. And I always hear the counter argument of, well, people just, they don't know how to fully use it. You can do a lot with it. It's a very powerful tool. I'm like, no, it's not. You're quite limited in the direction you can take mods in, right? Like we just highlighted, Hosin basically had to disable Delhi to enable a variant Civ of Delhi. I kind of get why devs don't want you doing that, right? Because it kind of beats their point of selling DLC, but hey, that's why I said they should go monetize free-to-play type models and just put skins instead. What do? what, Drongo, me, Dumu, all these people, we basically market the game, Fast Car. Like, we are literally the marketing arm, if you think about it. We don't get paid to be marketers by Microsoft, but we are marketing their game. This is always something that baffles me, is like, sometimes the development-publisher relationship with content creators breaks down to a point where they don't respect what content creators bring, their communities, and how they are a marketing arm. We're not asking for millions of dollars in pay, but what we are asking for is, like, you know, a mutual effort made on their side, or at least some decency shown. What did they do to Age of Noob? Oh, you're going to find out in May. I don't know if you guys saw that. Age of Noob made a comment. The final video on the Age of Noob channel will be released mid-May. And to put it simply, what happened was he was part of a paid campaign for Age of Empires Mobile, right? Like, he said that, he made that public. And he said they didn't pay him. I can't speak too much more than that because NDAs are things. But that's, like, I think also, I'm pretty sure I saw the guy who posted on Reddit pointed out that the NDA was broken, so we're good to say that that's the reason all that went down. But, like, quite frankly, if you were due pay, or you received and you do pay whatever it may be, I don't care if it's, like, well, I do care, but I don't care that there's an NDA. Like, if you owe him, pay him. And I think, like, I've highlighted this before, even if it turns out that they were legally right for what they done, there is a very big difference between being legally right and being socially right. And if you are a public company that needs a community around it, being socially right is usually a little bit better, right? You need to find a mid ground. You don't want NDAs to just be skippable, but you can't just, we are in line with the law. It doesn't work. You're firmly against increasing game speed artificially outside of maybe 8 Villa starts at the most. A lot of our players are here because the game doesn't have the flippant speed of SC2, where blinking at the wrong time can lose the game. I get you, Myriad, but at the same time, we exist in a game that has some very redundant points in it, right? Dark Age, now especially with the Mongol nerfs, more than ever, very rarely has any impact. And then in the late game, I would struggle to find a player that could, with a straight face, tell me, honestly, why the late game meat grinder is a good thing. I think we can agree on that. And part of that is due to map design, for sure. But, like, you know, I think the idea of having a mode where the simulation is completely sped up to 1.2 is intriguing to experiment with. Numenon likes it. Yeah, we don't talk about that guy. But yeah, I actually think it would be really cool to just see a modding environment where someone could actually test that. Would that be good? We've done this with other things, right? Like this whole idea of, you know, like you said, artificially increasing. I mean, it kind of proved the point. When we done the 12 villager starts, I feel like for Golden League 2, I feel like those were incredibly entertaining games constantly. Some players didn't like it because they had to learn all new builds. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. That's fine. Yes. You know what? Actually, like, a lot of people give flack to what StarCraft done when they doubled the worker count. But one thing I'd say is, like, actually completely revolutionized build orders, right? Because it accelerated the game. So if you think about it, in its own special way, it was a soft reset over the elite cap that had built up. It's not perfect, but it's an example of how those things can help. Look away from your Marines, Banelings roll in and kill them all. I think within reason, there should be like this element of you make a mistake, you get punished, right? I do agree. So one thing to keep in mind is there are monotonous tasks that exist still to this day, even in AoE 4 and SC2, that create that whole divergent experience of like, this doesn't feel fun. One thing I noticed recently when I was watching the Uncapped Games videos, I haven't watched it start to finish, but I glimpsed parts of it. And they highlight that they're looking to remove those outdated decisions. They want people to be able to strategize but execute on the strategies more frequently, instead of like what they perceived happens even in games like StarCraft 2 a lot, where you get the first 10 minutes of play and then you can see how the rest of the game is quite logically going to play out, right? It's very difficult to break away from that path. So like, I think there's definitely some overhauls due in RTSs. Like that whole idea of looking away and getting punished. I think Stormgate was getting onto something that's really good for this. Their entire UX and UI system, the way it was integrated, you know, where you could essentially just like QWER to select all your racks by automation to start rallying to the new point. Those sort of details help with that problem of looking away and getting screwed over, right? You can still screw someone over by distracting them with 5 different locations and catch them off guard, which is good. It should work that way. But it's removing a level of triviality around control group, selection, and these type of processes. Some inferior design decisions for playing, but actually look good for a viewer perspective. What do you mean, like, exactly with inferior design decisions? I'm kind of curious on that one. I would say, like, the builds seem a bit more railroaded from my experience of watching more recently compared to, like, maybe AoE4 to a certain extent. But I actually think that's fundamental, like, flaw within RTSs, where your options in some ways are limited based on optimal play. All right, we're just having a look live first before we hop into our replays. We have got some replays lined up. Because I think we were going to start with Beastie versus Neptune. I'm just going to check if there's any cheeky buggers on the ladder right now that we might miss. If not, I'll push us into that game. Don't know who that is. All right, I think we'll do the replay I had lined up, so just give me a sec, guys. Because Neptune and Beastie faced off, which is very exciting. So I'm pretty sure Neptune's data was open. Looks like Beastie recently shut his off. So let's see if Neptune can deliver us the entertainment we seek. Hope he can. Like, when you look away for a second, your whole army can die in SC2, but for viewers, that actually adds excitement. I mean, Yo, what is up, Eisman? Thank you very much for the raid, man. Hope they had a good stream. What I will say is I don't have an issue with, like, big moves getting big rewards. I actually think in some ways that's a problem maybe for that. Like, now you don't have that much. Mangoes were kind of a silly way, I agree. But I think I said the other day, the idea of, like, what Order of the Dragon does isn't bad. The pacing that Order of the Dragon introduces is actually what gets you in line with someone like SC2. It's interesting because it isn't exactly seen as an Imba, like, Civ, right? But it's the same with the idea of Landsnecht, right? I've said Landsnecht is a really cool idea for this, where Landsnecht adds so much epicness to fights, right? It's all about getting the risk-reward association right, where Landsnecht can do significant damage, but a high-level player can, within reason, deal with them, right? Where they're like, oh, just snipe him, then I'll snipe him, then I'll snipe him. And then the threat is removed, right? Like, those type of things are really good, and I think they're actually what we need to see more of. I think, you know, Zhone in some ways has that, where the cleave, like, I know a lot of people find the cleave controversial. I actually don't think the problem is the cleave. I think the problem is the survivability when she goes to do those cleaves, right? Like, she doesn't really get punished, is the thing that people take bigger issue with. To be fair, pro games usually already are a lot shorter than my usual gold games. Sure, but that's because we got the meta right at the moment. But I think when we do get to those late games, you can see how messy it still gets. But yeah, it's one of those tricky things. All right, I'll just finish off with the chat, and then we'll get ready to hop in the game, because I think people are getting to the point where like, oh my god, I just want to see the Beastie game. Why is this stupid idiot talking all this time? But I find these conversations are important and interesting to have. Not so much big moves as it is big fails, though. If you react a little slow to a cheesy unit like a Widowmine, you can just lose. Sure, but like the thing I'd say there is that as much outrage as some people might have, I think that is all within reason. What you have to keep in mind is, like, in a weird way, you could kind of see Landsnakes in a similar fashion. And what I mean by that is if you take the overarching pacing of the game, actually things like Widowmines and Banelings aren't absurdly out of proportion with the pacing. They fit quite well into the pacing, right? The reason you're not processing that is because you're thinking in AoE4 terms, and AoE4 is inherently a slower game. I've said this before where, like, you know, there is some awkward feelings in AoE4 where someone raps with knights, and you can already tell if the knights can or cannot get through to the economy over 10 seconds ahead of time sometimes, right? If you see the knights rotating and the guy doesn't move his spear straight away, like, those guys are in. There's going to be damage, right? The only reason you're not feeling that is actually, and sometimes the reason that doesn't pay off is mainly because of clunky mechanics. Like, I still do not understand why villagers are able to, like, no-clip through knights in the opposite direction. I'm still not sure why villagers speed up when they go formation shuffling. I don't think because those things, like, to a certain degree, they feel a little bit random sometimes, so I don't think those are good additions. And you see what I'm talking about more clearly if those weird behaviors weren't there. But yeah, the point that I've noticed is, like, it's why I find it comedial if someone tries to, like, blah, 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 keep casting. Like, I know I say a lot of things when I cast, but you notice I don't just say that the units are fighting, right? Like, with StarCraft, you could literally sit there and be like, Marines exchange on the left side, looks like the flank's going to come through, looks like they're going to break through, and then the cannon comes through from behind, and all of a sudden the Marine dropping on top of them, the Widow Mines, right? But, like, when you're watching AoE 4, you're like, and now the Spears! They're going to brace for the charge! Knights can't get around. Looks like he's going to have to back... Like, you already can feel the difference in your mind as you're picturing what I'm painting there, of the flow and the speed at which these fights play out are drastically different. They are insanely different. And that feeds into why I think, like, Widow Mines and Banelings, these type of things aren't as, OP or even as cheesy as people think. Because in the grand arc of things, they make sense, right? What you're doing is you're comparing a gun, like, let's use, like, Warzone terms, right? Let's Call of Duty terms. You're comparing a gun that kills someone in 7 shots to a gun that kills someone in 1 shot, right? That's the difference. And right away, you're like, whoa, a gun that kills someone in 1 shot? That sounds kind of OP. Yeah, probably is if it's not a sniper rifle. Let's say they're both assault rifles. The 1 shot is OP. But the thing is, like, if you took that 1 shot and you put it in a game like Tarkov, now it makes sense, right? I know it's kind of weird because I'm basically using this comparison in reverse because Tarkov is slower than COD, but just stick with it. The whole idea is, like, the StarCraft sphere is that kind of Tarkov experience where, like, one tap, one tap, one tap. On the other side, you've got Call of Duty where it might be a little bit more bullet spongy. Or, like, actually, no, a fair comparison might have been Call of Duty to Quake, right? Call of Duty, a few shots to kill. Quake, 20, right? AoE 4 is more of a 20 state where you can dominate and you can see you're winning and you will win over time. But it's not very often, especially after the first 20 minutes, that it's like that, right? And that's another reason why things like Great Bombards and Gilded Lance at least can seem really OP at the moment, is because they don't fit to the pacing set by a lot of other units in the game. All right, final question, and then we'll get into this. You know me, guys. I like a good little chatter. So, Neptune's #1 Onibigisha abuser. Dude, he's so on top, man. He's a god. It's so micro-focused. I mean, I don't think being micro-focused is bad. You just have to balance that, right? It's a tool in your arsenal. New game, what's the best mass unit and run it down into enemy civ? It's so hard to manage different units. Onibigisha. Pick Japanese, build Onibigisha. They're not a unit that fundamentally, I'd say, gets countered hard by something in particular. They fit quite nicely. Actually, it's pretty appropriate that someone in chat just asked what is the best mass unit to build when we're watching Neptune and Beastie go at it. And Neptune is playing the Civ that can spam one of the best massing units, Onibigisha, right now. And he's been doing it a lot. Mirad even said it earlier. Like, right now, this guy is on fire. We watched him beat Louis MT without even going into Castle Age for that strategy just the other day. Be sure to check that one out when it eventually ends up on the YouTube side. This one, I've got a feeling is going to end up there too. We've got Beastie Cutie in the orange playing as Jeanne d'Arc, going up against Neptune, a player from China who used to be incredibly active in AoE4 on the Japanese in teal. We are going to be on Gorge. Now, this is interesting, actually, because Beastie... I remember I was catching him play Jeanne the other day. It wasn't this game. It was a completely different game. I can't remember what Civ it was against. Maybe it was Mongol, something weird like that. And he said afterwards, I don't think Jeanne's OP. I don't know if it's like my Jeanne and I'm missing something, but this Civ doesn't really feel that great. I am actually inclined to agree with that statement. Oh my god, all of a sudden people tuning out, they're disliking the video, they're leaving comments. I can't believe you back Jeanne. I actually don't think Jeanne is that insane now that people have figured it out. I think now that people have had time to just breathe, relax, think about it. You know, this unit might have a crown over its head, but the king from the English is actually a bigger deal right now. I want you guys to think about what that is, why that is. Why is the king and the English, like, why do people all of a sudden think English is OP with that build? It's because they don't know how to deal with it. It's really that simple. You've had years of getting used to people building Council Hall and building longbows, and now all of a sudden they have a knight and they go 2TC. It's a completely different feeling. This is why I advise people not to jump the gun with Joan, because Joan has a completely different feeling. She's a Warcraft Civ, right? Like, she's basically a Warcraft Civ in ways, in a game which doesn't understand the concept of Warcraft Civs. And now that people are starting to understand it, starting to figure it out, the best way I've heard it summarized is right now, Joan has only really one play that feels that good, and it's to go 2TC. Like, most of the games right now, at a competitive level, will be 2TC. And you will live or die by that second TC. I've highlighted this before. Like, most times when I've cast Joan in competitive, I've went, the only choice here really is to go 2TC. That's probably our biggest upside. Ever since people have started to figure out how to kind of, like, you know, avoid the problem or sniper down or change their timings, all of a sudden, Joan's not as threatening. The communal part to me is, like, actually I'd say the Deli is more oppressive for players on average than Joan. It's just most players don't pick Deli to do the optimal Deli, right? They pick Deli to play Dumbo 21st Century Edition. Anyway, focusing on the game a bit more, we have actually got a double scout opening from Beastie, which is very interesting. 16 sheep to 8. That might put a dampener on this plan out of Neptune, because we know that Neptune likes to just scale units in Feudal Age. Pretty unorthodox strategy considering most people are going Castle Rush. Similar to the Joan factor, I'm wondering how successful these Neptune builds are going to be as the meta develops, because right now, everyone's been optimizing around the idea that Japan's always going Castle Age, and you need to stop them. But what Neptune has been presenting in fantastic detail is how potent this Civ can be just with Age 2. So, tech up's coming through. We have actually got an outpost going up on the gold. 3 villager rush up, so the double scout can't do too much. I'm wondering if that was intentional by Beastie. That's an interesting thought here, right? Is like you open double scout to take all the food away, which A, stops an Onobagisha spam in feudal, B, it stops mass knights taking over in castle as much. But the other thing is by having double scout, you can potentially burn down that outpost when it's coming through. Didn't work out in this case, but you noticed it forced a bit more idle time. Now, one thing I will highlight about this matchup, I actually think this matchup heavily favors the Japanese. In fact, both French and Joan struggle against the Japanese. The reason is that you do this very one-dimensional obtuse comp of knights and then typically archers. More players recently have been building spears, but I actually think, especially for Joan, ever since they nerfed Joan so you do not get the blacksmith tech for free, the spin part of the comp feels a bit weaker. So I actually think what ends up happening is you have knights and archers, and then the Japanese player just rushes castle and goes Mount Samurai on Amusha. How can you say this favors Japan? You rush castle, dude. You rush castle and you build Mount Samurai. How does that not favor Japan? This is weird, though. So Beastie's gone for the outpost rush with Joan. Okay, this is actually pretty cool now. I've been seeing a few players do this in the past, but I don't think I've watched anyone do it recently on Gorge. Night diving comes in before the second outpost goes up. A lot of damage being done to these initial knights. The good news is once Joan has level 2, she can kiss the boo-boos better. But now, this is a very hard defense to dive. I'm also wondering, is he actually close enough with arrow slits? It's a bit deceptive with the ramp. I think he might just about clip the range once arrow slits comes in. Yeah, I'm curious, actually, now, Crackety. We're going to have the debate. Why do you think this favors Joan? I actually think it's very, very hard to stop the Japanese getting Castle Age with Joan. You have to go 2TC, it's like your only play. But then if you go 2TC, you don't have many knights out. If French gets to Arbs, this entire matchup gets screwed. Yeah, but the whole point is you don't let French get to Arbs. Japan is all about timing. They're a tempo civ. So like you rush castle, and you go into Mount Samurai, and if you see they're doing mass knights, you do Onimusha. If you see that they're doing what you're talking about, and this is where the mindset is going to be like, what? I've actually watched Onobagisha spam beat Arbre Trier, even with Gambesons. I'm not even memeing. The timings are really disgusting, how fast this civ escalates. Especially considering the other side, like this idea of your Arbre Trier comp seems cool, well and good, yada yada. Like, how do you get mass there quick enough? Because if you're rushing castle yourself, that's what you're telling me to do. You're now a civ that doesn't really have any eco-inflation to speak of. So there we go, Crackety. We agree. This is Japanese favorite. Like, it would work versus other Civs, but not versus Japan due to the production speed. That's my point then. So it is Japanese favorite. Right? Oh, sorry, you're saying that, are you talking about the 2TC being favored? Is that what you're talking about? So you still think that you can mass arbitrate against a fast castle Japanese build? I'm not buying that, dog. I don't think I'm buying what you're cooking here. So, looks like we've actually got a very big commitment in this outpost now. So, fortified everything just to slow us down. Has actually worked quite well so far. Neptune actually didn't get the gold required. Although, there is like an interesting detail here where they can still get the castle if they go on stone. The problem is it's just not worth it, right? Because all the plays you want to do in castle require going on gold. You want to go Mount Samurai, you want to go Onimusha, you want to go Onibugisha, you want to go Samurai. Like, if there was one weak point I'd highlight about the Japanese, it's their obsession with gold. They don't really have a comp that feels good with no gold access. It's actually another big part of why it's very difficult to justify the Buddhist monk build. Because the Buddhist monk build is just you inherently accepting that you aren't going to have good gold trickle in the mid game. You can escalate with Zen. In theory, if you have practically no gold access, it can work. It still just feels inferior, especially because of the production speed that you get with the Japanese with the castle. It looks like... Is he actually going to try? Okay, he's going to try to sneak it. I'm not quite sure if this is out of range. And is that the one and only Age of Noob? Thank you very much for the sub, my friend. I hope things are going well for you. I know it's a bit rough at the moment, but, hang in there, buddy. I'm hoping that we see some, some love for the content creators soon. Definitely think you done a lot more for Age of Mobile's launch than you got credit for. So, little attempt to shut this down isn't working out, as we're seeing. The only downside is you need to be careful when you're Neptune here. When you're ungarrisoning, you're ending up in range, right? But as long as he just sticks to about, I think it's 8 villages you can get on one side of the goal without over-leaking or overextending, you should be fine. That does hard cap your scalability, but let's be real, you don't need that many people on gold if you're just going to do Feudal Age of the Keisha again. Now, this is where... Crackety, do we think that this is now shown favored? Because this doesn't look like it's going to be Castle Age from Deal. If we're both in Feudal, do we favor Zhone or do we favor Japanese? In theory, Zhone should have the answers, right? Like, you've got Knights, and you can have Archers. And that works pretty well against Mass Spears and Mass Onibugisha. The problem, however, is that Beastie hasn't really scaled that. He went 2TC. So there is a weak point here that can be exploited. Yeah, we got so distracted by this, we didn't even mention the second TC. So Beastie did go for the atypical build that about 85% of Zone players at the high level are doing right now. And it looks like this may have just been a play to get access to the goal. So that's pretty crafty, actually. It makes sense, right? You want Onibugisha, you're probably going to need spears against Zhone. That isn't the worst of ideas. This gives you a clear path on getting access to the gold so you can fat mine it. The other important reason why he's focusing this down, for anyone who's like, this seems wasteful, look at where the gold is. He has to target here because Beastie intentionally blocked out most gold options from the Japanese. Yeah, Beastie now has to react, but this doesn't feel good. He needs to just get walls up and get castle, but I don't know if that works. There's actually a very real risk here. He loses his second TC. Because Neptune is scaling upwards of 30 plus units. And Beastie doesn't have the production rate to match that at all. In fact, have we got Undermesh? We have. Walls are going up in time. Survival Techniques is on the way. Interesting. So it looks like Teal has actually opted to go onto the deer instead of onto the berries first. So they're just going to make an optimal flow, right? Take it a step at a time so you get the maximum value moving out in this direction. And the wall's not going up in time for Beastie. Guildhall's on the way. Wait, no. What? Okay, I'm glad he cancelled that. And it looks like the TC is going to end up lost because of this. There's way too many melee units. If you try to jump out and repair, Onibugisha will shred you like your paper. Zhone is on the way. Need to be careful. I think you commit to the torch down now. If you turn around for Zhone, it's a mistake. You're just going to lose more in the long term. And Neptune understands that, right? Like, he's going to turn the spears onto the Knight, get that away, run around with Onibigisha to stop the repair crew. Beastie might try to get cute with the micro, but even if he does, it's not going to work out here. The split actually sickly done. Neptune sends half the army after Zhone's army, and Beastie doesn't react to the attack on the villagers. So even though he gets XP for Zhone, he's lost out elsewhere in a very big way here. Town Center's going to go down, and he only has a -1 villager lead. Oh my god. Neptune, what a player. I remind people, this guy was AWOL for a while. We hadn't seen too much of him recently, but he is back in action, and you know what? He's quickly making a name for himself as the most scary Japanese player on the ladder. Onibigisha's going to dive in. Guildhall is just about going to go up in time here. Oh my god. Wait, Beastie. No. What? He's panicking. Oh my god, you commit there, surely. Beastie still doesn't have his tech up. More villagers being lost. It's now over a 5-villager lead for Teal. It's going to keep escalating. Now, Zhone is getting a lot of XP out of this, right? There's a risk she gets level 3, but something I always like to emphasize to people. Level 3 melee while you're still feudal is GG. Level 3 ranged while you're still feudal is not. What those two do are incredibly different. Don't get me wrong, you can still hit pretty hard. You're a mobile unit, you snipe a lot. But this isn't a GG win condition where you cleave down an entire army anymore. There's still an easy way that Neptune can play deeper in this game, and in the meantime, he continues to play deep into Orange's base. Beastie is now almost 10 villagers behind. Oh my god. Villagers... No, wait, if Neptune sees this and just turns around, I mean, he could kill like 4 more villagers. Instead, he's just going to run away. I don't think I've ever watched someone feed level 3 Zhone and look so good doing it. That was incredible. And this is what I was highlighting about Neptune, right? Teal has this very unorthodox style to Japanese right now. People have not been practicing for anything really but fast castle Japanese. I think the one exception that comes to mind clearly is the Delhi, where the Delhi have noted that some players like Puppy Paw, like Wham, will go for 2 TC Yuumi. This was 1 TC feudal all in. What a wild build. And the crazy part is Neptune. Most players right now would have been like, fantastic, feeling good, time for me to go Castle H. Not Neptune. He just doesn't stop. I can't believe this. Like, this has to be the point though, right? Like, I think you don't play longer in feudal anymore. Right? Right. If this guy gets top 10 on the ladder doing this. This annoys me because I actually really enjoy Japanese, and he's going to get them nerfed. Men at arms down already. Wolves are going to go up. So at this stage, you should just be looking to go for castle. I think the archer mass is getting a little bit big, and you're getting sniped pretty quick. But then again, it's Neptune. So why would you ever do anything but feudal age? All right, guys. One's in chat if you think that the Japanese will go Castle Age before level 4 Zhone. 2's in chat if you think Beastie's going to get Jean de Blast while Teal is still Age 2. That would definitely be a first for me. I can see it happening. Diving continues. Teal now to 30 Onibigisha in total, but not all of them here yet. Remember, this is still just 1 TC from Beastie. An uncomfortable game. And Zhone, oh my god, you see how quickly she loses her health in these fights. Archer Mass has been reduced again. Dude, I'm impressed that he's doing this. I mean, this is the thing. He's doing this against the Civ that you shouldn't do it against. This is the crazy part, right? Because even when Zhone's losing, she's getting something out of this. Yet still, I'm watching this, and I don't know how Zhone wins, even if you get level 4. Gonna be a split off, just a few Onibigisha going in here. Oh, wait, what? Okay, that Pathfinder is cursed. Villagers running by is possibly the worst way to try and avoid Onibigisha. The second wave now hitting onto the outpost, so it looks like the gold is also getting denied. Teal. Well, he was considering Castle Age, but then he went down to 20 Onibagisha again, and that just didn't feel right. So immediately queues up more. Now, there are some gaps coming in the next few minutes for Teal. Like, food is a little bit worrisome, and also, love this from Beastie. Leaking out Knights is really smart. But what's quite depressing, though, guys, is that Beastie has been in Castle Age for a few minutes now, and you may notice that these Knights don't look as fancy, pompous, and ooh la la as they usually do. That's because they're still Feudal Knights. Which means Onibagisha actually hit really, really hard. He's going to kill 1 or 2 villagers, but I mean, the reality is Onibagisha can win these fights, right? They hit for 8 damage against free armor, and they attack twice as quickly. Raid still coming on the other side as well. The idle time alone has just been screwing Beastie over in this game. And you know what's even wilder, guys? You'd think after losing 35 workers, Textiles would seem pretty good. Beastie's like, nah, there's not really many people left to kill anymore. I don't think I need it. So let's get mopped up. And all of a sudden, you don't have a very mobile force. Like, if Horsemen come out here, shivs out, you die. One thing that is worrying me is that Neptune, this strategy is running out of breadth. He's going to need farms. He has got the Daimyo level 1. Really want to see him getting towards that Daimyo level 2, and then adding in about 10 extra farms around the primary TC. Because otherwise, this is going to stop working. We've seen games where Neptune takes the food from his opponent's side of the map. This is one of those games. But considering it's a Cav Civ, considering it's a Civ that isn't being just constantly overran and spaced, right? Like, yes, you're getting these raids in, but it's not remaining anymore. I think this might be the point where Castle starts to make a bit more sense. I'm going to get a Castle counter. Like, I need to get myself an editor so I can have that in post-edit. Every time I say he should go Castle, there's just going to be a number that bobs upwards. Outpost going to be going up. So Horseman will actually get a little bit of value out of this. It's actually not too bad as well. You just forced a double Outpost commitment and killed a villager for double Horseman. I consider that worth because the board doesn't have much value left in it, right? Like, I mean, well, it's got feeding on food, but the point is that he doesn't really want to go more Cav. He needs to go Archers to win the main fight, right? So losing the Horseman but killing Eco and forcing investments elsewhere, there's a lot worse ways to use those Horsemen. And yeah, I agree. Castle would 100% kill Beastie. Like, look at the lead right now. It's insane. Beastie can't play Relics either because of the Onibagisha. Like, he has no real eco advantage. And I think we're finally reaching the point where Teal's nodding his head and accepting what has to happen here. Onibagisha are going to waste a lot of time with the Jones champions. I think that could have been microed a bit better. If you move deeper, all of them would have been able to melee straight away. But now the chase is on. Horseman been cleared up. However, with this many Onibagisha here, you're going to lose a lot of archers. And here's the crazy one, folks. Melee Defense 1 is only now coming in for Beastie. Had he had this sooner, had he found a way, then I think Neptune wouldn't have got this much damage done. But every time he thinks about going Castle, he gets a good fight and then reinvests. This is wild. I just realized our UI disappeared. There we go. This is an absolutely crazy build. And guys, it's getting crazier. It's 2 TC. Oh, you know, like, let the other person build their TC first, burn it down, and then come in behind. They'll never expect it, right? Like, this is getting absurd. So, in a game where he's draining all the food off the map, even taking his opponent's food, he now decides to build something that's going to use more food. It's getting a bit wild. Oh my god, this is actually depressing. Guys, this one outpost counters the entire army of Beastie. He doesn't have any torches, right? So, like, you actually can't stop Teal from gathering food here. Oh, this has to be so tilting. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to wrap to the backside. No outpost up here, so it looks like Beastie is at risk of losing another 5 villagers on the backside of his base. And these Horsemen hit hard, remember. Long Feudal means you've got the melee tech, but in the case of Japanese, it means you get double. Are you kidding me, though? By some miracle, the Horseman turned towards the woodline instead. I cannot believe he just dodged death there. And that's the problem, though, isn't it, Crackety? Right? Like, the whole idea of getting the Arbitrate, I think even if you have gold access, the problem with what you're suggesting here is how do you get enough Arbitrate together quick enough, right? They take longer to produce, they cost 50% more, and they move slower. Like, they will get shredded by Onibugisha. So you have to get Gambesons first. That's even more gold. Even with Gambesons, we've actually seen that Onibugisha aren't actually bad at dealing with their opponents in that situation. It would have at least forced Teal to go castle. Yeah, this is grim. Like, one of the big problems with the whole Arbitrate idea is, like, I thought the Arbitrate would beat Onibugisha. I've said this before. I remember it was like a cast 3 months ago. I was like, oh, no, dude, this is great. France has Arbitrate. They've got Gambesons. They'll win. And I watched as those Gambesons got teared to little pieces, all right? They got turned into micro cows. Like, there wasn't enough leather left on them. This unit is deceptively effective. And you know what? So is this play from Teal. Because Beastie has been in this game for 23 minutes. He has yet to see Castle Age out of the Japanese. He's like, okay, I guess he's just going to keep feudal in me. This is going to come as a big surprise. And yes, the opponent did have Gambesons. And the opponent wasn't a bad player. I believe it was Voldemar in that game, playing as the French. I don't know how Beastie now wins this. Stone walls? Stone walls, anyone? I think we might need some stone walls here. Well, the duck up comes in the fact, Crackety, that he has to scale Arbitrary. And, like, there's a reason why you very, 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 very rarely see French players or Jeune players immediately pivot into Arbitrary. They take a very long time to come out online, right? Like, it's the same logic with crossbows normally, right? It's like getting them together. You need something else to front line. And the problem is if you haven't got enough knights, then, like, anything your opponent can build will shred you, right? Like, these Onibugisha would shred anything but knights. I also just think the Mount Samurai opening would just work so damn well. Like, I've watched countless examples where Mount Samurai win. Because the other problem you have with the Arbitrary transition, and I'm really going to, like, hammer on this because, you know, I like that we have these debates. Shout out to Crackety for having this one for us. I agree with what he's saying. If you're in the hyper late game, what beats Arbitrary ? But you're just never getting there. The pacing of the Japanese stops you. Because if they open into castle and spam Mount Samurai, you can't get that Arbitrary count together. And even if you could, what's going to happen next is you're going to have to farm transition. Because for you to actually use that comp well, you're going to have to hide in a corner. Because your units don't move, right? Like, that's the thing that makes this fast castle Japanese build usually so good. Or in this case, this fast feudal, long feudal play from the Japanese so good, is they have one of the most mobile 2-unit comps you can get in the game. You can use the arms as a front line for the archers. I can't. He upgraded the horseman. Would you like to go back to the drawing board, Crackety? But, like, we don't actually have many people trained in the art of the crossbow, but we do have a lot of tanned leather in storage. What if we just put all of those leather armors on one guy, right? He'll be our Michelin man of the Castle Age. Onibugisha, ready to go for the clash. Horseman, reach to the back of it. Villagers gonna have to run away, and it looks like the Flood Through is about to commence. Archer count is very big, but you have a high risk of overkilling here is the bigger issue now, right? You've just got simply too many units. And wait, what? I don't know if that was intentional. I guess he wanted to keep the archers alive. And oh my god, it's happened. And he almost loses them. Jeune de Blast is in the house. But she's at risk of having her own ass blasted here. Good fight, has reduced the count. And it looks like both players simultaneously now playing for Relic. So actually well played by Beastie to stink that. Yeah, I actually can't believe how close the difference between level 4 Jeune and Castle Age was in this game. That legitimately was almost level 4 Jeune in a feudal Japanese game. And the communal part is actually she could still die to Mass Onibugisha in Feudal Age because her melee armor is terrible, right? Like, this isn't melee form. Now, the good news is Beastie has a mobile cannon. She actually hits really hard. So you can basically hit buildings for 200. So all of a sudden, you actually have a tool to try and dent the enemy base. The problem is you're going to have to fight to get in there. And your comp is still quite one-dimensional. The upside of this build in this weird position for Beastie is that usually a lot of people look at this and go, oh, I am Japan. Me drop Yorishiro in Siege Workshop, boom, boom. You can't. And oh my god, that food. Wait, he's going to go Imperial Age. He's rushing Imperial. That is wild. But yeah, to the point we were saying about the Siege though, like, Neptune can't go Siege. He can't. Because if you go Siege, then that zone snipes them. The Mangoes just insta-die. It's terrible. Beastie, instead of banking the Relic, is going to try to get some new units. Fun fact, if he got one of those, that would have been the most melee units he's got in his army. And I think we've now got Stonewalls going up, so Beastie is looking to turn this into a long con. The problem with this play in his mind that he's envisioning is he needs to actually get Stonewalls across the map first. Because you need a Stonewall, and then Red Pulse drop the center, right? So that your opponent can't just rush you. Because if you do just rush Imp now, there's a very big risk that you're up against a full Japanese flood. Raid comes in, and unfortunately, as soon as Beastie gets that second TC, it gets discovered. Final alarms get cleaned up, but remember behind this, we've got late game eco on the way for the Japanese quite fast, right? They're 48 farms in, and they've almost got 100 villages. It's 93 villages versus 39. Good God. And yes, the thing that usually makes Zhone really good for Arbitrary Mass in the late game is Consecration. But keep in mind, like, once again, like, I do not disagree with the idea that if we get into the late game, Zhone does really well against the Japanese. But similarly to all these matchups we theorycraft for Ivan in Imperial Age, you're discounting what happens in Feudal and Castle that matters so much. And while this may be an extreme, it shows you the speed and ferocity with which the Japanese can strike. Pretty much anywhere. Beastie, ready to go for Imperial Age here. It's a shame it's not a roll cannon, otherwise he actually would have a decent answer to Masa no Bigisha. The problem is, where do you drop this keep? How and where can you get it? More villagers run for their lives. I love he doesn't even care about Zhone. He's like, nope. Oh my god, dude. Neptune is on another level right now, this strat. The problem now is also, what was really smart from Neptune is he waited until there were so many archers to switch into the Mount Samurai, right? Arbitrary is still coming down the line, but like the idea of just going Mount Samurai and Onagishi now is actually pretty good still. Your Mount Samurai just allowed this absorption for the Onagishi to get in. Like at the end of the day, this comp is all about the ladies. The ladies win the fights for you. And still no Gambuson's tech makes it even easier. Flash comes in. I mean, even though you can see that he's clearly outnumbered, this isn't a terrible trade for Teal. Red Palace is now being built up, but oh no, dude, it got intercepted again. Luckily, the cannon recovers the area. And all of a sudden, we maybe see... No, I'm not going to be delusional, guys. He's got 30 villages. I'm not going to say Beastie's coming back into this. This would be one of the most miraculous comebacks if he pulls it off. Because honestly, if Teal sees this tech up, they have two options. They either kill you for it, or they tech up themselves. The Arbalest emplacements are going to be nice on the TC for sure, but one Arbalest emplacement is not going to save you from 50 plus Onagishi rushing a 2.5k HP structure. Walls coming up. Oh no, he didn't get them up in time though. Onagishi. Wait, what? I can't believe that worked. The body blocks came in perfect, so Onagishi is going to run the long way around. Nice in the meantime, are going to push this back. We've got a little bit of Takeshi's castling going on. I just don't think it's enough. Yeah, funnily enough, he actually just sends the Onagishi to the backside. Most archers have been removed from the equation. And the good news is if you take all the archers out, you can actually just focus mainly on Onagishi. Love the fact we've got Horsemen coming in again, because there was a point there where Neptune was like, oh, I actually need Mount Samurai, because he's building knights, right? And Mount Samurai will beat knights. They will, full stop. But the moment he sees that it's just like too tall, he shrugs. He's like, okay. Light armored units all the way. Horsemen, Onagishi, very fast moving comp. A very effective one here. 113 Nico to 32. Now, most players in this situation would say, I'll just go Imperial now. It's very easy. Most players are not Neptune. I've got a feeling this game is going to end Castle versus Imp. Now, Beastie does have a reasonable number of Arbitrier, but oh my god, wait, is he really? He's so desperate for a front line, he's queuing up Zhon's elite champions. I mean, the good news is there's still food on the map. Someone highlighted that he hasn't got farms. He doesn't need them, guys. He's still got deer here and here and berries. How does he still have deer and berries 33 minutes into a game as Zhon? I just want to remind people that if it wasn't for Neptune, he'd still have the berries here as well. I actually cannot believe the amount of limited food still on the map at almost 35 minutes into a game on Gorge. This is wild. I think Guildhall's probably still on food, right? Yeah. So he's going to get a boon, a second life. Unfortunately, I think the end is nigh. Tanegashima Gunsmith is on the way now for Neptune. Daimyo level 2 as well, which means that you can buff multiple elements of your army. That's actually a really big deal, getting that level 2. Love to see it. In fact, he's got it coming through twice. Yeah, so we're going to have every component buffed, right? So if they start queuing up hand cannoneers, Yuumi. If they bring in more of the infantry, you've got the katana, and you can still have the Uma bannerman. So really big deal here. Ray comes in again. I mean, you just torch this now. Yeah, this is a free kill. There's... Ooh? I was about to say there's no way you react in time. Maybe, but it's going to be difficult. You could probably clutch repair this, but still, it's just wasted time, right? Like, instead of punishing Teal for attacking up, you're having to do this. Like, there's a clear military lead for Beastie, but you see the issue of Arbitrary in these type of dances. In a hyper late game, in that theoretical, there are stone walls up, and Arbitrary feel good. There are not stone walls up. Like, there are partial stone walls. I'm not even sure they'll be complete before the game is over. And that's why this now sucks to him. Like, he clears up this army here, but Beastie sends the entirety of the brigade. And what does Neptune do? He immediately goes elsewhere. I love that he's just ignoring the cannons. Even though they are the easiest kill imaginable here. Now, if you're wondering, why does he only have Katana Bannerman here and not the Samurai? Because everyone needs to be wearing gold. Just style him, right? Second cannon looks like it might just about survive this. However, this is now where things become the real struggle. Weirdly enough, Samurai being queued up. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Adachi tech is interesting. Between that and the melee tech, you actually offset almost all the Gambeson's value you get, right? Actually, exactly. Yeah, because it used to be 6, right? Now it's 5. You actually offset Gambeson's entirely with Samurai Adachi. But you are going to take bonus damage in response. It's an interesting idea. It's actually not the worst of ideas when you consider the elite army tactics, aka Oda tactics here, that gives you the extra health to be able to just kind of front face that damage. And by comparison, Arbitrary can't do that, right? Like, Arbitrary can't get extra health and get extra damage. Another more awkward thing is the fact that I just noticed Beastie never upgraded anything to elite. Every single element of Beastie's advantage has been a lie. The level 3 zone is a lie because it was level 3 range zone. The Imp Age was a lie because it's all Castle Age units. Oh my god. And now we've got a proxy base. I just noticed that. What the f... He built the Tanegashima Gunsmith next to the neutral trade post. What is this build? Oh my god. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't even look on the map because I'm like, oh yeah, it's just attack up. I mean, he's gonna be fine. I can't believe he built the lab up right in the middle of the map. Mount Samurai gonna march through before the walls go up again. And finally the mangoes arrive. But remember, these mangoes suck. And that is why you do not build mangoes against level 4 marksman Munchon. Oh, yeah, guys, this is over. The Mount Samurai, just look how many they cleared up. This arbitrary mass is looking pathetic. Second mango comes in. Zhone can't even march out for that anymore. This is it. This game is over. You know, before, BC at least maintained an army advantage, a way of holding on, but that's no longer the truth. And this is all before Oda Tactics comes in. Everyone be honest, 20 minutes into this game, did you ever envision Teal going Imperial? I didn't. I thought that boy was going to be Forever Castle. So we've now seen Neptune destroy 2 of the kings of late game. Because they can't get there. He's done this type of strategy against Louis, and now he's done it against Beastie as well. God damn. You know, I may need to reassess #1 player in China at this rate, because Neptune's up to something special. Now, whether he's going to have the Civ diversity beyond Japanese is a question mark I still need to solve, but Japan itself, this boy's making it look ban-worthy. I've got the biggest smile on my face right now, you can't imagine. The fact that we just have new players coming in, appearing. No, dude, shut up, Crackety, shut up! I time you out. Wait, no, someone time. No, he can't time out. He's the mod, damn it. He's a Byzantine main. We don't listen to that, okay? Of the new civs, this is the reasonable one. It's not that the Japanese are broken. It's that Neptune is broken. Actually, you know what? BC might support you on this one, Cracked, if you made the video. Considering you just experienced this, you know, if you made the video, like, you don't want to back you on the HRE one, but you might get him on your side for this one. An adamant, an admirable defense in the choke points. Finally, we have got elite arbitrary, but I can't help but feel it's just a tad too late. What an incredible game. I'm wondering now, like, do more people try this for the Japanese? We mentioned already, similar to when Zhone first came out, it's the idea that you don't know how to solve for it yet. People just became too used to cast lasers as a default that they expect it and counter that. Now, even if this isn't the be-all best strat in the game, something I want people to keep in mind is that this being an option now makes Japan a much more difficult civ to solve for. Oh, man. Dude, what an entertainer. Like, what an absolute legend. Onimusha and Yuumi just feel so bad. I decided to lose the game instead. Oh, no. Onimusha are situationally good. Glad to see you're still enjoying. Damn right I'm still enjoying. Neptune's a god. Although, it's a bit suspicious when I keep seeing Baltoon come back in and be like, glad to see you're still enjoying. I'm starting to think it's not Neptune. I'm starting to think it's actually Baltoon. They're both tunes. What if Neptune was never real? Wait, what if Baltoon was never real? Wait, what? You want a tie? Oh, dude. Why have you got to keep changing my attire? Yeah, that was a bad joke. All right, what do we put with this red? We put white, right? Oh, there we go. I just know. You know, I just know the things. Whew, never seen Baltoon play against Neptune. Dude, we figured it out. We're onto him. Okay, so but like, yeah, it was fun to have that discussion with Crackety. I still think that Japan is better. Statistics show it as well, right? Like, I'm pretty sure last patch, Japan was pumping numbers against Zhone. Let's have a look. Yeah, 60% win rate. Same with this patch as well. I do just think that Zhone's not that good against Japan. Some ways I kind of feel like France is better, right? Because they at least get eco increase. But the problem is you still get, like, beat. Even if you go raw into 2, I think it's kind of tricky because, like, a high-level Japanese player will just add in Onimusha. And the problem is, like, this whole idea of arbitrary saving you. Like, I agree. I just want to highlight that take from Beast, like that take from Crackety. The idea that arbitrary will be everything is true. The problem is, how do you get that scale, and then how do you actually get them in position, right? Like, that's the whole idea of Japan, is they are a Zerg-like Civ. So this idea that you've got a Protoss-y type army only works if you've got a single ramp into your base. Sorry if that was too many StarCraft terms, but... Never saw Baltine play against Baltine? That's true. Alright, there we go, guys. Is that better? Is that what you wanted? For some reason. Is it pretty? Someone tell me I look pretty? They're also Protoss Civ when playing Mountain Samurai. Yeah, I think did I put a video up in the end? I think I had one where I said they're like Zerg and Protoss. I think that was for English actually, because English have that now too. Thank you guys. I'm glad I look pretty. That was a cool game though. What do I call that one? I might just call him the Antichrist of late game. I mean, like he doesn't let you boom. I mean, I know the game went late, but not because of him. What's the other word I'm looking for? I want to use the word antithesis, but like I don't feel like that. Like, do people really know what antithesis means? Is it like one of those words that a lot of people use? Antithesis of late game boomers. Yeah. I'll probably go along. He's the opposite of late game boomers. Why do you guys want push-ups so badly, bro? All right, one sec. Let me see. You know what the best way to do push-ups is, like, if I quickly find a game that's going live, and then you know, like I just go down and do it. That sounded wrong. And then boom, we come back up and we're in game. See, like, the more I speak, the worse it somehow gets. Do we have any high-level players on the ladder right now? Ooh, Back Magoon against someone called Razni. I don't know who that is, though. 169th in the world. Do you guys want to watch this? Turkish player. I haven't heard of them before. So, this is like our top 200 game. That's probably going to be the best one on at the moment. Unless I'm missing someone. Holy crap, you guys really want me to hydrate, huh? I do love some watermelon. So, we're looking for India server. Was it around here? That could be fun. Maybe we catch Voldy in a little bit. 9 push-ups? Oh, no. Why? Can I just get fat? I haven't got any events to go to this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Whew. I don't have the rank thing. What does the rank thing? Someone send it to me on Discord and I'll add it. We don't see it. He's basically just lying down. That's a lie. How do we know this? Okay, so here's the catch, guys. We tried the 2PC setup and it lagged. If the 2PC setup didn't lag, we could have had a second camera that was watching me do push-ups. But we don't. So we can't. So, what I need is I need a prince with millions of dollars to donate me a 4090 PC. And then we'll do 2 PC setups. And then you guys will always see the push-ups. You can connect 2 cameras to a single PC. No, you can't. So, little interesting detail. You can't actually have multiple webcams inputs to a single PC. You guys don't know that? Look it up. Maybe it's different with Windows. Oh, what Windows are we on now? I'm on Windows 10. Can you do it on Windows 11, maybe? I'm pretty sure I looked into this a while ago, and it's like the logic is that because I don't know what it is. It's a limitation the way that Windows is done. It's something to do with the fact that, like, how to put it? Oh wait, no, I'm thinking. I know what I'm thinking of. I know what I'm thinking of now. I'm getting mixed up. I was thinking of the simulation of one webcam to multiple locations. That was my brain. That is something you can't do. So webcam can't send data to like 2 apps at once without having to replicate and send it again, which has a lot of overhead. That's what I was thinking of. Still, my room's kind of messy. Also, I can't believe, like, who was it called me out? Was it? I'm pretty sure it was Asian Noob that tried to shame me at first. No, he's just backing up Farman. So it's Farman's fault. Ban Farman. KP crazy confirmed. No, it's just KP spends too much time in his life looking at tech crap that has no relevance to him. Nice. I'm glad you're going to make me a billionaire one of these days, buddy. But yes, I don't know. I need to figure out a format that makes sense for that. I was originally going to like do a play Age of Empires with your feet challenge, which would have required a camera down there. Then you guys would have been suited to bird. I'm not capping either. I've actually played, like, I've played Apex Legends using my feet before, so it's not out of the ordinary. I'm telling you guys, like, you know, Aiden Noob became is like glad to see your streams growing. I'm like, thank you. Next step is we got up to 400 CCV straight away because I put my feet on camera. You think that wouldn't work? I can tell you it does. You'd be surprised. All right, should we get ready to go with this one? No, who cares? They're not even aged up yet. We can just keep talking like this. All right, enough feet talk. That's a great way to begin a YouTube video. What and all, welcome back there for action. We've got Bakmagoon going up against Razny. Razny is from Turkey. Bakmagoon, I believe, Froz from Asia. These players are ranked around 150 to 200 in the world, so pretty damn good up at the upper range. Bakmagoon, actually, this is quite comedial. Somewhat karma-inducing. He's playing against the English. Anyone remember when we used to cast Bakmagoon back in Season 1 and 2? This guy, he played 1 Civ. He basically played 1 Civ. It was English. He had an absurd amount of games on English. I'm pretty sure if I checked his profile, it's still by far his most played Civ. Oh, how he has evolved from an Ing abuser into an Ibid abuser. And I really do think Ibid's an abusive Civ right now. Like, it almost feels toxic just how good this Civ is. Something's got to change. Desert Raider into Growthwing is way too good. And thank you, Age of Noob. Glad to have you here, buddy. Big shout out to Age of Noob. If you guys haven't followed him, check out his content. Support what he's doing. He's an absolute superstar and a much-needed asset in the Age of scene as a whole. But yes, this build... Desert Raider into Growthwing, I mean, it's as OP as Age of Noob, basically. Like, this is your bread and butter. It's so good because it lets you set pressure on your opponent and then come in later with an eco-inflation at a point in the game where you take over the game, which is Fast Castle. And even against the English, it's very effective because it used to be, when you done English Ibids, you'd actually go either Master Smiths or Growthwing first because the Desert Raider was worthless. Because your opponent has short bows with villagers and they'd have long bows to deal with you out in the field. But now with the King build, the Desert Raid is actually really good again. Because the King can't contest you. He can over long-term win, right? But he can't just flat out send it on you and beat you. Because the Desert Raider simply does too much damage. They hit for 26 per strike on a unit which has practically no armor. Now this is very interesting. Despite what I just said, Razny is full-on sending at him. And Bakmagoon wants no part of it. So what's probably going to happen here is like Bakmagoon's kind of content with this because if he keeps the King here, no idle time at home, right? All you have to now do is wait for the second Desert Raider to come out and then the King can't fight. Like, I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, the Kings get destroyed by this. You get your damage reduced already down to a mere 13 against a 5 melee armor unit. And they hit you in return for 26 minus 2. It's so dumb how strong a Desert Raider is against this. And the English, they're going for the Fast Castle build. That's interesting. I feel like this build in particular fell off in favor of the Feudal All-Ins or the Fast Castles, both off the basis of 2 TCs. But the idea isn't terrible, right? Like, if Razny plans to drop a Monastery and rush Relics, I could kind of see this making sense. The problem I do take with it is your opening plays in this matchup by rushing Castle Age with King's Pass suck. What are you going to do? You're going to build knights? Knights are terrible against camel lancers. What are you going to do? Build men-at-arms? Okay, well, that's good. You'll arrive at where the relics were just in time to see that they're no longer there. Are you going to go lombos against camel lancers? It all sounds really bad, right? So I'm a little bit surprised by Razni's choice to try and mirror this, because there's no way this is White Tower, right? You need that extra TC. So you're going to have to wait the same amount of time as the person building the counter unit has to. And you're just seeing what I'm talking about with this matchup, by the way. Like, this king is getting absolutely shredded. The crazy part, by the way, all that happened with just the first Desert Raider. Spearman Horseman? Oh my god. Let me just check Gully's rank at the moment. 70th. Oof. Weren't you 50th before? Sorry. So Tech Up's coming in. I imagine the King's Palace is gonna be dropped near the gold. Probably in this game. I mean, your plays require a lot of gold access, and you don't have to spam outposts here, right? So you can just prioritize your eco here on food. Instead, he is going out wide. So he's going for what? The deer and the berries? No. He's bridging. What? What? This is either really genius or really dumb. There's no mid ground. I get where he's coming from, because in relation to what I said about the Lancer detail, now by going White Tower this quickly, you'll tech up first and you can double spam knights, right? Because it's double stables in one. It's half the production time of a standard stable. So you could, in theory, build knights and win. In theory. But the problem that I see in this is your economy is now so weak, and it's about to be so much weaker. Because in 40 seconds after your tech up, there's going to be an extra 8 villages in the Ibid's economy. And by the way, they're already a villager ahead, because it looks like there was idle time on the TC at the start of the game from Razni. Yikes. Monastery's being dropped. So that is his mindset. Okay. This is what I was saying, is like the one play that made sense was rushing castle to get the monastery control. But he's doing this without a second TC as well, right? So like there's upsides, downsides there. If you can get the relic timing, your economy is better for it, because you wouldn't be able to afford monastery with 2 TC straight away and get units out. But the thing that Razni's playing for, and it's not the worst idea in the game, if you think about it, is he knows that the Ibids want relics. That's the win condition follow-up. If he can take those relics away, it's minus eco from his opponent and eco for him that makes the difference. It's still a very, very weird build. Love the initial horseman as well to clear the Desert Raiders. So it's all about timings here, right? The problem is now they need to start pumping knights non-stop. And even then, I'm struggling to see if it's going to be good enough, quick enough. I even actually get the scout. That's sort of a big deal. Not crazy here, though. Remember, the Ibids, the Camel Lancers have more vision than standard cav units, so they'll still see you coming a mile off. And Relic's now being guarded. So Razni. The other tough part I have with this is he built the monastery at the back. He should build it at the forward, because his objective is to get the dangerous relics first. You've now chosen to start your production point further away. Crossbow's already on the way. Okay, this is wildly different to what we see out of the top 100 players. As in the top 100 ranked. I'd say like Batmagoon, like if you actually equate Smurfs, Batmagoon is in the top 100 right now. But this is kind of a cool build. Like most Ibid players want to go archers, but I actually quite highly rate this crossbow play. It's difficult because your opponent's now building into the horseman. But, you know, if you build archers, you still get countered by horsemen, right? The difference now is if your opponent was rushing knights with his age advantage, you just destroy him. And the other interesting part to me is that, you know, English do sometimes like to rely on men-at-arms with armor-clad as their front line. You also now solve for that. Yeah, it's not the worst idea. I think the reason we don't see it from Ibid players often is because archers gives you more pacing, right? Like, archers move quicker. So they benefit from the Mamluk's bravery more, and they also arrive for the early fights quicker in the game. Whereas crossbows, you don't really feel good about running crossbows across the map on their own blind. For a start, they're slower, but then secondary, they cost 50% more than an archer. So everyone lost hurts more. Oh god, why are you guys talking about Boulder Bay? Not sure they did to Boulder Bay, it's so bad. Crackety, I'm going to look you in the eyes on this one. Was Boulder Bay really ever good? This is a safe space, you can be honest. Actually, it's not a safe space. If you say Boulder Bay was good, we're going to judge you. Ah, okay, the fairness. Okay. Do you want to know what the resolution of fairness is? And I really need to find a way, like I need to talk about Modo and finding a way for this to happen. I would actually run a tournament where it was mirror everything. Not mirror random. I would love to test a tournament that is like mirror Dry Arabia, mirror Lipany. I know some people are going to dislike that because if you scout half the map, you know the whole map. But it's a trade-off if you want fairness in all spawns, right? Flash coming in. I don't like this fight. The problem right now for Bakmagoon is he's fighting into the aura, right? Oh, actually, he should be. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Okay, it's back again. Hey, I'm going to say someone that people are going to hate because people are struggling with English right now. They need to fix this bug. That fight should not even been remotely close. Network of Castles should have just destroyed these Camel Lancers. But for some reason, the Camel Lancer identified that the English used clapper lights and he went, light off. All of a sudden, the Gonglo disappears and all of a sudden, Bakmagoon can fight in an area he has no place fighting. Make it Mirror Civ 2. What is it with my mods saying things that should get them banned today? How are we looking elsewhere on the map? Bakmagoon... Is this the type of game they try to end fast is what I'm now wondering. Like, it's 1TC on 1TC. You have an insane eco advantage. And Relics are looking to be split. So, it's not a bad position to try and all-in your opponent from. I always just feel like anytime I say all-in and then look up and see it's English, though, it's an uphill battle, right? Even when you have an insane lead, it just feels easy to take the dub across the map. Go for a second TC. Go for Imperial Age. The only thing that's making me say no about that is the fact that it's Iobids. Iobids in Imp up against English Imp doesn't feel that great. You could easily, in this type of game, though, go for a second TC and play Long Castle. That I'm a big fan of. Because the issue is, like, not only do you have to dive into the Network of Castles aura, because it's a white tower, one, you have to dive into that, and two, you have to dive into potentially Network of Citadels. It's just a losing battle, right? What is wild to me, by the way, is the fact that Razny has built several horsemen now, and they are still just feudal age. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind Razny needs a second TC. The Iobids have a little bit more agency because they've got the Relic advantage. It is actually going to be a 3-2 split. In fact, if Razny isn't quick about this, it could be a 4-1 split. The thing I'd actually love to see from Bakmagoon right now is just build a Manjanique. I do like the Horseman switch. You're against mass crossbows. It's the only way you're going to win. Both of them seem to be allergic to veterancy, but Bakmagoon is finally getting over that allergy. And Vet Horseman should be able to mop this up fast. Oh, the Dervish was just a few seconds too late. In fact, he might still hunt for it. Oh my god, he is as well. Wait, how did he see that ahead of time? Did he just get suspicious? That was kind of wild, right? I don't think he actually scouted that immediately. He probably checked earlier and saw it was still here. And then he's like, the math doesn't add up. Unfortunately, though, not able to get in against this many crossbows. Another big problem on taking those fights right now and why Bakmagoon's not doing it. It wasn't just waiting for the veterancy at first, it's the fact that he's slowing his blacksmith decks. A little bit surprised, actually, that he waited this long to get Undermesh against the English. But you have to remember, this wasn't a standard English play. This is a fast castle English. Usually when you see fast castle English, you're expecting knights. It's kind of true of almost any civ, right? Like when they rush castle, the most optimal unit feels like it's knights because your economy isn't big enough yet to afford clumping infantry. Whereas 1 or 2 knights will last a much longer time than 1 or 2, 4 men-at-arms, should we say, right? And they have more capability and flexibility to be raiding units instead of just fighty units. Decent point in the game now for Bakmagoon, though. Somehow even snuck in for the Sacred Site behind the walls. Keeps the walling from going up. Every eco kill counts here, folks. Razny is still just a small 1 TC boy. A small 1 TC boy who is playing berries? There's a lot of questions about Razny right now. I mean, he needs a second TC. That would at least explain the berries, because he wouldn't have the extra eco to go to farms. But like right now, it feels like farms should be very feasible for you. Something's just not right here. Batmagoon over-gathering on the stone now. Is expecting a second TC to come in. I'm wondering that they could be thinking about a keep. Like a keep on the double Sacred Site here could give you a win condition. TC is definitely safer though. It's starting to look more like a keep, guys. Either a castle or stone walls. Stone walls could make sense here, because you are up against massed horsemen, right? So get the stone walls up, they have no way in. To me, I'm seeing like a lot of inactivity out of Batmagoon. He's not playing that second TC we talked about. He's not really been moving the army in, trying to pressure. This is kind of a learning lesson for people watching this right now. You know, Batmagoon's in a very good position, but he could be in a much better position if he was kind of probing. And there's no reason to not be probing. Right? Like, mass horseman versus mass horseman, you win because you have camels. That camel on ease makes it impossible for the English to win outside their base. So you should be trying to suffocate them, keep them boxed in. This might be a rotation in the back as well. He also has the Dervish here, right? Yeah, so if he spots the monastery, that's very snipeable. It's not close enough to the main base. So there is kind of a risk that Razny loses the few relics he has. Base the horseman out range. Very smart by Batmagoon. You don't want to fight into the aura, remember. That removes the one advantage you have here in these fights. And a men-at-arms switch now coming through for Razny. Second TC has finally been pulled on. Yeah, this... Like, I'm a bit confused by the stone. It just seems like Batmagoon wasn't paying attention. He's got 315 extra stone. Honestly, put it to work on the flanks. You could just stonewall these two flanks and you'd be safe as a bank. Spears on one side, men-at-arms and knights on the other. What is... I'm wondering what Razny views his win condition as. Because like right now, I'm watching a player that looks like he's playing to survive, not playing to win. And that's a bad sign. Playing to survive can work quite well depending on the Civ matchup in lower ranked games. But like, you know, you're talking about top 200 players. I think that reaches the point where playing proactively makes a lot more sense than reactively. Batmagoon, I really do want to see that keep drop, man. I think it would be sick here. You could even secure the 8k Vayne, which, considering the way this game is going, makes a lot of sense. Like, Razny, he's starting to spend a lot of gold now, going into knights, going into men-at-arms. The gold at home is not going to last long. He needs to survive way longer? Sure, but, you know, we're outside the top 100, right? And I have noticed, it's quite funny just how different the playstyle is when you move out of just the top 100. This game kind of smells like Razny wasn't sure how to address the Ibids from the get-go. Like, the fast castle immediately already had a question mark at it, right? And that question mark for me still hasn't been answered this deep into the game. Batmagoon's got a wild comp, but I gotta give it to him. Like, he pivoted. Oh my god. Well, the wild comp just got more wild. I was about to say he's a wild comp because you don't really see Ibid players building horsemen. You don't see this much either. So we've got Mangoes, Spriggles, Tower of the Sultan. The crazy thing, by the way, is that Razny hasn't reacted to any of this. Typically, when you have White Tower, you have agency to combat siege. Razny doesn't. His eco is just way too weak. Alright guys, I will not follow the Tower of the Sultan with follow camera if someone subscribes. Oh my god. I just realized there's a new way of making money. Scout gets the bad news that he's about to get memed. That works! What's up, Liquid? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Alright, guys. Because he went above and beyond, I will now go the opposite of extreme. I will follow camera something that doesn't move. Behold the berries. Wait, is it me or is their animation really weird? Okay, I've only just noticed this, but the berries look more like jelly when they wobble. Tower of the Sultan's now moving in. Horseman in for the clash. Wrap around to the mangoes on the backside. Good body blocks coming in from the horse, and they get peeled back though. And the mangoes into the back of it. Big wallop. Razny looking as dead as a doorknob right now. 2 mangoes left over. Still trying to contest those, but the Camelonese reduced the damage you could do. Most of the cab's been cleared up. And even if you get rid of some of the siege, what about this siege? Oh my god, this is over. Razny, he didn't really have a battle plan here. Batmagoon, meanwhile, his plan was simple. He's one of those people that goes to the shop and just pushes things into the trolley as he goes down the aisles. He doesn't really have a clear idea of exactly one thing he wants to make this week. He wants to cook everything in the cookbook. He even has golems now coming. Yeah, in hindsight, looking back at this game, Razny, there wasn't really any win condition in mind. I'll give it to him. He actually had good flexibility. And what I mean by that is he saw what was happening. He tried to react to it. But he didn't have a win condition in mind. He didn't have an objective to really aim for past 8 minutes in this game. And win conditions are important. If you can identify that, you can build the best foundation into an immaculate house imaginable. But if you do not know where you're going, if you do not know where your ship is sailing, you're going to end up in rough waters and quickly end up the way of the Titanic. Cast a Razny game where he wins? Yikes. Is that like a rare thing? So, I don't know if that was meant to be that genuinely sounded like you were saying he never wins. I'm like, I'd never watched Razny before. Poor guy. The AI villages really show momentum. It's not just the villages, actually. The other thing that like really didn't stick right with me was the fact that Razny didn't go for farms earlier. Like, that's your only eco upside, right? You're in a matchup against the Ibids where they already have the Golden Age 1 at that point, which means they've got a 10% eco inflation on all their economy. For the first half of that game, about 15% of your economy was getting its food buffed, right? It's not a good position to find yourself in. Sup, Tigux? How's it going? And thank you again for that, Liquid. I thought someone was just going to drop a Prime sub. What a legend. So that's my new thing, right? That's how we start making a living off of Twitch. We cast Ibid games, we look for the ones where they build Tower of the Sultan, and we threaten to follow them unless people subscribe. You've opened a dangerous door now, my friend, now that I know it works. Who's Gully up against? Wait, did I update the title? Oh, my apologies. I never updated it from saying Beastie versus Neptune. Let me fix that. Sorry, don't want to mislead people. How good English defensively? And he picks HRE. That's false advertising, sir. Who is this? Ranked 153rd in the world. They're from Turkey. They had a 400 finish and 668 finish season 6 and season 5 respectively. So I don't think they're anyone I know. I don't think we need to... We'll circle back to this. We might watch this one. I want to check if there's anyone else playing. Is Louis scrimming? So Louis might have a game that's about to begin. Either that or he's in scrims or he's just warming up. So Louis might be playing in a bit. Let's quickly check ladder. Some Voldemar Louis today would be nice. I do like, you know, like someone in chat where they put all of the prediction points on the line. I do like doing that with that, right? Because we're either teasing Voldemar or we're advertising how much of a chat he is. There's no mid ground. So I'm just having a look on the ladder live. we don't, right? Let's check someone else out. That one to me felt very over by the build order more than anything else. Something I like to emphasize when you see kind of builds that look like a mistake like that, though, is remember that this is always experimentation as well, right? Like, we're talking about ladder play. Someone's not just going to do the same one obtuse build over and over again. Well, some players will. We won't name them. But for others, it's about experimenting, finding something new. Alright, Voldemar is practicing. Louis seems like he's practicing because it says in-game. Is there a tournament this weekend? I'm guessing it's like maybe a War Chief Club or something? Maybe? War Chief with $1,500 again? Damn. Okay. So that's what people are warming up for. I'm guessing that's Saturday, though. It's only Saturday? Or is it Saturday, Sunday? It's only Saturday, right? Well, that's annoying. We'll probably try to catch some of those in the midweek then, because I won't be able to do Saturday. I'm definitely sure of that. It's my partner's going to someone's hen do, so I'm gonna be on babysitting duty. Finals will likely be Sunday. Okay, if there's finals on Sunday, like if there's final 16 or whatever on Sunday, we could probably catch some of the Sunday action then. That'd be cool. Okay, I don't think Louis' games are going to be viewable then. Kyo at the moment I think is mainly playing free-for-alls. Do you guys want Gully live or do you want a replay? Because we have got some replays. We've got Crackety versus Gully replays. We've got Crackety versus Myriad replays. We've got a lot of Louis versus Wham. What else do we have here? Killjadi versus... I'm trying to remember who this was. I think it's Killjadi versus Avali. So rank 34th account. They ranked just outside the top 100 last 2 seasons. And then there's also a Killjadi versus Dimu game. You lost both of them, you guys spoil them every time. Perfect. FFA casting, 1 bar stall. You're like the first person to say that. Let's do a Dimu game. Yeah, you know what, actually, like, I don't think I've done a Dimu game in a while. So let's do a Dimu game, and then afterwards we can maybe check in on some Louis and Wham, and then we'll get around to Crackety. So... Killjadi will be the one with the open data. You can cast the Gully game. Oh, can I? I didn't realize I needed permission. Cracker's like, actually, I could just hide my data. And I'm like, well, Gully won't. Because if he does, he doesn't get invited to the free-for-alls. Checkmate. So, just having a look now. Yeah. So, the reason why I really want to check out the Killjadi versus Dimu game as well, by the way, is that it's pretty cool. It's a matchup we really don't see. They done Mongol versus Yuji. This is really smart from Crackety, by the way, because if he blames all of his losses on HRE, he can brag that he's technically is like a top 5 player in the world, but it's just he keeps getting HRE lamers. It's the same with like, you know, you can do that in competitive. In tournaments, you're like, I'm only losing because the Riot lamers. You're like, GG. Killjadi's a trendsetter. All right, I'm gonna have to bite back against that. This dude just plays Mongols a lot. Oh, hold on a sec. What the hell? So my authentication key doesn't work right now for Spotify, so I need to relog my stream deck at some point. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bite back on that. Killjadi is a trendsetter. No, dude, he just really, really likes Mongols. I actually don't think there's a player in the top 20 that plays more Mongols than him right now. And Killjadi is a top 20 player, by the way. This guy is really impressing me at the moment. He's consistently sitting at the absolute top of the ladder. Currently, at the time of recording, is ranked 15th. He finished Season 6th in 3rd place on the ladder. A respectable performance. On the other side, this guy is no stranger to top of the ladder. Typhoon Tim is none other than Team Liquid's Dimu. So between those details and the matchups, you understand why I had to check this out, right? Mongols versus Zhuji on Cliffside is a very intriguing matchup to me. Cliffside is a map that definitely favors aggression, and I gotta say, these are two civs that are not afraid of playing aggro. In fact, I'd argue that's probably Zhuji's biggest edge over China, possibly the only edge, is that you can play very fast in the early phase, because you have to remember, for the Zhuji, you only have to spend one landmark worth of resources to get access to Chuginu, whereas Chinese have to get 2 landmarks. And not just that, you get that landmark at a discount, right? You save yourself 90 resources. So it's a pretty cool proposition for this civ. And I think that might be really the only way you're going to see Zhuji played on land maps. There is a potency to the late game that's underexplored right now, but it's underexplored for good reason. The reason being you can't get there, right? It's so difficult to get that late in the game. But in theory, if you can get that late, the thing that I really like about the Zhuji is Divine Defense. I think Divine Defense is being slept on quite a bit. I've seen some pretty impressive things with Zhuji's library, getting the AoE splash on cannons and going up to 11 tower range. It's like having a mini Great Bombard, is the best way to think about it. But it's still a pretty minute strategy in the grand scheme of things. Like, your late game is still weak in a lot of ways, right? You don't get the full movement speed on every unit in your arsenal like the Chinese do. You don't get your hands on certain techs that make China much better. The most obvious ones come to mind are hand cannoneers with the extra range. That is probably the biggest spin in the face. If they had pyrotechnics, I could see them working. Also, the best cav in the game. So that's an interesting thing to bring up, because similar to the idea of scaling that siege, one of the big issues I take with Zhuji, and it baffles me as well, I just don't know if it's a misplay on the build. I just feel like Zhuji's gold income in the late game isn't that impressive from what I've been seeing. And I say that knowing that it should be, right? Because if you think about it, you can go into Mount Lu Academy. That gets you an extra 2 taxmen. And then you can even go more wild than that, and you can choose one of those Zhuji library techs to be the administration tech, which gives another 2. So you can go up to 8 taxmen. You can have double the taxmen in Chinese. Yet still, something seems off about the gold escalation of the civ in the late game. And I think part of it is to do with scaling. Like, to me, Zhuji is a civ that can shine early game, and definitely sounds like it can shine to an economical standpoint in the late game. But where it lets itself down more often than not is in the mid game. It's quite funny as well, right? Like, a lot of people are going to think, oh, the Medigarden change done all this. I think it did a bit of it. The Medigarden definitely hurt, but I just got to point out the Meditation Garden was an essential nerf. It had to happen. It was way too good. And one of the big issues is, like, you can't really buff Chuginu because it's going to break China. And also, I think Chuginu are already too strong. So, like, there's got to be something else that comes in. Maybe they change something about the Palace Guard. Might be one way to go in the feudal age. That's still leaning to the idea that Zhuji is an early game civ, not a mid game civ. Now, speaking of early game civs, we have got the spin raids coming in. Just trying to shut off the gold. Silver Tree is being built up on the other side. No surprise there. I mean, it's a good map for it, right? Like, it's mid-trade, but it's long-distance trade. And by the way, this is how trade posts should be designed in maps. Center of map, one end to the other, somewhere there. This is how it needs to be, in my opinion. Can we see the punctuation in multiplayer games like AoE2? What do you mean punctuation? I'm confused. Do you mean like this? Because if so, yours didn't have that. Anyway, a bit of a weird one. 14 sheep versus 9 right now. So pretty good haul there for purple. But now Dimmu is adding in Palace Guard. What did I just say about this unit? So there's multiple issues with Palace Guard spam in Feudal Age. One is their cost, 2 is their stats. And that pretty much covers the entire circle, right? It's a little bit of a rough one. I think the problem here as well is you're now building Palace Guard against the Mongols. They should really just be dropping stables for Keshiks. Seems like Killjoy is going to go for archers instead. Not the worst of ideas. The logic behind this is if you go for Keshiks, your opponent already has a Rax, right? So you could be being baited, and he can go for Palace Guard into Spearman, and you're screwed. I think what Killjoy is doing here is he's going for the mid ground where he can't be countered. If he goes archers first, his opponent can't build spears, And although he won't immediately kill the Palace Guard, he will whittle them down. Like, this is a unit that has pretty pitiful ranged armor. Only 2. Dive underneath the TC is going to be a bad idea here. So expensive loss. Remember, these aren't even just your standard 120 resources. Palace Guard costs 125 resources each. And oh my, wait, no. It's not even archers. Oh my God. The difference that one ranged armor makes. Oh my God. Killjadi is about to Mangudai him. You know what's even wilder? I can't believe I get to say this. This looks like a good Mangudai game. In theory, it's a bad one because your opponent's meant to go Chuganu. But look at what he just scouted. It's double racks. Dude, this is the jackpot. And now, I'm pretty sure that Dimmu did see this arch range being dropped, but he probably just thinks it's archers into Keshiks. It's going to be raw Mangudai, and the reason this works is Mangudai, they're quite expensive, right? But when you got trade on the way as well, you can pad your coffers. You can afford it. Now, notice he hasn't started building trades straight away. That's a smart choice. If you're going Keshiks, you want trades quite quickly. If you're going for just Mangudai, you actually need to get your food sorted first, right? Because the majority of the cost isn't in gold. When it's Keshiks, it's very even Stevens between the two, but when it's Mangudai, it leans heavily in favor of food. 75% of the cost lies there. Raid comes in though, Killjadi. Sleep at the wheel. And it's time to reveal the biggest threat in the world, the Oh, I can't. They can't even. They're taking too long to reach. Unfortunately, he needed that outpost up. That Yan movement speed would have been a big deal. Instead, Dimmu should be able to get halfway back to base before he starts taking damage. He already got the undermesh. However, that's the only edge he's going to get here now, right? So if Killjadi just goes Steeled Arrow, you're just going to get slaughtered. This is the point where you make a choice now. It's either Horseman or Chuganu, but it needs to be something. I actually prefer Horseman here. Even though Chuganu feel like a really OP unit in Feudal Age, the logic in Horseman is that you have more mobility. Chuganu slows down your comp, Horseman speeds it up. It's very food intense though. And wait, instead it looks like Dimmu's just rushing Castle Age. Alright, wrap it up guys. Mangudai ain't gonna win here. I mean, in theory they shouldn't, right? Because now these are about to become real Palace Guard. And that means decent movement speed, a lot of effective HP. And Killjadi, because he's invested in now almost double-digit Mangudai, he's not going to rush his own tech up. Not that it would do anything here. This also now poses a threat on the map. Shallow Monastery is on the way. That has been scouted. Killjadi needs to split between the relics, which is dangerous for multiple reasons. For a start, the Iron Skin means that the Mangudai will tickle the Shallow Monk that already has 2 ranged armor. And then the follow-up issue that you're going to face here is that the Mangudai, without the Khan nearby, they die very easily. I always say whenever you play early Mangudai, you have to have the Khan. It's paramount. Losing the Khan is actually like a GG feeling because with him gone, you just don't have that get out of jail free card. This means Mangudai. Okay, either tech up or get Steeled Arrow for the love of God. This is pathetic to watch. At this point, the Wolf would do more damage. And sorry, I think you might be right. I think the Shallow Monks are 2 melee armor now, right? No ranged armor. Well, they got 1. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I think the thing you have to keep in mind, though, is you still have the Iron Skin, which is really annoying to try to get through. There we go. Yeah, so it's 2 melee armor. Good memory, Ramen. I'm pretty sure it used to be 2 ranged armor as well. You are correct. They took that away. You do still, however, have a 50% range damage reduction. And also, remember, that's kind of OP because the way it gets calculated is that these Mangudai, even if they attack for 6 damage now, they're going to have their damage reduced by 50%, and then they're going to have an extra 1 remove. So you're going to be doing 2 damage per shot against a 170 HP unit. Pretty annoying. Traders. Okay, this would have been cooler, actually, is like the Shallow Monk could actually kill the traders. Because he hits for 15 damage. What count are we up to? About 6, right? Okay, 4. Yeah, a little bit lighter than I was expecting here. Palace Guard aren't really at a point where they can dive, though. Like, this is the problem with what Dimmu's done, is because he's going for Shallow Monks, he doesn't really have the food to invest into army. He's trying to inflate eco first. Mangudai count is kind kind of scary. This is reminding me of a game where Killjadi just almost memed his opponent out by just raw sending it with Camel Archers non-stop and feudal. It's similar to that logic, really. That was a game actually on this map, and it was between the Abbasids and Order of the Dragon. And the logic was similar, right? It's like, you know, you just have this ability to snipe down these chunky units over time. This is a bit different. It's more about mobility than raw damage. Funnily enough, Killjadi isn't using that mobility. Yeah, getting a little bit distracted. This is also really rough now. Camel Lancers is actually a smart counter. Camel Lancers move quicker than the Magadai, so unless Killjadi wants to extend the aura network, it's going to be difficult. Do love the fact he's adding in Keshiks, though. Keshiks can contest up against Palace Guard from an age behind, but they are also a unit you are more than happy to upgrade once you get Castle. What are we looking at on the count? Only 2 relics. So one issue I do see for Dimmu in this game is a lot of civs, when they go for relics like this, they feel really good because they can now, with this kind of comp, heal these very valuable lances. That's one of the negatives of the Shadow Monks. They will heal themselves, but those selfish mother duckers are like that guy you play Fallout 76 with that always uses the stim packs on himself, right? He has 1 left, he's at 80% health, you're down at 10%, and then you hear the noise, and he just re-heals. Okay, I've got some bad memories of that game. It's that type of feeling, though. Like, you don't have a way of rejuvenating these very expensive units. And although it's not an immediate kill, you're starting to see the damage add up here. The other issue I take in this game now is, like, sure, Dimmu's getting all this gold, but what about the food? Right? Food is a very big problem now. He has no sheep left to work with. He's on the safe berries, but after that, you move out your base. And once you do that, that's where the Magadai turn from meme into your nightmare. You thought I was going to say dream, but it doesn't fit here. Actually, they turn from meme into cream of the crop. Because at that stage, they can just disintegrate villages. Time Speed Arrow gets activated. And the Keshiks are outnumbered, but they're making a difference here, right? They're letting him dent the count. And also, keep in mind, every time that Dimmu's taking this fight, he's not attacking the trade. I'm actually impressed. Like, he's making Dimmu look, I don't want to say amateurish, but like, it's kind of baffling that when you watch this, just how effective it's proving to be, right? Like, anyone who hasn't seen this before, they tune in, they see the strategy, like, this shouldn't work. He'll lose this game in 10 minutes. Weirdly enough, Killjadi looks fine. And Kurultai now on the way. Trade is going to be intercepted. Relic count is up to 4. So a lot of gold and a lot of food now, actually. So Dimmu seems to be struggling to get enough gold together still. But that's because he's rushing the food. You can see him out on the flank now on the D and on the berries. This is so tilting. And that's what I was worried about. Like, if you took the collective pool of HP of all these Lancers, it's closer to half the count than it is to 10, right? Like, there's a lot of damage being done over time here. Tech up now complete. He immediately queues up the Magadai upgrades. What a wild strategy. So these trades were looking okay for Dimmu, but they're about to get pretty rough, and oh my god, they're about to get worse than that. Villagers get the ships out! But all of them attack the Khan! Worst case situation, almost ends up losing the taxman, barely keeps him alive. Lancer count has been heavily reduced though, and I think Dimmu needs something else. I think he needs walls, and I think he needs a slow-moving comp. He's trying to play mobile against a Civ that's running Meme Gadai. Attack Speed Arrow. I mean, he's just going to start targeting him down, right? That was so bad! Killjadi! Dog, you gotta wait for the tech upgrade. You're hitting for 6 damage against Textiles villages. I can't believe you just done that. Oh, man. So Dimmu, he is raiding now though, right? Okay, so that's good. He's moving into the base. Kurultai makes this a pain in the ass, but he should be able to start killing some eco. All of a sudden, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about Dimmu's chances here. I thought he was just memeing into death. Now it makes a bit more sense. He started to leak extra lances elsewhere. So he chased the Magadai to keep them away, to make sure they couldn't raid, and then sends the rest into the base. Killjadi now actually bringing out the crossbows. So I guess we're done with the Magadai? Okay, this is getting weirder. Why are we going into the third dynasty here? You get the 10% discount, right? Is it 10% or 15%? We never see this dynasty choice because it's always Song, right? Song Dynasty feels a lot better because you're going to need farms down the line. Now you can't get that, so that discount's just removed. And you know you're going to need farms if this game goes late. So it looks like Dimu is now targeting a very aggressive Castle Age finish. This is going to allow him to get a lot more units out in the field, but it means if he runs out of the initial resources, the safe resource on the map, he's going to be in trouble. And there you go, guys. So he gets his discount. Palace Guard all of a sudden down from 125 resources to 112. Why can't he go Song? You're right, he can go back afterwards, right? But I feel like when you go immediately to Yuan, you clearly have a win condition in mind that is kind of focused in the mid-game, not late. And this would explain it. Wow. Okay, so we've got a Pagoda gamer. Now, this is just going to be about the resources, but as the game goes on, there's an interesting idea here. I don't get to see it often, but if you can scale Mass Shaolin Monks, they look borderline busted. Meanwhile, Killjoy goes for the second TC. Okay, this game is getting weirder and weirder. The meme Gadai have more or less faded into obscurity here. Looks like we are getting crossbows together. Dimu has got a lot of Lancers. It just feels like they aren't suffocating the map as much as they could be. Mainly because 5 of them are still chasing just 3 Magadai. That's how scary these units are, I guess. Textile's also coming through from Gildardi, so just protecting himself against the raids. Makes sense now that he's playing under pocket resources. What is Gildardi thinking here? I think he's just playing a bit of a survival game. This is what we highlighted with the Zhu, right? Is that the mid-game feels pretty weak. So you don't need to panic about it, right? If you're up against the Chinese here, you try to be very aggressive because the Chinese would just boom. And their eco would get out of control. But I think what Killjoy realizes is as long as he can stabilize, as long as he can get the crossbow mass together, this Lancer strat just doesn't work long-term. Especially considering you're going to have to dive more and more frequently towards the main, which involves the Kurotai. So, interesting idea actually out of Killjoy. He could come back to Magadai afterwards, but he needs a strong enough army to contest first. It looks like we are getting the increased supervision coming out. I don't mind Mount Lu Academy, right? Like, this is a nice way of getting extra food as well for a guy who doesn't have farm set up. So he's definitely getting value there with the pagodas as well. Like, it does make a lot of sense. In fact, that's how he's competing on the food, right? That plus the pocket resources. Insane amount of villagers out here, though. I am still worried that the food is going to dry up very soon. He's got the deer pack, then he's got the berries, and then you are done. At that point, this will not be scalable. Kiljardi's comp, on the other hand, is affordable. Spearman, crossbowman, and because you're playing the Mongols, you've got infinite sheep. Looks like they're going to try to intercept the trade now. Lancers, not willing to fight. Interesting. I thought he might go for that, but I think he showed a bit too much respect to the Golden Glow. That many Lancers could have just ran this through. 6 Spearmen, 9 Crossbowmen wouldn't be able to contest 20 Lancers. Feels like he's maybe playing a little bit too defensive right now. But you understand why, right? Like, these are expensive units. Losing them just feels like you've lost the game straight away. But the army value isn't really that far off really where we're at here. Even with the Kurotai buffing this up, this realistically should be a point where Dimu can all-in his opponent. It just feels like he's playing for a safer later timing, right? Like, he doesn't want to go all in. And this is pretty typical in these type of scenarios. Like, you know, unless you are convinced you have a very, very clear win condition, you're not going to commit your whole resource bank to a fight, right? And I always find when people scale mass knights, it's harder for them to justify that. When you have this many knights, you'd think, like, right now we're looking at this going, yo, that's a GG. In we go. Vamos. But Dumu's looking at this and going, if these guys die, I have lost the game. So he's taking a more strategic approach. He's just trying to constrict the map, secure his food, and deny the trade. Wait. So just to do the calculations, Killjardi, he killed 1 villager with the Magadai. So what I'm hearing you say is worth. The Magadai were kind of deceptively worth, though. Dimu did react for a very long time to them. Now what worries me is he gave a little bit more time, a stay of execution here. And Killjadi all of a sudden now with 16 Spearmen, with the Kurotai buff, it's a lot more scary here. Smart move by Dimu though. Do not commit to the choke point. Force him to come out to you. Shaolin Monks, stand their ground. Lancers, trying to fight into this, but remember, the sick thing about the Kurotai is it does buff the bonus damage as well. So these crossbows, these Spearmen, doing an insane amount of damage. Is it going to be enough though? Dimu, a lot of units being flopped down here. He's pushing into the production as well. 12 crossbows, 8 Spearmen remain. The choke points are going to be the best friend. Dimu, I'm starting to have my doubts here. It's still 18 Lancers. Is it going to be enough to keep on committing though? Crossbow count now going down. Killjadi looking like he's been broke. I'll tell you what's doing it, guys. It's not even the Lancers. It's the Shaolin Monks from Dimu. Memes versus memes. 14 Shaolin Monks now. All right, this is over, dude. What a sick game out of Dimu. If this had been just the Lancers, I actually think there's a way Killjadi could hold. But now, Crossbow Spearmen against Shaolin Monks? That is a GG. What a timing out of Dimu. The patience shown here, and then the realization, the moment he's got mass together to just send it. Military Academy now following this up. Food income just good enough. And the Song Dynasty switch, mwah, on point here. At a point where he needed that food, he's getting it online. What a cool game from both these players, actually. The Magadai detail kind of memed out a bit, but it's an interesting choice up against the Palace Guard. I think really what sold this, though, wasn't, oh my god, why did you do Magadai? That was bad. It was Dimu's pivot immediately. He sees the reaction to Palace Guard. He manipulates that to go for Castle Age. He's smiling at that point. Whether it had been Archers or Magadai, he would have felt good because he knew that he'd forced low base damage units with his plan being fast castle into armored units. Great execution by Ben. I don't really feel like I've seen Shuji played this particular way. Sometimes we see the Monks in the late game, but never like this in the mid. Our boy's cooking again. That was a really cool build. I was getting a little bit worried when I saw the Knights go down. I was like, how is he going to now dive in one by one? But once I looked up and I saw 10 plus Shaolin Monks, like there was a creeping smile on my face. I was like, my boy. Ben's up to something. So what do we call that one? Magadai and Monks, I guess. Juju are back and forcing some weird builds. That was a cool game. Okay, so let's see who else we've got now that we can watch. Wish Phils would spread out and build their own farms. You can do that. It's called micro. Wow, that was a bit sassy. I mean, in fairness, that is a micro difference in my opinion. That's fine. What's up with sacred site placements? Yeah, we don't talk about that. It's like the only thing stopping it from being a really good map. Look at your last game. You don't know what you can do better there? Oh, maybe. We can maybe look at it. Wait, did Gully ask me to look at his game and then went into another game? You want a coach and service like that, you're going to have to pay for it. Oh dear, oh dear. I don't know who he's up against here. What's up, crazy nerd? How's it going, buddy? Let me have a look who this is. See if this is actually a proper high rank person. Oh, it's the rank 36 account that we don't know the identity of still. Yeah, I'm not really sure who this belongs to. Is this CSO maybe? There's a lot of Jome recently, so I'm thinking either CSO or Louis. Yo, what's up, Nautilus? Hell yeah. We getting that frequency? Yeah. That regularity. Keep tuning in, my friend. Words. Ugh. Been having a weird headache the last day or so. Not enough Blacksmith upgrades. Yeah, maybe if you went for Steeled Arrow very early on those Magadai, maybe it could make a difference. It's just tough because you feel like you need enough to justify it, right? It's very rare to see someone go for Blacksmith upgrades before 10 plus units. Especially considering, like, to build into those tech upgrades, you're sacrificing not 1 Magadai, not 2. It's like 2.5 to 3 Magadai worth, right? Because you're building the Blacksmith for 150, so that's almost the cost of Magadai, and then you're spending 175 resources for the tech, right? And then also, like, you've lost more eco in the fact that you've taken a villager to build the blacksmith instead of gathering resources. There's always someone that makes blacksmith drop timings feel a bit weird. Okay, do you guys want to see Gully's game he was asking about, or do you want to see like Crackety versus Gully? I think we also had Recon versus a player that I'm not sure who they are. Are they CSO? There's a rank 12 account. I'm just not sure who it belongs to. No, this isn't CSO. They're not a high enough rank in team games. Let's watch a banger. What? Do you guys want to get this game? The one where Gully was like, I don't know what I could have done? Or do you want Crackety versus Gully? Because this is... Did I say I think this is CSO? I think I said this might be CSO, right? Let me have a look again. I think this is CSO. Rank 36, rank 50th, rank 65th, rank 33rd, rank 44th. Wait, no. It might be rank 31st, rank 79. Is this Yui? Is Yui Metal back? Yui might be back. Well, I don't... Maybe they never left. I don't know. Is Crackety here? Crackety usually, like, has some insights on these. Wait, I've got double Grim AoE. You can figure that out between you. One guy claimed the entire series, one claimed only one game. Alright, there we go. Played all seasons, so probably not Yui. Yeah, but like, did Yui really ever leave, is what I'm wondering. I'm trying to figure out who this is. Oh, sorry. Wrong scene. I should find I should cast it. Oh, no. Whoever builds more TCs wins. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, so I'm a little bit perplexed as to the identity of this person. This person is very talented. They have been playing every season of AoE 4. I don't think they've missed a single one, and they've ranked highly. 79th in Season 1, 31st Season 2, 44th, 33rd, 65th, and then 50th in Season 6. Currently, they are ranked 36th in the world right now. This is a consistently talented individual. I'm not sure exactly who it is. The account shows up as from China. Could probably told me that from the name. It could be someone signing with a VPN. Yui is believed to have stopped playing altogether, so I'm not sure it's them. I'm not sure it's CSO either. I think CSO is more of a recent bloomer. He used to be committed to team games. So, yeah, a little bit puzzled. I'm going to have to research this more. On the other side, this is a known quantity, though. Gully Deckle, kid on the rise. God, how old did we say he was now? 16 years old, I think it is. Really, really young, but really has already learned how to cheese, you know? Guy is from Austria. You'd think he's from France. He loves his cheese so much. Because right now, the moment they buffed HRE with that marching drills, Gully said to me, I'm going for top 10. And you know what he done? Within 2 or 3 days, he hit top 10. He has been reduced more recently. I think he's ranked 70th in the world right now. 77th, rather to be specific. He's got about a 57% win rate. But, you know, this is a guy that has been improving really quickly. In fact, here's an interesting one for you guys. Season 2 and Season 3, he was Diamond. Season 4, ranked 750th. Season 5, 600th. Season 6, he ranked 157th to finish the season. The kid's on the rise. He's got a very, very promising future ahead of him, and I'm actually impressed to see what he can do in upcoming tournament play. You know what I love is actually RTSs have a reputation as kind of a boomer genre. I think it's a genre that has been relatively dominated by players of the 30+ range in more recent years, right? Like, you see a lot of these people, late 20s as well. But I love the fact that we've got a new gen coming through that have a lot of talent. I think we've been casting quite a lot of, for example, MSN and Gully Deckle, both of them ranking the top 200. And they are, I think he was 14 years old and 16 years old, respectively. Insanely young. Then you've got Louis MT. That's a known commodity, right? Like, I don't think this is Louis MT's account, by the way, because Louis is searching right now. Louis is only 21 years old. And then you've got the likes of Poppy Paul, Wham as well, who I think are early 20s, right? So although for the time being the absolute pinnacle of play, AoE may still seem to be a StarCraft retirement home. I like that we've got, you know, this fresh breed coming in that don't even have an experience in different RTSs. Like, I'm pretty sure Gully, this is his first RTS. This little Fisher Prize, my first RTS moment. Right now, he's looking to exploit to the maximum. Interesting matchup as well, right? HRE versus Delhi. This is a matchup that once upon a time was really, really good for HRE. It was before the Ghazi introduction. You would just spam Men at Arms and then eventually go Castle Age and your opponent couldn't do anything about it. I think the matchup has changed in more recent times, though. Like the Delhi, once they got the Ghazi Raiders, they had a solution. Ghazi plus Archers forms quite a strong army. But now, ever since the Marching Drills changed, HRE have looked on another level. I do feel like this is still a good matchup for Delhi, depending on the map. And considering this Lipany spawn, I think it's the right map. This is criminal. What? He basically has this escape route, and then it's this and this, which, by the way, you can just wall down to this. This might be one of like the easiest Delhi wins I've seen in a long time. I'm starting to remember why we use our own Lipany for tournaments. This is atrocious. Gully Deckle now actually helping him along the way by walling himself in. Men at Arms are coming, but we already see the Ghazi being prepped. This is pretty standard transitional play from Delhi, right? They'll go from stables into archery range. They'll already have the blacksmith drop because you need to get into the Steeled Arrow for the archer timing. And then those archers will be able to shred the Men at Arms. So it's really important that Gully actually preps his own archery range, double archery range, in fact, and gets into blacksmith techs at a reasonable timing. The cool thing about HRE that makes them compete fairly well against these passive tech unlocks is they have a 40% better economy. And as you see the Delhi switch away from Ghazi, that's where you're going to leverage that economy better. You can have 40% more wood, right? Your opponent's archers are going to be 20% better with attack speed, but with the movement speed increase that you have and the extra mass, there is a way that HRE can win this nowadays. The interesting thing, though, is like in these type of games, if a Delhi player can stay on Ghazi, it's kind of better. Because right now, you're getting a 35% increased gathering rate there, right? It's still going to be weaker than sheep, right? Sheep versus berries, and this 40% gathering rate is still bigger. But this point in the game, like moving out of those initial sacred sites with a few Ghazi, that's where I'd say HRE can be quite a bit weaker. Wait, I'm sorry. Am I seeing Arcagnello just flaming HRE pickers? Yeah, you can tell his Roos is losing to HRE at the moment. Dude, you literally pick Roos. You pick the most competitively viable Civ in the entire world. I'm not... Dude, no one's getting away. Like, I'm loading my gun and I'm shooting shots here, all right? I ain't letting anyone get away from Judgment. Archer's now on the way from the Delhi. Santi is coming in a few seconds. And we should be seeing a quick wall up here. Like, sometimes you try to avoid doing walls, right? Because it's very expensive. It keeps you away from extra production. But if I see an HRE player playing the most old-school HRE style, which is me like infantry, ook, then walls don't really get more valuable than this. Not in this matchup. Scout also going to get denied. That could be a big deal if you get the final wall. Unfortunately, the choke point did work against him in that situation. But Gully, like, what's his win condition? What does he envision it being here? Because he's going for that mass Men at Arms thing we talked about. He's going to look to, what, go 30 to 40 Men at Arms and then either force a fight or go for a tech up. It's a good position to find yourself in. It's interesting that he didn't go for archers whatsoever, though. That was not something I was expecting here. He will need to rush Undermesh, though. He should be expecting archers. There's no way that a Delhi player just does Ghazi against you now. Your spawn is way too defensive, and also there's too much value in these walls. Value that Teal is now going to take. So, funnily enough, when you get a Lipany spawn like this, the value in this wall is as big as a wall on on Cliffside. You remember how I say, like, walling the ramp is actually like a GG? Same kind of feeling here. Like, you just don't have mobility around this. You have to waste a lot of time torching through. It's such a game changer to have this. So, golly, I actually feel like, and this is going to sound weird to say, but Burgrave is very delicious right now. The idea of Burgrave to just rapidly end the game, because Regnitz almost feels like a bait. You're going to be side investing to get relics in a game where you're against an all-in type Delhi player who has very, very strong map control. There's something quite spicy about Burgrave here. You've already got the farms to kind of support it as well. You've got berries, you've got back deer. Like, there is actually a way that, weirdly enough, Burgrave plays a lot better here. I usually do prefer it when you go double scout and get a heavy sheep haul, but I actually think it gives him a very aggressive timing down the center. And usually when you see this many men-at-arms, you'd think Burgrave has little value. That's not true. It has extended value as the game goes on, right? Because the whole logic is you're going to immediately upgrade this army, and then you're going to keep wave after wave coming behind it. And mass men-at-arms will be everything the Delhi are doing right now. Gully losing the scout, though. So a little bit blind to what's coming next, but it should be pretty obvious, right? It's going to be Archer Ghazi, all the way until the cows come home. I love how this turned into people moaning about English all of a sudden. How's that? Relic keep buffing the 1 out of 10 effort civs? Is that true? They buff China. I hate China, but I can't say it's a 1 out of 10 effort. It's a 1 out of 10 for build diversity, but... Delhi Mass is getting pretty big here. Gully is definitely saving up, so we're on our way towards Castle Age here. He's marching in the back with the men-at-arms. Unfortunately, he's a little bit slow to react there. The Delhi player, big mistake made here by Teal. Teal did not actually get the textiles. Army's away from home in the meantime. Like, funnily enough, the best thing that the Delhi could do right now is send the Ghazi into the enemy base. I wouldn't even react to this right now. I just keep running, and I'd send the Ghazi in. Like, you've got short ramp. They're making a huge blunder here right now. Oh, no. And Regnitz is on the way. This is a lesson. This is an educational moment, guys. When you see yourself in this type of position, your army is that close to the enemy base, you go in. You don't react like this. This is a wasted opportunity. Every villager you lose, if you kill one of theirs, it's a 1 to 1.4 exchange because their villagers are so much more valuable than yours. Men-at-arms have at least been mopped up, though. Gully, wait, what the f... Did he just send them all in? Okay, so that is not your atypical way to play those men-at-arms in that situation. I think Gully, he has to understand that army never wins. So what you want to do is you want to spread out and idle everything. And then when the Delhi player comes back, it takes him twice as long to mop up. Because now you have this awkward situation, right? You've got Regnitz on the way. When the castle up completes, the enemy army is going to be at your doorstep. And the first relic won't even be grabbable here. Wow. You know, I still stand by my guns that I think the Delhi player could have peeled some of the Ghazi and went in. He didn't need to send them all home. Like, archers plus a few Ghazi would have worked there. But this is insane. Gully gave him the direct fight, actually walked straight to him, and now he's going to be walking himself straight to the unemployment office because he's definitely not going to be getting paid for this job. Woo! Villagers getting grabbed now. Ghazi, need to be careful of the second wave of spearmen coming through. Archers are now walling up. So maybe a little bit suboptimal there. The Delhi player decided to set the walls up instead of going in with the army. But now behind this, a very easy tech choice for them. Ghazi will hide behind the wall. And all of a sudden, Gully's going to look like a bit of a plonker. He's like, oh no, my one weakness, walls. In more than one way, because we have got sacred sites ticking down right now. We've got Gully distracted on the south side of his base, and we've got an HRE Regnitz player with 0 relics to play for. Not just that, it's about to get worse, guys. Tech up's on the way. The Delhi player should be moving for all relics right now. I'm not liking this detail, actually. They are only now pulling the first out. you should be sending scholars to the south side. Like, it's actually worth ungarrisoning these archery ranges to secure these south relics. These are the ones that you're worried that Gully's going to get. Instead, though, he chooses to layer the walls like he's making a cake. So how does Gully now win? I can tell you how he could have won, and it's Burgrave. I do stand by it that the Burgrave would have done a lot of work here. And now, I mean, you know, hindsight is 2020, but with the way you lost that fight, you were likely to lose map control now. You have the situation where you've got a Regnitz that has no economical value. So Gully has very big problems now. He's going to burn through the central wall. He can try to break out, but there's already an army marching to meet him, right? And in fact, although some of them are still far away, keep in mind that premium troops are now coming out. Crossbows being queued up, lancers as well. And right now, Gully has barely any spears to speak of. Six sites are at least being decapped, Skull's being taken away there, but you can already see that Delhi player is returning 3 relics home as we speak. This fourth one really should be being grabbed, and it looks like he's moving for it now. Oh no! Dude, this teal player is so damn good. He's just read and countered the Atriary Greed perfectly here. That double wall makes it impossible to break through in time. You could even wall low to just slow him down. In fact, he might well do that. Moves up now. Oh, this is dangerous. Gully walked into a choke point. Gully? Gully? No! Second one comes in. GG gets called. Dude, I do not know who Teal is, but this guy is Gigabrain. The moment he saw his opponent walk down into that choke point, he knew there was no quick pull away. Gully may be talented, but whoever this is, they are talented and experienced. Dude, I don't know who they are, but they're so good. So I think we dubbed that one How to Get a Wall Low. The perfectly laid trap. So fun, love that. I mean, Gully, you know what you done wrong, right? Do you know where it went wrong? Feels so good. He's tilting. He's tilting right now. Yes? Okay. Speak to us, my child. What was the losing play? Unbanning Liberty. That's not a bad answer, actually. And what was the one after that? God, this is fun, dude. I mean, I got given to that. Was a good answer. You want to try Men at Arms only? I mean, I don't think the Men at Arms only is necessarily the biggest problem. I think it's the way it was played. So I said, when you decided to go into his base, you needed to split up your troops and go everywhere. Because the mistake that Delhi player made was bringing the army back. Because, like, if he brings the army back, but you're split everywhere, you're idling all the economy and you're trading okay. But what you've done is you basically got baited by some villagers pulling you towards the enemy army with everything. And he slapped you. The other thing that was quite intriguing is I actually said in that game you should have went Burgrave. Because I could already see what was going to happen. That, like, you were going to lose some map control. But, like, even if your economy is not good enough to, like, push the Burgrave units all the time, you get the upgrades insanely quick and you have surge points. The whole eco, though? Yeah, you idle the whole eco, but then he, like, pulls you down, right? Like, you need to just, like, I think you need to then run into different areas. Because if you, like, get mopped up straight away, the enemy army is going to be back in position. Especially if you want to do Regnants. Because, like, if your army dies too quick, then your tech up's worthless, right? So, like, that's the weird part. Like, I get where you're coming from, but it's like feudal men at arms usually are better at idling than killing. So your goal is to idle, and if you tick that box, then you, like, need to keep the army alive. That's the tough part, right? So let me have a look here and see what we've got. Thought about that when I lost them. Yeah, I get that. I think it's a bit easier to think about that once they're dying in front of you. Like, maybe I should have helped them more. Just having a look now. So it looks like we won't spectate some Beastie because he's doing FFA. We don't care. So let me check the ladder. If not, we have got those Wham versus Louis games. Should be quite fun. Ghazi the Antichrist. I mean, yeah, they are quite strong. Did you see the game before that one? No, we didn't have a look at the game before that one. Was same matchup? Okay, so I guess kind of similar then to what we just assessed, but other way. So what you're saying is you're getting the crap kicked out of you by everything. Was it the same player as well? That would be the cherry on... Oh my god, it was. Do you know who it is, by the way? They've been... I've seen that name everywhere before, but I could have sworn... Like, I used to think it was Yui. But it's not Yui, right? Yui quit. Okay, wait. Dude, I wish that was Eric. I miss Eric. Eric with a K. That guy was talented. So we got Razni versus Firehik. Let me go to the replays. Let's check out some Wham versus Louis. Let's have a look here. Oh, Louis has been playing a bunch of free-for-alls with Wens. Pass. That's why we couldn't spectate his games. So we've got a bunch against Wham, actually. I think they had like 4 games in a row or something like that. Just a wild amount of back and forth. Do we turn this into a Louis versus Whamathon? Go play some Rocket League? I mean, you're the right age to go pro, dude. Wait, no, actually, you're too old now. You're... Was it 16? 17? 16, right? 16 years old is too late, dude. Gotta be getting ready to go pro at 15. 13, rather. Yeah, dude. Too late. GG. It's short. Focus on AoE 4. You gotta be ready to go pro at 13 for Rocket League, or there's no point. They recently made that change as well, right, chat? I think they made it so that you can actually go pro when you're under 16, which I'm not sure that was the best choice. I'm gonna eat this biscuit and then we'll get into it. Jesus, PMA, man. If you want to make it, you gotta believe you can make it. Wait. Is it, what the hell? I don't know why. I just got like... Twitter started sending me people's tweets in my phone's notifications. I've never seen that before. It's not atting me or anything. It's just letting me know about it. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever seen it do that before. Talk about Gully being 16. Wait, are you 16 as well, Dragavan? I didn't even know that. I always was. Well, yeah, that's how, like, for a year, that's how age works. I was like, let me message Hosen. We're gonna have to pay you less. Now that I know you're 16, I can get you, like, whew, teensy tiny. Told you months ago? Did you? Are you sure you didn't, like, drop it in chat and we just didn't see the message? That's possible when we're busy, you know that, right? Alright, enough of all these kids wearing diapers. We got some 20-year-old boys here. Louis MT going up against Wham. We're going to watch a few of these, actually, back to back to back to back. They actually had 4 games in a row on the ladder. I figured we'd tune in and see how they go, because we got HRE versus Japanese. This is an interesting matchup, actually. It's one where I think if this turns into a fast castle race, Japan's not bad. But with the newly found feudal aggression HRE, they're kind of scary. I don't think the idea of Onibugisha works as well here due to the men-at-arm spam and the better economy. So win condition-wise, I'm expecting Wham to probably look at going in on a Feudal Age, and Louis' goal should be to try and get into Castle. It's not impossible to beat the HRE in Feudal. It does feel like a bit of an uphill battle though, right? Like you can't play Yuumi because the archers move at the same speed as yours, but are better. You can't really rely on the idea of horseman spamming because Spearman moves so fast the HRE, and you're not going to then go Yuumi because what just highlight. So then you end up with like what? Onibugisha and Samurai versus Footman versus the men-at-arms. I think that's a rough matchup as well. I actually don't think that with the state of their economy, Samurai in Feudal Age is a good investment. Onibugisha aren't too bad, but it's the men-at-arms detail that always sticks with me with the HRE. Been losing lots to HRE's early men-at-arms scaling. Yeah, it's really insane how powerful it is. You have to realize at this stage in the game, HRE is buffing their entire economy by 40%, right? This Archon drop right here is a perfect example. Gold, food, wood. All of it in range of this one landmark. This realization and this optimization is quickly making this the best Feudal Age landmark in the game. It is that bloody good. And I think there's a bit of a problem right now because I like that HRE has some feudal presence, but with how strong their castle is and now how good their feudal is, it is a little bit of a predicament. I'm wondering if maybe there'll need to be a change where Archon has some scaling element to it. Some people have recommended that from a gathering rate perspective. That's one way of looking at it. I wonder if you could even consider maybe doing some sort of cap on how many units it can buff in range based on age. It's probably easier to do it the other way, though, where you just decrease the gathering rate buff, right? Maybe make it 20% in Dark, 30% Feudal, 40% Castle. And thank you for the sub-type, G. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. Here we go. It's going to be the Archie Rax build. So love this from Wham. This is the correct call. For Louis, there isn't really a way in which you should want to contest this. I think you just look to double outpost up and tech up. You've got enough stone in the bank. By the time you've got those double outposts up, you'll be able to immediately arrow slits them. You might even consider doing one outpost and going for fortifications, but looks like Louis instead is going for the racks. And what am I looking at on the other side? Was that a misclick? Because Wham just built a Spearman. You tricky son of a gun. He's trying to force a reaction, I think. This is also interesting because the Spearman moved that quick that he's already arrived before the outpost goes up. In fact, Louis, the problem right now, you might be wondering, Louis, why are you not attacking the Spearman with all these villagers? If he does that, he's going to lose because he's worried right now there's another Spearman coming and another one. And because they move so quickly, if you don't build the outpost up, you just die. So that was the correct call to just rush it up. But this was his goal. He wanted to build Spearman to, one, rush that outpost choice, but two, force an incorrect reaction out of Louis. I think what Wham was looking for was Yuumi. He was expecting Yuumi to be played into here because Yuumi lose to HRE archers every day of the week. It's not even close because the movement speed's the same, right? Onibugisha fare a little bit better. Archers are still going to work well for Wham, but now with this play into racks plus stables, Louis is going to be able to tick the boxes. The difficulty of this build right now is with less sheep off of the map. Sorry, he did get more. He got 15. But even with the 15, the big issue you now have is how much better the HRE economy is going to be. It's a 40% gathering speed buff. The one upside is that detail that actually the HRE didn't get many sheep, right? They are down to just 6. So that is the advantage that Louis has. There is a window around, I'd say, about 12 minutes where you can overwhelm Wham. But it's important you don't fight him too early here. Because right now, his economy is simply better. It's actually quite nice, the Japanese, right? Because waiting longer in the age isn't a bad thing. For this Civ, you get your extra melee tech over time. Then you also get the Daimyo. Getting a Daimyo here, buffing up, even though Onibugisha at this age in the game is pretty effective, even more so with the Horseman, actually. If you buff the Horseman with an Uma Bannerman, they fight more like Ghazi Raiders. It's pretty insane. So, Steel Arrow on the way in. Wham probably wants to rush into Siege Engineering as well here. People are highlighting like the Onimusha did. Dude, there we go. He knows. People are highlighting the Onimusha detail if you rush Castle. True, but not that way. You actually still go Mount Samurai first and follow Onimusha. it can be tricky because H3 players can go for Spearman, but you can kite them. You can actually make Onimusha work straight away with a fast castle versus fast castle. The logic is that you get Kaburia. Kaburia is still glazed over by so many players when I watch Japanese. I'm facepalming every day of the week. If you go Kaburia, you can actually kite knights. You can run away from them so their charge runs out, and then you kill them. And then afterwards, spears that have marching drills that usually with gap close struggle, once again, because of Kaburia. Where most players don't like Onimusha right now is that once you scale past about 15, your comp just gets too fat. So you end up too close to the enemy when you try to attack, right? And against marching drill spearmen, that feels like a losing recipe. This, however, feels like a winning one for HRE. Double ram coming in, Undermesh also on the way, just to make sure he doesn't die to the TC or the outpost fire too quickly. Louis has got the double racks, double stables. He is covering in the stone now, so timing is actually perfect for Wham. This is going to be before the Fortify comes through, and it's also going to be before the Daimyo effect is in. He's reading this pitch perfect. He's setting himself up for a GG at like 13 or 14 minutes right now. Okay, I'm a bit confused. Wham? Did he misclick? You think double ram's a bit too much? I don't think it is if you're worried your opponent's going for fortifications on the outpost. Because if you go one ram, you're just never killing it, right? Yeah, a lot of backup here from Wham. Kind of unnecessarily so. Undermesh doesn't really change anything. You know your opponent's comp is full melee, right? Like, I'd understand the backup if he was waiting for fitted levelworks. Which, actually, to be honest with you, like, I understand the Undermesh for the dive. But fitted levelworks is just kind of a no-brainer here with what your opponent's doing. Because right now, you're giving him a double up advantage in melee attack damage, right? Which completely offsets your advantage. You might be militarily ahead on count, but the quality is now questionable. Wow, not even going for insulated helm still. Like, oh, sorry, fit levels. It's very weird to see this. He's gonna try to commit to the dive anyway. Horseman, we'll be able to peel away. Onabagisha, Wham needs to be on top of this, because otherwise these will get shredded quickly. Onabagisha are going to chase through. Meditech's coming in. Louis moves to the backside of it. The Spearmen are baited into the fire, so Onabagisha just clearing them up. Horseman's still alive on the backside, absorbing a lot of fire. Micro's coming in though. Wham trying to target down the Bagisha girls. It's kind of fallen by the wayside, right? Spearman count is still looking good though, and Louis has to pull away. So great micro there from Wham. He didn't overreact with the movement of the Bagisha. He pulled the Spearman back. He reset the formation, all the while maintaining Archer Fire onto the squishy ladies. And all of a sudden, Louis now is going to lose control of his gold. In a game where his comp relies heavily on it. If he cannot get Bagisha together, this game is already over. Like, what's your backup plan there? Yuumi? Doesn't work. Yuumi will just die as quickly against these Archer masses. So very difficult position, actually. I'm really impressed by the fact that Wham took that fight without fitted levelworks as well. That was just sick micro. The fact that Louis had his double up of melee tech but still had no value. I think the hindsight type feeling on this is maybe a few too many Bagisha, not enough horsemen. And now he might struggle to ever get that together. He's trying to roam because this is the only option left to him. He needs to cut reinforcements and kill economy. He can't take a direct engagement anymore. Now, the extra ram's coming in. I think it's exactly what Wham needs. Yeah, so I actually really did like that second ram after all. I think the fact that it just denied the outpost so quickly forced Louis into that weird fight. Now, at this stage, I mean, Louis splitting his forces like this, even to dive in with such a limited army, I'm not expecting much damage to get done here. Wheelbarrow's already there from Wham as well, so retreats is very easy. I think Wham needs to do a little bit of a better job protecting these rams. Like, 2 rams here is big. It just allows you to target down the Raxes, and that's GG. Love the fact he's going after houses as well. The thing that I think people usually sleep on because they're so used to Mountain Samurai builds is that Japanese are Zerg. And Zerg requires a lot of population. So if you just keep taking these off the table, it stunts their ability to spurt, both in feudal or castle. farmhouse down, and all of a sudden Louis finds himself pop-locked here. More houses are coming up behind, but now we're onto the production buildings. Now, Wham could easily build just a second ram here. It'd be really good. Just because the pacing, the speed. But it's not too bad to just take this slower. Like, if you were able to camp on these, I'd actually argue you leave the racks and kill the other one first. The reason is that you can stand close enough to this racks to snipe any units coming out. You can't do that with the back stables and raxes. Dive in. Archers. Stand their ground. Spearmen are pursuing the horsemen, though, so it looks like the cav are going to get thrown away again. Louis, I just don't see how this ever works. He's lost all cavalry. It's mass archers versus mass Bigisha. Only the mass looks pretty minimal. Doesn't even get the ram for his troubles, and this game is looking done. Sick execution by Wham. You know, ambitious idea by Louis to try and contest in feudal, and I understand why he done it. Unfortunately for him, I think the spawn forced his hand. Having your gold and your berries on the front side means you don't really have any options here. If you don't build feudal units, you lose all resources and the game is over. But just a pristine execution and a great presentation of just how powerful the HRE are right now. You know, we talked about the idea of this being a castle rush. That, to me, favors Japanese every day of the week. So Wham didn't let it go there. And that's, I think, what is making the HRE so scary right now. Whether I'd say they're OP, I don't want to rush to that conclusion. It's what I've been highlighting with the English right now. I've said it before with Zhone as well. You need to let the Civ cook for a bit. For years, this Civ has been nothing but fast castle, fast imp. Now, it has a new outlook on life. And with that new outlook comes new problems to solve. Players need a bit of time to figure this out, to cook it. I think Louis potentially had something here. The problem is it felt like the balance of army and also the timing to fight was off. I would argue when you go Horseman Bigisha like this, your biggest advantage is you can raid quicker than your opponent. And he never did. By the time he tried to raid, the game was already decided. Louis, bless him, he's trying to hold on here, but I think once the production buildings are down, he'll start to see the pointlessness of it all. In fact, Wham is already saving for the tech up to just let him know how over this game is. GG called. First game in the back-to-back-to-back-to-back will go to the Canadian. The issue with this matchup isn't that Japan can only reasonably fast castle with Ichiri since their feudal aggro takes too long to ramp up. I don't think Japanese's like escalation is terrible per se. It's just Ichiri's one is very powerful. Like your advantage as Japanese. So it's interesting because Ichiri can sort of raid with the archer's movement speed. But I think in that matchup, the balance point is that like as the Japanese player, you should be raiding. That's where your melee units thrive, right? Is Bigisha are faster than Spearmen, faster than Men-at-Arms, Horsemen, obviously fast. The problem is Louis never really found that timing. He got hit right at the beginning and then panic reacted every step of the way from there on out, right? Like every step, he was dancing to the tune of Wham. And if you're building Horsemen, you can't do that. Like if you're building Horsemen, you need to go and do some damage. That's why I rate Horseman as an S tier unit. Wow, I say S tier. I feel like I downgraded the A tier just because Sapahi and Ghazi exist, right? But like the logic is, unlike other unit comps, you don't just use them to fight. You use them to raid. That's why you pay the extra food. Okay, interesting. You know, I'm starting to think even if Louis somehow does get to Castle, it's not going to be your typical Castle game. Because Louis has been doing something funny recently. Not only is he picking Japanese constantly, he's going for the unsung landmark, the one we do not speak of. It's like the Voldemort of AoE 4 right now. This guy loves his Temple of Equality. And if that was the build he was planning to practice against the HRE, tough to get there. This matchup, however, very different. Once again, we're back for more Louis versus Wham, but this time it's going to be the other Holy Roman Empire, the Order of the Dragon. They're cousins, if I do say so. Spearman opening coming out immediately because Wham knows he needs to turn this around and take a different approach because Louis has faced off against the Canadians with this matchup a few times. And I'm pretty sure the last few times they've matched up, he's never lost. Seriously, I'm not kidding. There's a replay up on YouTube. I think it's the one that got uploaded just the other day, where it highlights the Age of Siege's back. The effect of Temple of Equality is, in some cases, an underwhelming one, but this is the matchup where it is the brain-dead, simple, right choice. Order the Dragon have less units in their army, which means there's less things you need to debuff, but you get more value from those debuffs because their stats are higher. And a 50% reduction in damage on Order the Dragon units essentially turns them into one population units. So at that stage, Wham's going to feel like he's playing 150 pop versus 200 pop in this game. And you'll use 10 to 15 of your population to counter that. So yeah, I like that Wham is starting off strong with aggro play. I think that's the way you address this. If this gets into Castle and Beyond, I actually think it heavily favors the Japanese. Charade's going to be a little bit annoying for Louis. Looks like he's going to have to start peeling back the gold workers. In fact, Louis misread this entirely. Oh, wow. Yeah, he didn't scout the racks at all. He never knew it happened until the Spearman arrived. So now, unfortunately, Louis has been pushed off of the gold. And he's shy by over 30. This is difficult now. You could go into the stone, but the stone only gives you 20% gold for the stone drop-off, so you'd be gathering a lot, which only makes sense if you want to go for, say, a Daimyo upgrade quite quickly, because you're not going to commit to the stone long enough to go for a TC. Damn, this is brutal. Used to build an outpost at minute 1 versus OOTD. Yep, that was quite popular. We actually have several casts of Crackety doing that on the channel. It's especially effective on Cliffside because the map's so short, so you can reach the base quickly. And Louis, I tell you what, that shows how big the mistake was by him. He pulls 11 villagers to get an outpost up. Smart choice, correct choice, a painful choice, but one that will ensure Louis' game isn't over in 5 minutes. So, gold gathering underway. Oh, that was kind of cool. Wait, okay, that's sick. If I'm not mistaken, Louis control grouped the food workers so that he could pull them back and not have them waste the food they had on them on gold, right? Because remember, if you start gathering food, you don't then drop off food and gold. Next drop off, you just drop the food. That looked like Louis done that because the workers that walked over had no resources on them at all. If so, that's really sick. I don't know if I've seen a player do that. Like, they probably have been doing it, but because we don't see the control groups, it's very easy to not notice that. Kura Storehouse now on the way. So, back wood line is going to be the choice. That's very smart. The risk you now have is because you're delayed on your tech timing, Wham might come in with early archers. And if you're playing the central wood line, you'll be blocked off very quickly, right? So he takes the smaller wood line. Also means he's going to be able to clear it more easily to get full farms. And also the initial farms now play towards protection because they're going to start in the western corner and then go clockwise, which means the initial ones will be protected by the outpost. He lost 3 Delhi villagers versus Dark Age Spear Rush. Now that's interesting because Delhi should be one of the hardest civs to lose villagers against. Villagers with, rather, because you have the healing, right? So you pull the Scholar out straight away. But it's still possible, right? Like, if you have to stay on the resources, you're in combat, so healing is 3.5 a second. But a Dark Age Spearman does more damage than that, right? Like, if I can grab him, he does 10 damage every 1.88 seconds. So Minework versus Kura just tells you that Wham's looking to go more all in, right? It actually says a lot about Wham that he's doing this in the situation, considering him and Puppy Paw build Arkin Chapel with Dragon more than any other player in the top 30 right now. But in this matchup, Minework's a necessity because if you play Arkin, you're playing a more greedy late phase of the game. And we already highlighted that going there is going to your doom, especially considering that this is a Japanese player that will most definitely be going for Temple of Equality. So you think 2 scouts, 1 minute outpost opening, straight fast castle is the optimal route? It's not a bad choice. I actually don't think you need double scout though. Double scout is kind of unnecessary here because for Order the Dragon, if you're talking to HRE, I get it, right? Like HRE, oh no, I have only 5 sheep and you have 20. Well, I don't have much value out of Arkin. Dragon doesn't care. Look at what Dragon's already doing. In fact, I've been seeing this a lot at minute 1 for Order the Dragon. They'll walk out into the deer straight away. So the problem with just this idea of going for double scout is like you have enough food to get you there on 1 scout unless you're extremely unlucky. You'll be able to get castle anyway. So you're just better off having that extra villager. You can even potentially walk to Wada straight away and gather a little bit of food here and then pull back afterwards. But like in most cases, the sheep then into Kura Storehouse Farms will be good enough. You get fast cast on random on the food. I think that happens anyway, though. Like, I don't think that's entirely necessary. Also, just so I think, you know, I get that you're trying to like optimize, but the thing about Order of the Dragon versus Japanese is Mounted Samurai just dense anyway. The problem that Order of the Dragon have is because they have less units, mass cavalry is more effective against them. Because if you tried to build spears to mirror my Mounted Samurai now, my Mounted Samurai not only likely going to be an age ahead because you now can't afford a tech cop because you're building all these spears, I'm going to have double the Mounted Samurai to your spears. Because you have to remember, the reason that's really bad is if I have more Mounted Samurai than you have spears, then you're stunning my Mounted Samurai, I'm stunning you, but then the other Mounted Samurai are attacking you. And it's even worse than that because you don't even get the value off your first hit with the brace because of deflective armor, right? This is wild, though. Louis has gone Yuumi. Why? Is a very good question here. I guess he's trying to block the tech timing and then take down the prelates that come out, right? That's very intriguing, actually. Because unless the Order Dragon player is going for Horseman, nothing counters this. And he's not going to be dropping his stables after he's dropped racks, right? If he's going to do that, you would have seen the units earlier than this. What a crafty read. Outposts are up, though, and Louis... I mean, where is the get off the train option here, right? Like, how deep are we going into the Yuumi pool? Because we're hitting double digits now. Regnitz is on the way. Golden Cuirass is being researched. That part I don't like. I don't think Golden Cuirass is really needed here, but it is incredibly cheap with the mine work, right? So I forgive it from that perspective. It's good even with like 2 men-at-arms. I'm hoping it is just 1 or 2 men-at-arms though, because if I start seeing him pump extras, I'm going to get a bit worried here. It seems like a good idea in theory, but you know, you just do a lot better, I'd say, with knights, even against early spears. Because then you just rush relics and get 1 or 2 lance. So if your opponent has mass spears, and you've baited him to do so, Lance Necked is your real win condition. I'm really crazy about Lance right now. I actually think there's no better unit in the Dragon Arsenal than Lance Necked. They are by far the best unit they have. Louis, trying to get cheeky with the rates. The one upside as well is, like, if your opponent goes men-at-arms, you can just kite him, right? Like, that's another reason I want these knights. And I'm glad that Wham's going for this now. This is the correct call. Unfortunately, Louis is not going to make it easy. He's going to clown car with spears in the ram, right? That's very crafty. The timing is really cool as well because Wham is being really greedy, right? He went for Regnitz. He hasn't even been able to build prelates yet because he didn't have enough gold. So if you now block out the gold, he has got a reserve gold, but it's a lot of idle time moving over. And you can already see that Louis is in position checking for that detail. Ram built. It's going to start moving in. Gold has to be vacated. So Wham, not much to work with here, folks. He's got a little bit of income, only enough to get his hands on the single Gilded Knight, the upgrade for the men-at-arms, and then he's going to need to buy back his gold access. So to shift over to the west side. E-Repairs is going to delay this. At this point, you just want a clown car, right? Just camp inside the ram. It's kind of interesting that Louis isn't opting for that at all, though. E-Repairs is going to run out soon. But if I was Wham right now, I'd be smiling. Like, you've just wasted all your time on this, right? I see this many Yuumi. I know you're not rushing an age up, which means you don't have a counter to my heavily armored units. Because this is the problem, guys. If Louis just rushed Castle Age now, this is a game screaming for Onimusha. And it's so easy to target down your opponent because you won't have many different raids going on. You can just clump your Onimusha, chase them down one by one, and it's very easy micro. Instead, Louis continues to try and constrict the map. Yuumi now starting to dive in. Nice little snipe there. Gilded Knight, ooh, almost got it. Unfortunately unable to, so the ram does go down. Gilded Knight is going to survive. That's actually really big because now Wham can heal him up with the prelate. When that prelate comes home, of course. No. What? Are you kidding me right now? I can't believe this. He walked past the relic. He still doesn't know about it. It's there. It's right there. He's going to find this one at least. Thank God. So he knows about all the other relics except for this obnoxious one on the very edge of the map. Oh, that has to be so tilting. If he watches this back later, he's not going to be happy. Because now, look at what's happening. Louis might intercept this. Oh, man. The scout does see ahead, right? So he needs to dodge, and now he needs to go wide. If the prelate runs straight back, he's dead. And arms are on the way out to meet, though. The prelate should still really be dead to this, though. Like, if you wrap around the tree line and come back, you'll be able to kill him. Instead, Louis is going straight for that gold. Ambitious. Definitely ambitious. And that's going to be throw away the Yuumi. Expensive loss. 130 resources, right? It's a premium archer. And he's pretty much dead already. Floating Gate is at least on the way, though. So we are getting that age up. And considering we've already got double archery range, we're likely looking at Onimusha, which is the correct choice here. You could make OTD get March Drills, but in him, maybe. I feel like the idea of those hand cannoneers with March Drills is kind of nutty, though. Actually, like, I think the bigger deal is Landsnecht and Imperial Age with Marching Drills is pretty bonkers. Especially with the way they scale in Castle. I don't really feel like Dragon needs Marching Drills. I feel like the issue comes more around the military efficiency. Or, like, you know, from a population standpoint. Some people suggested giving them more population. That could be an interesting way, although it spits in the face of the design of the entire game. It's like, for example, 225 population, right? But I think that would have to be an imp tech for sure. And it would have to be 1,000 gold. Like 1,000 resources, rather. 700 gold, 300 food. Louis now prepping those Onimusha, though. And this is where Wham needs something else. Like, he needs Horsemen. Because you would get disintegrated by these. They're also pretty effective raiders onto your pocket resources. And you're going to need to extend to more pocket resources soon. Like, the berries aren't guarded here or here. You've got Boring Deer on the right side. Like, Onimusha actually counter you completely right now. And it looks like Wham doesn't give a duck. He's going for Imperial. Wouldn't that be busted? I don't think it'll be that busted when it's Imperial. Wow, now starting to lose some of the prelates. I mean, he needs to, right? Like, this is already a free relic game looking to be a 4th. Despite the fact that his comp is getting counted now, if he gets 5 relics, Louis is in a lot of trouble, right? Because he did actually go for the floating gate in this game, which is very unlike him, by the way. He never does this. He always goes for Temple of Equality at the moment, so I'm a little bit shocked by this. 2TC to follow up as well. This game's looking really good for Wham. Glad Wham's finally reinvesting, yeah. It seems he was maybe just midway between this idea of rushing in or going in Castle, but he didn't know what to go with. So this makes a lot more sense. Go to Crossbowman, definitely ticks the right boxes down the line. Little bit tricky up against the Onimusha, but you do a lot of damage, right? And Onimusha are essentially glass cannons that you now outrange. So as a static comp, not a bad choice. For this to work for Wham, I need to see some walls. The ultimate counter of the Horse Archer. Love Kaburia. Very smart tech. Allows you to get in and out of a jam. Very easy peasy. You know, a lot of people think this is just about fighting. It's actually really good for raiding. Because, you know, with this type of movement speed, you get seen, people can usually start to run away quite quickly. Kaburia makes it almost impossible to get out of range. Diving from the Onimusha. Ooh, not going to work out, though. Louis, unfortunately, the moment he saw the second Prelate, it felt like a wasted effort. So it looks like it is going to end up being a 4-1 split. And Louis now rapidly going into a free TC build. Can't say I blame him here as well. Like, you're up against 3 relics, soon to be 4. It's not really the type of game that I see you playing 1 or 2 TC to contest. You don't want to turn this into eventual slog into Imperial Age. So Louis is looking at that late game now. He's like, okay, I know the Order of the Dragon are very strong now, but Imp full pop is where they suck. So if I now just scale quickly to maximum population, Japan plays quite well into Imperial Age, right? Oda tactics, the extra melee techs, bannerman auras. That's where these things get insane bang for buck. So correct read by him. Wham is, however, going to look to trigger Imperial sooner. I don't mind him delaying the way he did, though. I think he needed something to show, something to threaten with. And in fairness, this Gilded Crossbowman count basically turned Louis away from the idea of raiding entirely. Like, he's built 14 Onimusha, but look at where they are on the map. They are all at home. I've figured out how to play OTD late. Is it by any chance playing ranged units? I mean, I'm just going to say, I think since like week 3, I've been saying like this Civ is about ranged units. HRE is about melee, right? But to me, Order of the Dragon is all about ranged units. Gilded Crossbowmen are the thing I was wrong about. I'll hold my hands up. I thought like these guys kind of sucked, but they are insanely powerful. I still think that Gilded Archers are being slept on quite a bit. There's some really good comps for them. But once you get, if you can get Gilded Hand Cannons as well, they're absurd. And you do need a balanced comp, I agree. Another really important element is Inspired Warriors deck. So I'm hoping that Wham's going to be going for that soon. In fact, it's already valuable to do so at this stage of the game. These Gilded Crossbowmen with 15% increased damage, not to mention the extra armor, is bonkers up against Onimusha. Basically offsets the entire melee tech advantage of the Japanese. Golden Hat crossbows now on the way. So tech up complete there. Louis is not going to be aging up anytime soon. That's the issue with going for free TC, right? He has built a reasonable eco lead, but now that you're up against free TC effective, right? And on top of that, or sorry, 4 TC effective, and then on top of that, your opponent has got better villages. There is a cap to what Louis is doing here. So he needs to be very fast to catch up. Get you riding in. This should be enough to one-shot villages as well. Kabuto is going to activate. And although the past Swabia is up, this still hurts a lot right now. Right at the beginning of the age up. Nice thing as well, you've got just about enough Onimusha that you should be able to dive through and do some damage. And I don't think he wants to be Onimusha anymore. So this is probably the best value he's going to get for the units, idling out an insane amount of villages in Wham's base. In the meantime, Sacred Sites have now been locked in. Second wave is prepping, and that's going to be full melee. This scares me a bit because Wham does need a front line. Against this many Onimusha, the way this is going to scale, they'll just zerg in. And Gilded Crossbowmen, you know, this unit wishes they had marching drills, right? Great range, but when you have to run away, haven't got a chance in hell. Spy Warriors Gilded Hand Cannoneers are literally busted. Yeah, they're insanely strong. Their attack speed is juicy. And they are ridiculously tanky. The other reason I really rate ranged comps for the Order of the Dragon highly is because the Inspired Warriors buff, like, you know, that back line, always going to be getting buffed up, not going to be friend. It means your prelate is going to be nowhere near threatening territory as well. On top of that, the other thing that's really nice about these range comps, especially in mid-game, when you see someone mass range, the counter is to build Siege, right? You build Mangoes. Mangoes aren't very effective against Order of the Dragon, because although the units are more condensed, they're more tanky, so you need additional Mangoes to get value. This is a good raid, though. Sick pickup. A lot of Onimusha going down, but totally worth it for the amount of Gilded Crossbows being killed off. He does need to kill them off, though. One thing that's worrying me is he's not targeting down, like, the injured ones, right? He's just A-clicking in, which means if you don't finish them off, then Wham can just heal them up with the prelates. Has, however, bought time. Tanagashima Gunsmith now on the way, so we are going to be deep into Imperial Age. Has Wham got enough gold? Has he got good gold access? Because one problem I'm seeing on the map right now is he hasn't staked a claim. He also hasn't got the best late game economy. He's got a decent farm count up at 20. He's playing pocket resources still, though. And from these gold positions, like, you know, this is the stage in the game where Louis could consider just grabbing a bunch of stone. I think a key drop in the center is kind of bonkers here. He even got the stone walls up to ensure there's no raid directly towards his base. Oh, you guys want Bodkin arrows? I mean, Bodkin's not bad. The thing is, it's an Imperial tech, right? And I think, like, you're seeing these range comps, you see Mangoes in Castle, right? Mangoes as a counter is more Castle-oriented as it is Imperial-oriented. It's not impossible to do Imperial, but I think you get your best bang for buck early Castle before things like Springles count you out, right? But like that's the whole point, is like, let's say your opponent built 20 Gilded Archers, you're not going to feel very good sending a Mango out to deal with them. If you saw 30 normal Archers, you'd be like, oh great, Mango, fantastic. So we are getting a switch up into the Samurai. Azutsu's kind of interesting here. The problem with Azutsu is you can get sniped really easily. You barely have any extra range over the crossbowmen. And the crossbowmen get insane bonus damage against you, right? They hit you for 44. Good thing Azutsu don't count as siege, right? Imagine if they were heavy siege. Oh my god. If they were heavy siege, then Gilded Crossbowman would be the perfect counter, right, with Bodkin. Because you'd end up doing 61 damage per shot. Can you elaborate how you think Gilded Archers are slept on? Yes, they are a unit that has better range than standard archers. They have insanely high stats. And their attack speed is so low, they're basically Gatling guns. They are insanely powerful. The reason why I think Gilded Archers haven't been fully utilized, we see it sometimes, but like they don't look broken, is the typical behavior at pro level is to start step your archers back. Because A, you want to minimize melee damage you take, but B, at the highest level, what players like identified quite a while ago is that there is kind of this internal clock built in to animation resetting and shooting another shot, right? If you start a step, it's possible to skip part of that animation so that you can get a few extra shots out per minute. I remember I was talking to Robbytron about this, who runs AoE Full World, and he looked at the stats, because like if you look at AoE Full World, their internal stats being tracked are different to the ones you see in the UI. Those are actually more accurate. So for example, Ona Bagisha is a perfect example of this. Ona Bagisha in games say they attack every 0.9 seconds, they attack every 0.875 seconds. But what you noticed is there's this interesting behavior where archers will skip the tail end of their animation if you shoot and then move, and then shoot again. But the weird part about Gilded Archers is because the attack speed is different than standard archers, it completely messes with that expectation. And in fact, the attack speed is so low, it's hard to get value at all. Mango, one shot and that's it. Okay, Louis actually got a good army to try and repel this though. I think one issue you're seeing here is it looks like Wham is actually overkilling. This many Gilded Crossbowmen are killing one samurai at a time. Not great. Rams, in the meantime, are going to start diving in. Shogun Castle has come through. Louis MT needs to get more siege out. And why? Why? Why is he queuing up Republicans? I guess that's one way to kill Lanzknecht, right? It's an unnecessary way. Bodkins kill another Mango. Although Wham may be flying a bit too close to the sun here. These Gilded Crossbowmen get one hit, right? The rocket launcher does 192 damage, and you have 170 health, so you cannot dive with these crossbows. Rams are doing decent damage in the meantime. Rams, Whams, Whams, Rams. Words. Double Mango is on the way. TCs are being targeted down. Louis hasn't got the full eco advantage yet. He's up to 109. But he's getting close to the point where losing the TCs isn't that bad if it buys you time to get a main army together. One thing that I always get worried about when I see these Gilded Crossbow masses is the deeper you go, especially with like this kind of somewhat semi-squishy lineup, the more risk you become of just losing the game instantly. One of the biggest issues that Order of the Dragon faces in the late game is if you can't just end the game, you struggle to reproduce the army afterwards. This is a very expensive army. And the other issue is because you tend to lean more to a one-dimensional comp, you can more easily get countered. Now, we're not at a point where Louis will be able to counter that. He actually needs about 2 to 3 minutes to get the mass together. However, with Voda Tactics coming in and the Bagisha upgrades, if we now see a double down on Bagisha mass, this whole army dies. That's why the Lanzknecht are important. That's why the men-at-arms coming in are critical. And the keep drop, what am I looking at here? This is bold. Especially considering he's in range of the rocket launcher. Like, I'm pretty sure some of these Gilded Villagers could just die. Mangoes? Wait, what? We're going to stop leading with these, buddy. Louis loses them again and immediately loses the Revolta as well. Lanzknecht frontlining, just 3 of them though. If the rocket launcher starts to target them down, it could be big. It's going to take 2 shots, but it's worth it. Dive past the TC. castle is going up. In fact, Wham committing 21 villagers to get it online. Louis, he's proved to be the bane of many Dragon players' existence with his Japanese, but remember, folks, this is a very different game. Full relics for the Order of the Dragon, no Temple of Inequality, which means we are not seeing the Order of the Dragon relegated to normal HRE. They are as dominant as they should be here. Good crossbow are getting deep, though. Wham, now prepping the siege behind this, so he's going to begin the siege onto the Shogunate Castle. Ram's already moving in, and Farm's now getting guarded up. This game, I mean, it's looking like Wham's done it. I'm impressed, man. I feel like this is a matchup that, with what I've been seeing Louis do with Japanese recently, is a hard one. But he played this really well. I think Louis, the Yuumi spam in the early game felt like a mistake. It put him behind. I think, in hindsight, going Castle Age still makes a lot more sense here. Just getting into the Mount Samurai or getting into Onimusha. Or getting the Onibugisha in premium form as quickly as possible. And it also would have allowed him to contest the relics better. But you can't fault Wham here. This is a really cool build. That Spearman at the beginning of the game, I think, really set Louis up for failure. It put him so far behind. It is a critical reminder of why we so often saw that build in the past. Especially on a map like Cliffside, where you spawn so close to the enemy base. Shogunate already down to half HP though. Starting to look like a Shamgunate. It's not really defending against this because the armor is too high, right? Like, you only get 82 damage, and there's 50 armor on this thing. So the Rams just aren't really bothered. And Azutsu are terrible at killing Rams, by the way. Their damage is ranged, which means each of those Azutsu is doing 1 damage. Keep drop now coming in from Louis to try and stabilize this. Wham did lose a big amount of military in the end, right? That dive pass, we talked about how you throw away a lot of resources with that. But I think the keep should be able to help him here. Unfortunately, the Azutsu don't have to fear anymore. Shogunate at risk of being torched. Siege really isn't there behind this, though. And Wham, I'm puzzled where the food is right now. Oh my god, he hadn't completed the farm transition. Okay, so we're at 46, going to be going up to what, 55? This hurt him. That reset, we talked about how expensive these crossbows are, but now all of a sudden, the military numbers just don't look convincing anymore for Wham. And Louis, he may have been idled out temporarily, but the Shogunate survives. The farms are ugly. I won't talk about those at all. Not being buffed at all by the Japanese Shogunate. But realistically, if he can just fix that, if he can start to build farms now around the TC, this should be your classic Onibugisha spam. I actually can't believe how much both of them look like they're struggling with food. I think it's just impressive the way that they're playing it, right? Like, it's the pressure they're applying to each other that is kind of keeping this food cap under control. But I think this is the point now with Wham rebooming the crossbow count. He'll probably optimize now, right? Yeah, extra archery range is coming in. So this is what was missing. The archery range count was down at like 4 originally. He's up to 6. I think you put this up to 10, and this problem doesn't exist again. With the extra eco-techs coming through as well, the farm set up as they are, this is where it should be quite an easy push through for Wham. And yes, remember, 120 Dragon villages isn't 120 villages. They're 28% more efficient. And that's on their base rate, right? So they're a mile ahead. Add in the fact also that the Shogunate Castle isn't being utilized for eco. You've got really big problems with the economy comparison here. You can already see in the numbers, right? Wham has double the food income. I think that's also why it was close after that fight in how the stats looked, right? Their population, their resources, is Wham didn't get these eco-techs. So he had the 28% increased base, but he only had a 15% inflation. Now he's getting an extra 30% compared to that fight. I think this is over. I just don't know how Louis now wins it. Like, raiding is a smart choice here. You're diving into cannon emplacements with limited troops, and stone walls are already being prepped. And also the raid on the other side just feels a lot more impactful. You might not kill villagers, but that's the funny thing. Idling villagers here is more valuable than killing villagers here. Why? Because Wham's already at 120 pop. He has everything he needs, but on top of that, he has the Palace of Swabia to replace his losses. Yeah, kind of in the same one. Really cool as well, actually. Like, the Wham just stuck on crossbows the whole time. A lot of players would have tried to have gone hand cannoneers here. Great read coming in on the other side, though. You see that? Siege Works changes everything here. Bodkin all of a sudden isn't that great. You're doing 46 damage against 40 armor. So you do damage, you just don't really shred anymore. But Louis, at this point, just can't seem to get the backbone of his army together. Onibigisha count down to just 14. These chip raids seem cute. They seem like they're adding damage in, but what I'm seeing on the other side is just too dominant. Wham! Now starting to move in. The Men-at-Arms are arriving, and considering you're spamming Onibigisha into Golden Cuirass Men-at-Arms, I'm struggling to see how you're ever going to break them. I think the lesson Louis is going to take away from this is I just need to do Temple of Equality more.
Because actually, you know, the funny thing is, after we've been watching Louis recently with that Temple of Equality build, he's been convincing me it's the way to play against Order of the Dragon. That's not to say that Floating Gate is unplayable, but considering it's his bread and butter, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for that. So you can see how the Dragons set themselves up for success, right? It wasn't what they'd done in the late as much as what they'd done in the early game. The early Spearman play into the Castle Stage Rush, the optimal timings, then switching to Gilded Crossbowmen. Those are all the takeaways here. For anyone who wants to learn how to play the Dragon, how to get better at the Dragon, that should be your focus point. Early game, mid-game transitions are key for this Civ. I'd argue the key for most Civs right now is the meta is kind of around 25 to 30 minute finishes. But for this Civ, it's make or break. And I'd say at this stage, he has successfully broken the Chinese Prodigy. Ultimate switch up now coming in. The problem at this stage is, like, actually, even though it's Men-at-Arms and not Spears against you, mass Men-at-Arms will destroy everything. These guys are kind of insane. Between the tankiness, it's also the damage output. They hit for 26 on a 1.12 attack speed. So they're practically Vikings berserking stats. Only they don't have the vulnerability that comes with that. Double rocket launcher is just trying to stabilize this a bit. Rams now starting to shuffle on in, though, and that's something that's pop efficient for Wham. He's got plenty of wood on the map. It's not going to run out there. However, I think Louis completely ran out of steam now. I respect that Louis is the type of player that won't just immediately GG. He is kind of resident sleeper when someone just sees one unit and says the game's over, but I think this is the point where he's just processing the loss. Wham is basically popped, and Louis is 110. Numbers really don't lie here. And the new wave of Men-at-Arms coming in, it should just be a dive to the economy that just flatlines this game. GG called. So Wham and Puppy Paw, they may have been victim to Louis in the past, but not today. Turns out all the Order Dragon needs to do is start up a fuss in Dark Age and not worry about that castle at all. Okay. You know, I think I know what I'm going to call that one as well. Dragon players can catch easy wins with this move. Is the Voldemort timer up to date? Yes. Pretty sure we cast him winning on Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Well, technically it's like 3.5 days now, right? Thank you, Crackety. You are correct. We really need to make sure that we are being fair to the statistics. Good lad. When Voldemort moans about this, we'll point out it was you. Perfect math man. Twitch users are much cleaner with all those Twitch girl bathwater purchases and pool streams. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I'm not going to lie, actually. Farman sounds like he's speaking from personal purchasing experiences there. Should we load up another... Do you guys want more Louis versus Wham? They have 2 more games they played in a row. Let me check in on YouTube, since they're being abused. Any more Ibid Kurd matchups? What, do you mean Ibid Abbasids? I'm not sure what Aaron Omar's on about there. You didn't deny it? I mean, I am a neutral man. I love all my viewers. evenly. Although I admittedly love them a bit more when they go on Twitch, because when I go to potential sponsors, it's much easier to explain numbers. That's not the YouTuber's fault. That's kind of the terrible choices of YouTube and how they collate stats. Because I don't think there's a clean way. I've had this issue because I work with influencers, right? And I'm trying to pitch one that's a YouTube live streamer. And my guy's like, he has 5,000 live viewers. I'm like, that's great. I need to see that on a stat page. And I don't think there is a clean stat page for that with YouTube. And I'm going to be real with you. Like, tinfoil hat on, I think that partially is by design. Because if you think about it, YouTube sells ad space and pays you some. They don't want you to then go get like sponsors yourself necessarily. I'm not saying they're like anti like creator getting sponsors, but like they don't want to help you per se on that front beyond what would be expected of them. What's up, MSN? How's it going, buddy? I'm changing the background now. What we get? You want Fortress? Cringe. Dude, I bet you're one of those guys that thinks that like dragonflies are good. No, actually, no. Pleko's a toxic cheeser. I know what he does. He rushes wyverns. He rushes wyverns and gets the poison. You're a vile human being. Yes, I did. I read him. I freaking know. And I guarantee you, he just passes up lizard men. Because, like, they're trash, right? You literally let them stockpile until they're like a 200 stack, right? And then you buy them. Yeah. I think lizardmen are, like, the worst range unit in HOM, right? I'm trying to think if there's the worst one. Marksmen have double shot. Maybe orcs. Actually, orcs. I feel like orcs are pretty bad. All right, let me get my fortress background for you, though. Boop. There we go. I use a green screen to get away from this much green. Actually, that's not true. I do Rampart all the time. Rampart is still good, though, even though they're a trash civ. If I want to like be busted OP, or rather not bust OP but optimal, I'll do Castle when I'm playing. Castle's like A tier. S tier is like what? Necro, Conflux. I think Cove, the one they added with expansion, is probably like A tier. This looks ugly. Does it? Oh, so these textures, like they've been actually like scaled upwards. These are 4K textures. That's probably why. The one that I use as a base, so I'll show you the difference. So the one I use by default, that was taken in 1080p. This has been scaled up to 4K. I'm wondering, ooh, that's a cool idea. We can probably make it look more homely. One sec. Because you can add filters, and if you add a blur filter, okay, no, that doesn't work. There's a sharpen, but there's not a blur. What? That can't be right. Maybe we can unsharpen. All right, guys, ready? Now get rid of that. All right, so we've got Japan versus Abbasids. I told you guys, Louis is literally just going to play Japanese. You didn't believe me. Why don't you believe me, guys? It's all our boy knows. Konnichiwa, YouTube-san! I don't know why I chose YouTube. I guess it's because everyone else keeps bullying them, so I wanted to... I mean, dude, I feel like I have to do that voice. It's full Japanese today with Louis. Back to back to back to back to back to back to back Japanese games. He's so kawaii for the Japanese guy. And he's going to be going up against Wham again. That's right. These guys just keep queuing into each other. This time, though, Wham is mixing up. He's going for Abbasids. This is probably one of the most experienced players that we have on Abbasids. Wham and Puppy Paw have more hours in Abbasids than 90% of players in the game. And I'm talking pro level. I'm not talking like overall. That's the easiest stat, right? But these are two of your Abbasid aficionados. In fact, I still remember when the game first came out, they were the OG Abbasid grinders. I know someone's going to try to bring up Fitz, but I'm like, I'm sorry, Fitz, you're not winning tournaments. Whereas these guys are. Like, of the people winning tournaments, these were the two that were just going for it straight away. So you had Puppy Paw and his David Kim account, and then Wham had the Bustum at Scruggs account, if I remember correctly. And they were forced to be reckoned with, dude. Like, they impressed me. They actually made the Abbasids look like they didn't need to be buffed. So let's see what they can do against the big buffed up chest of Louis here on the Japanese. Right, going to be Rocky River. Scout Hall already looking like quite the delicious chest here. Louis, oh no. What happened? So he ran through the center and Wham went wider as a result. So I think he beat him here, if I'm not mistaken, and then wrapped back to his opponent's side. Yikes, that's tough. So this is interesting, actually. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but I feel like in Rocky River, you get more sheep spawning here, than you get here. On average, these rotations feel better because I feel like you usually see 5 to 6 sheep in these areas. Like you got 4 over here, right? So when I'm watching right now and I see a player go down the center, it doesn't feel like it makes much sense anymore. You get info, but you don't get sheep. I'm feeling a lot better about players that just take a flank first. And I think we're seeing proof of that. Dude, wow, this is impressive. The Orchid Pop, for anyone's like, oh yeah, but the issue is like Louis had to go back with sheep first. That's not true. Louis done Tawara and went straight into the berries. So he had no reason to rush back for sheep. This was just Wham getting a better rotation. And following it up with the military wing versus Coca Township. You know, sometimes when I see this landmark, I feel like the last letter of it is the wrong letter from the alphabet. Coca Township's an interesting one in this matchup. If you go for the double Shinobi, you can potentially just snipe out the military wing units, but that's expensive, right? Your opponent invests nothing and you invest 120 resources. And the other tough part I take with it is your opponent has follow-up value out of this, right? As the game goes on, they want to get into boot camp, they want to get into the composite bows. You don't really get that same scalability. So Louis, what he's done here is more of a very aggressively focused build. Where his value point is he should be looking to full-on send it, right? First Shinobi, add in a second. You're probably going to be looking at him adding Horseman as well. I'm a very big fan of Shinobi with Horseman. I think they can also work with Yuumi to a less extent, but Horseman is the safer choice. And that also gives you the pacing to block out a second TC, which is what I'm expecting Wham to prep for soon. I'm wondering. Does Wham actually just go archery range? Because if he scouts out the Coca Township, which I think he did, if you go for archery range here, it's kind of game over. And why did Louis drop the Forge so early? There's no way he's going second TC, right? So he's rushing Daimyo? Could make sense here. If you go stables, go Uma Bannerman. Uma Bannerman scale Horseman better than any other unit, right? Because at this stage of the game, the Horseman is your highest base damage unit. You could argue Onabagisha a bit better due to the attack speed, but I think when you're talking about fights where there's a lot of movement, Onabagisha kind of get less value out of that extra damage compared to the Horseman. And there you go, guys. Queues up the Shinobi. Has anyone ever accidentally cancelled the free Shinobi? Be honest. I was just sitting here thinking about this. I'm like, I could see that happening. All right, hear me out. Would it be OP if you could cancel the Shinobi and get paid back the resources? I don't think that would be too busted. I mean, you'd be paying 600 resources to get 120 resource rebate. It would give you a bit more flexibility with this Civ, I guess. Weirdly enough, that might make it better for Fast Castle, right? Because you're getting a rebate on your tech up. So here we go. Second Shinobi coming in. It looks like, guys, it was probably a second TC, yeah. Like, he didn't drop a production building. So, wow. Like, this is bold by Louis. What he's trying to do here, he needs to scale Shinobi to defend. We're going up to 3. This is really bad for Wham because he's out of position now. In fact, he could get pinched here. This is a really, really weird position from Wham. Louis, if he now just dives in with that third Shinobi coming out, it's going to be a double snipe on the archers, and then you just wail on him. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Louis needs to be going here. He's losing villagers for this, and it's just not worth it anymore. So commitment in. Wham's getting an insane value out of this. I don't feel like he should be killing a single villager. Finally, the villagers do get their shivs out, which is probably what should have happened the first time here. But Wham, I mean, he has to be happy with this, right? To a certain extent. The weird part to me is that he hasn't gone for a TC at all. He's double downing on the aggro. This, by the way, is why I'm a very big fan of usually gathering wood first, because if you gather wood first instead of stone, you have flexibility. The upside, at least with the Japanese, is you still have some flexi here, in that you can go into Daimyo. But I think that Daimyo doesn't really get great value when your opponent's playing aggressive. I usually like the Daimyo Uma Bannerman opening to force a reaction. He's not going to get that here. right? The reaction's already happened. There's nothing you're going to force other than your death. And with free Shinobi going down like this game is close to just over. Hold on a sec. Didn't we have Crackety earlier saying that Japanese is OP? Thank you, Baltoon. Get your teammate in order. Backhand him if you have to. We're all about enforcing the correct behaviors. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Louis' comeback plan is now. Ram's being built up as well. Let this be a reminder why gathering stone only makes sense if you're being forced off the resource. I think Louis needed to gather the stone sooner for his intent. Going free Shinobi, I would have preferred this to be a 1 TC all-in to begin with. You need to justify an advantage before you overinvest, right? Going free Shinobi, that's 360 resources. That's half the cost of your TC. And what did it really achieve? Nothing, because you're still going for a TC. If you committed everything into attack right now, you could have went Horseman plus Shinobi. That's really effective against the Abbasids. They can go Spears, but it's going to be on a delay, right? And ideally, they want to be into Archers, but here we go. Second TC now on the flank. He has at least hidden it. And admittedly, Wham hasn't scouted the deer over there, or the berries. The problem I'm taking with this, though, is although you're going to have a pocket resource away from home, I'm more worried about your main base. Horseman are going to jump out. Louis had to spring the trap a little bit too soon, though. The problem right now is although he's killing some archers, he's losing a lot of his attack power. And on top of that, Wham now has plenty of time to react to counter. Instead of going for Horseman himself, rather, he goes for the Horseman. Imagine playing Japan this season when all the civs the hard counter got buffed. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, of the civs that got buffed, are there any that they can handle? Japan versus H3 is an interesting one. The problem with that matchup is, like, rushing castle is very difficult because H3 can just feudal play you, right? And then your mounted samurai play doesn't feel that great because of spearmen. If you go for the samurai, they trickle out and die. So yeah, it's a tough one. The S tier feudal horseman hitting like wet noodles. That's because he's literally been forced into a position where they don't work. Are you trying to, dude? Are you trying to argue my statement about horsemen being great? I'll fight you on this. Horsemen are great because they have flexibility. The problem in this game is they have no flexibility because they have to defend and they have to fight. Horsemen are great because you can raid with them as well. But how do you ever raid in this game, right? Like if you run across the... Oh, God. Even if you ran around right here, Wham's going to arrive in your base sooner and take more kills. This is a difficulty here. Horsemen are great because you can A, raid with them, B, you can deny scouting vision. They suck when they are the backbone of your army in an all-in scenario. The only way they work is if you build Ghazi or Sipahi. And I think Horsemen, like, Japanese do get a good bonus on Horsemen, actually. The Abandonment's big, but the problem is that it doesn't work initially. That's why usually you'll see Horsemen accompanied by, like, Shinobi in this situation, or Yumi, or Onibagisha. Because on their own, they need time to breathe. But once they get up to, like, 10 to 15, you get an Abandonment aura, they're very impactful. The problem is you're never going to see that in this game. Like, Louis went greedy. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He's never going to see that type of scalability. Shinobis need shurikens? No. I disagree. You're totally wrong. They don't need shurikens. They need big anime shurikens. You know the ones where they're like twice the size of the guy, and then he just releases them, and they have the most weird like sound effect, like whoa, 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 whoa. And then there's just this this very delicious slice noise as you see a camel cut in two. And yes, Louis is trying to age up, but it doesn't change anything now. I hate to be the negative Nelly about it, but the goal's been discovered. He's trying to outpost back at home. The problem I see in this game is I have more faith in Wham's ability to go age-free than Louis' right now. In fact, if Wham just builds one ram here, the TC can be deleted. He did see the TC as well, right? Like the scout was in the formation. So what's the way out? Louis, if he gets floating gate, I think you try to go stables and you send Mount Samurai to the enemy base. You try to force Wham to react to you, right? In the meantime, I'd advise vacating the villages, and it looks like he has done that. Move them everywhere. Because this TC will not survive your tech up. So you have to sacrifice this, which means you want your villages everywhere, so you don't just immediately lose the scaling value you got. Not that you got insane scaling value out of this, right? It's a 5 eco lead. It's definitely not going to be Onabagisha, by the way. If you go Onabagisha here, you die. You just don't have the safe food for it, right? Like, this has always been the negative of Koka Township compared to Kura Storehouse. Kura Storehouse gives you a lot more flexibility in the mid-game to spam units. This is a spam-focused civ. Have you ever watched a Japanese player win with less units? Even when they have Mountain Samurai, no, because they just build so many so quickly, they outnumber their opponent. That requires food. Kind of a little bit of a problem here. Considering Louis been dented off the deer. And now that he's been scouted moving north side, Wham's likely to discover him on the berries. He's running away again. Well, this is one of the most headless chicken Japanese games I've watched in a while. I mean, he's full on Minkatsu Karen here. Well, the good news is there's still one more game between Louis and Wham, so we might actually see him win today. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, just a week ago, I feel like Louis was doing really well against both of the Canadian bros. Like, he had their numbers, right? But all of a sudden this week, I feel like their win rate is insane against the Chinese kid. Also now killing off the villagers on the flank resources. Floating Gate is being built up by one villager right now. None villagers right now. Oh my god. Just leave, please. Honestly, there's not much left to say about this game. At this rate, my commentary is just going to be reduced to crying. Let me express Louis' feelings right now. And Clown Car activate. Yeah, this is done. Just get out of this game. You can get toyed with until the TC's dead. I respect Louis for trying to hang in there. I'm just not really sure what the route to recovery ever was in this game. Even if he got the Mountain Samurai out, I mean, how do you afford it? How do you get enough damage done? You think Louis is experimenting? I mean... Don't. I'm sorry, like, Koka Township just doesn't convince me. It's an all-in feudal play that doesn't have great scalability. It doesn't have any recovery arc in the late game. Koka Township also giving up Kura Storehouse is just a no-no, man. Like, that landmark is way too good. Way too good. I actually said this to the devs originally when the expansion was coming out, that I thought that Kura Storehouse was too powerful. And although water maps prove different, land maps always prove the same, and this is essentially a heart of land map. GG gets called. Wham's and Bastards are forced to be reckoned with, and Japanese, dare I say we need to buff them? Nah, we just need to watch Neptune games. Alright, there we go. So, let's quickly... Yeah, that one was a bit of a shellacking. I don't think that one will get uploaded. Shinobi needs upgrades. They get upgrades. They automatically upgrade per age, actually. They're good for that. The problem is, like, even this idea of Shinobi as a late game strat doesn't work. I've said already, like, Keep should be able to produce Shinobi. You should be able to do what Zhone does with her champions. Okay, so they have one more game. Do we even watch it? It's I'm sorry, but do we actually even watch it? It's Japanese versus Delhi. This matchup is hard, man. I think there's ways you can win it, but execution is more difficult. To me, the 2TC build is the way you go with this. Guess we'll find out. Alright, let's watch him get bullied again. Sorry, I feel so negative. I feel so incredibly negative. I literally get in this game, I'll just say in the chat, let's watch him get bullied again. He's doing the Japanese again. This time Wham has gone for the Delhi. I love the diversity comparison here, by the way. Like, Louis like, I'm just going to keep picking the same civ. Wham's just like, random.
Random. Random. What a map to random on. Not the best of spawns on Lipany for the Delhi. He hasn't got that ridiculous spawn where you just get 2 safe sacred sites, but to me, I've been watching a lot of Japanese versus Delhi. Funnily enough, before the first S-tier tournament of the year, a lot of players were confused as to what to do as the Delhi here. Because actually at first, at the start of this year, Japan was heavily favored against Delhi. They had like an 80% win rate. Why? Delhi didn't know what to do with Fast Castle. Delhi's not a civ that all ends super early, right? So they couldn't just end the game before you teched up. And the double outpost made it impossible to shut down the gold. Like Ghazi, as cool as they are, would die to double outpost. What Delhi players have started to realize, though, is in the event of a fast castle, you can do that too. You do it pretty well. You get Sacred Site control for free, you rush your tech up, and you're actually no pushover in this matchup at that point, especially with Tower Victory buff. So what was starting to happen is that Japanese players were getting creative. Most notably, Poppypaw, I think, was the biggest one for that. He had some really cool builds around the idea of going 2TC and playing Yuumi Cav scaling in Feudal. That's actually a really cool comp if you get enough value out of it. But what we then discovered is, I think it was Poppypaw's build that got broken by Marine Lord in the grand finals, if I remember correctly, of the Elite Classic 2, because of an all-in timing. And that is very interesting to me, because one thing that I think Delhi suck at is the idea of just ending the game through landmark snipe. But it is possible to get into Rams and to find that break on the main base. What the issue was for a lot of Delhi players that tried that initially to counter Japanese is they went too soon. So for Wham, his goal here should be to stock up the sacred sites, constrict the map, hold his opponent in, and then push him if it's 2TC. If, however, it is a raw fast castle build, you want to invest as little as possible in units now, just a small group of Ghazi to force out of time, and then lock the sacred sites for free. And this is a good map, by the way, for it. He may not have the easy connection between the 2 sacred sites, but what he has is insanely easy wall-ins here. On the sacred site in the west, definitely on the central sacred site. Even this one, look at where it is. You can easily just kind of save on the walling, right? You can get a small wall here, there, and then come around the diamond. So pretty easy map. He could even think about connecting across the center to short the map. So like if you do a wall from here to here, and then from here and around, you've essentially stripped any ability for Japanese to play center map. It's Tower Victor on the way. Let's speed this up a bit. We've got 11 sheep, 12 on the other side. Louis has not... Okay, he is going for it. Yep. So here's an interesting deviation that I'm a fan of. Instead of making this a 2TC build, what if Louis just goes for an Uma Bannerman? It's tough because the Ghazi will eventually snipe you out, but you have decent raid potential and you don't pull away from your real win condition, which is castle. Because I'm looking at the spawn here and I feel like 2TC is hard to make work. He's got a lot of food on the backside, but it's not guarded, right? You'd rather actually have tree lines around here somewhere so you could hide. Instead, you've got a really awkward point to have to wall if you want to have that safety. Otherwise, you just have to have a bigger army. And you know, if there's one thing that makes Delhi very hard to contest in Feudal Age, it's their production. It always keeps them ahead on the military count. So tech up's complete. Stone Gathering underway. Oh, missed opportunity there. Louis actually could have got the snipe on the scout. Very slow reactions. Unlike him as well. I feel like Louis is usually one of the better players when it comes to using the TC, whether it's for scout snipes or in combat itself. But Court not looking. Blacksmith now already on the way. Ghazi are being spammed out. And see, here's the thing. Someone in the chat's like, KP, you got it right. Well done, sir. I didn't want to be right. I actually think that this build kind of sucks against Delhi. There's a lot of civs it's really good against. And there is a small proposition value here. Like, if you can force a Delhi player to drop Spearman, drop Racks, you kind of feel good, right? But ideally, you do this comp, you do the strategy, rather, against civs that want to play into Greed, right? Like HRE, Order of the Dragon, these civs it works really good against, because you build an Uma Bannerman, you force a reaction. But against Delhi, it's not good. Against the Delhi, like they
love this. They thrive on this. They say, okay, you actually want to fight me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. You want to challenge me, King of the Feudal? Deal. They shake your hand on that straight away. And in fact, it's not even going to be the Uma Bannerman straight away. It's Horseman spam. This does lead to a few extra questions as to if this was necessary. I've said that Uma Bannerman's very strong against Delhi because when you get a Ghazi versus Horseman fight, your damage statistics, especially with the double melee tech, matches up and actually can beat Ghazi. Your raw health is lower, but because you cost less, you have more, right? And the berry detail is really cool as well. With Takazaiku, you gather from berries quicker than Delhi. Theirs last longer, not because they gather slower, but also because they give an extra 100 per patch. But it is an interesting way of kind of outmassing the Delhi. The problem I now have with this build is Wham on a delay, if he just adds in Spearman, it's pretty brain dead for him, right? And also, production is still on his side. As long as he can afford it, he's got double Ghazi and... Oh, no. I think Louis is going for the Onobugisha, but there's already archers being prepped. In theory, this can still work for Louis. I think what he now needs to do is open with probably Spearman. I don't like saying that, but hear me out. You open Spearman, and then you send the Horseman on the flank. If you can get into the economy, if you time this right when Wham's moving on to the secondary berry, it's big. And yes, he has. Look at that. Moves out before the archers can get the walls up. At the perfect time because Wham was moving out for the berries. Unfortunately, he didn't wait long enough here. Had he waited an extra 10 seconds, he could have got 2 or 3 villager kills. But he's at least constricting the map, right? Melee techs are also coming through. Undermesh upgrades as well. Louis is building the Onobugisha to defend. I thought he might do this. Spearman is more logical against Mass Ghazi, but I've said this before about Onobugisha. Funnily enough, Onobugisha will beat Horseman. No cap. If you build Bugisha versus Horseman, your damage output is good enough to beat them. Your cost efficiency, like you'll trade very well against this unit. Right? Because Bugisha at this stage in the game are going to hit for, was it 6 base, if I remember correctly? And a Horseman has 9 base. But a Horseman costs 1.5 times what you do. However, a Horseman, let's make it even worse for them. I'm sure they have a bit more health, but they take well over double the time that you take to attack, right? So very, very powerful. And then on top of that, if you're thinking about melee tech scaling value, percentile-wise, Horseman's damage gets increased a lot less by melee upgrades than by Onobugisha's, right? So Onobugisha starting so low, a +1's a big deal. Similar logic with Yuumi, where like if you have Yuumi and you get +1's a lot more valuable on Yuumi than it is on archers from a raw statistic increase perspective. How did these sheep never get taken? We're 9 minutes into the game and there's still sheep in the mid-map. Oh, that's brilliant. Raid coming around now. Outpost is up. This might be enough horsemen to torch down the outpost, though. Especially the Ghazi being outpositioned on the other side of the map. Raid comes in. Villagers are just going to have to run back to base. Textiles might be the saving grace here. And the Ghazi are now shifting back to contest this. Decap, not going to work out. So 2 sacred sites locked in now for Wham. Third one seems quite attainable. Raid didn't really do much for Louis. He did get 1 eco kill. I do love the fact that he's been hiding the Bugisha, though. The Bugisha have not been revealed at home. I feel like he may have given the game up, though, by showing this Rax at the ford, because it's likely Wham scoured this. The back Raxes make a lot more sense. He's now trying to hide his strategy. Make that 3 Raxes at the back. I'm starting to see where Lou's coming from here. This is a pretty cool build. Whether it's going to be good enough is still a bit of a question mark, because it's Mass Ghazi. And yeah, I don't think any farm is going to be done this game, right? Like, other than the initial farms. Wait, is Louis just subscribing to Neptune's build right now? Because I feel like that's where we're going here. Which makes sense, like, you kind of have to against the Delhi. Either that, you absolutely fast castle, right? I don't think there's any mid-ground halfway between the two. Remember what I said about these horsemen? Hitting for about, was it 12.5 damage? Sorry, yeah, 12.5. Roughly 12.5 damage. Remember Ghazi, they hit for 12? They haven't got the melee tech yet, but that's going to be on the way. So they'll be hitting for about the same, but the difference is in the health then, right? Like it's 125 versus 140.
people do like to highlight the attack speed difference a lot. Ghazi take 2 seconds, while the Horsemen take 1.75. I ignore that detail because I think between the pathing and the way that fights pull back and forth, that type of attack speed difference doesn't often matter. Tear being gathered now. And whoa. Okay. Wham is stacking up. That's wild. This is the tricky part though, right? Like, Louis doesn't have the go point yet. Even this many Onibagisha and Horseman doesn't really feel like it's going to break face. But he's going to be forced to now. When he sees that tech up, I don't think you want to upgrade this army. Your Horsemen don't have great scalability. Your Bagisha do, sure. But the Horsemen feel kind of worthless. Whereas if I'm a Delhi player and I have to resort to vetting my Ghazi, I feel like I'm really happy with that. Wait, what? So here's the game strat, guys. He runs into the enemy army and lobs the deer in their face. Tech up complete. Love the fact that we got pro scouts. I don't know if that was intentional or just a misclick. And this is very important. Louis needs to fight now. Bagisha reveal themselves. He's going to retreat away. Wham is queuing up more archers. He's got the Lancers queued up as well. I think Louis has to win the next 3 minutes. If that veterancy comes through before a big fight, if we talk about the possibility of things like home blades, it's going to be over. Louis now starting to stop half for his tech up as well, but he needs damage, right? When your opponent techs up first, you need to punish them, especially Delhi. If Delhi take no losses and get an army upgrade, feels like an easy peasy win for them. Dive in. Louis does see the Raxus being built up now. This should be what? Probably men-at-arms being queued up. Hasn't got them coming out yet. Wham! Fighting in the choke points in the meantime. Ghazi trying to stand their ground, but choke points actually are really good for the Japanese. The Onibagisha with the extra attack speed can attack over each other. So they out-DPS you. All low coming in from Wham. Just try and push this away. Louis has secured the map for a tech up now. Floating Gate on the way. Clash comes in. Wham still doesn't have that veterancy coming in for another minute and 15 seconds here. First relic trying to be brought home. He hides the relic inside the archery range. Okay, if he ungarrisons now, this is big brain. Unfortunately, right now, he's a bit distracted. I don't think I've ever seen a player do that before in a moment like that. I've seen it happen as a misclick, but that was sick. Oh, dude, you have to come out to get the gold, right? Like, you don't get the gold for just having it. Kind sir. Is he going to try to bait for a wall roll? I don't think that works. I love how Wham's like, this is fine. Ghazi, go roam. The Lancers will take over. Okay, he does bank it. So well played. Wham does actually get the bank in time. Only one relic right now, though. I'm a little bit surprised he wasn't able to yoink more off the map, but you have to remember Wham went quite aggressively into this castle age, so you can see he didn't really bother to scale scholars at all. Louis now with the tech up, though. All of a sudden, the outlook on the game is getting a bit better for him. If he gets this upgrade on the Bagisha quickly, it's even possible to beat back Lancers with this count, right? Like, you've already got 8 damage per strike. Lancers only have 5 melee armor. You're about to juice your damage up further. If you get a Katana Bannerman out here, damage increase is going to be huge. In fact, level 3 melee tech is already in the way. However, this is still not answered. Wham has a lot of veteran Ghazis now. 16 damage per strike. And he's hunting for those pocket ecos. A little bit surprised by the Bagisha here. Louis backing off entirely with them. I mean, I'm shocked because I feel like with the upgrade and damage now being at 9, half your damage going through on Lancers isn't too bad. This type of count could easily just blitz through this heavy cav. In fact, I don't know why Louis is going the west. Wait, but he's running all the way round to attack the economy. Oh my god, Wham's going to trade better here, guys. Ghazi moving in now. 10 villagers stuck in the middle of nowhere. Lancer's heading this way as well. I don't see how you trade better. Burn through the wall is going to be quick, admittedly. There's not many villagers out here, though. Just a handful. This is going to get bloody fast. Bagisha do try to mirror this out, but you need more here. Ghazi going to be fine. Second wave of troopers coming in. Lancers and the men-at-arms. So this should just idle out and kill the villagers and towers eventually. In the meantime, Louis now needs to dive into the main. New Lancers being built up, though. The good news is the Uma Bannerman have upgraded, right? Or the Uma Bannerman. So he is a Castlade Knight. But you've got 1 Knight versus 5 Lancers here. Dash comes in. And a lot of Onibugisha mis-rallying around the sides. In the meantime, it looks like the outposts are starting to fall, and Louis' defense force not working out here. This looks over. It's 28 military to 22, but the quality difference is huge here. 13 Lancers to just 21 Onibugisha. Louis, I mean, he had the mass, he had the timing, but he shrugged away from it. I think he needed to be diving when he was leaving. The moment he left, Wham understood his timing here. He understood what he needed to do. He just needed to march across the map. Great read by the Canadian. And that makes it 4 wins in a row against Louis. These Japanese builds just aren't working out for him. Yeah, a tough game. I wholly feel like you needed to just dive in at that moment. He was so busy waiting for the veterancy on the Bigisha, and I don't think he actually had the floating gate Yoroshiro going there, right? So like that didn't come quick. In fact, I'm almost certain he didn't have that upgrade prioritized. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It just felt like a lot of time passed, and he wasn't looking for that fight. And now, it's far too late. Yeah, that says everything it needs to about this game. Louis, 2/3 of his economy running for their life, and they're not going to have much of a life left over. No textiles against these Lancers. Not a big enough force to defend. Louis, the moment he saw this many Lancers coming out, he actually needed to go Spearman. It feels horrible to do, and I can't believe I'm recommending it because I always say you shouldn't, but this was probably the game where that switch was needed. The Onibugisha were never going to be able to trade well enough here. I think Wham done a really good job of splitting his economy off across the map and utilizing choke points in his own base to stop dives. That's what was smart here. Louis MT's comp only works if you can find economy. And his issue is he couldn't. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Wham, he looked at the map, he saw the double deer back spawn, and he understood how predictable Louis' behavior was going to be. Yeah, tough game. I think there's still something to be explored with the Japanese. It's a tough matchup for sure. I think 2TC or Fast Castle is still the best tools in their arsenal. This, I like that Louis is experimenting, but it goes back to that stables opening. It just felt like the Horsemen were never really able to hit in a meaningful way. Well played by Wham. The Prime's coming soon. Purgers. I mean, dude, you're half a month in. You need to get that Prime out there. Dude, the amount of ads you could have avoided here. Good lord. Whew. Okay. So, let me have a look. And see if we've got some live games, maybe? You don't get ads? Okay, that's weird. I want my money. No, I'm kidding. Dude, Twitch gives really, really bad ad rev share. Just refresh my stream because I noticed how like delayed mine was in terms of what I was seeing and where we were. It's kind of wild that Twitch has been doing that recently. I think it may be my PC though, and the rate at which it's pushing frames maybe. It is a little bit weird for sure. All right, so let's have a look here. In fact, maybe we have some Pepples here. Let's flame Farman's game. Oh wait, it's not in game. Coach Core add me for coach. Has he really called himself that? I don't know why I find that so funny. It's like a pretty cool version of what, you know, when people like Twitch.tv and then their name in game. By the way, if you're an upcoming streamer, don't do that. It doesn't work. So like you're beating people in game, they're not going to then be like, wow, this guy beat me. I'm going to go watch his stream. They might be like, wow, this guy beat me. I'm going to go report his stream. That's probably the closest you get. Did we watch some Lash versus Chrysor? Possibly. I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads now anyway, because I quickly want to just grab some more water. And then we'll be back for more games. So, Burib in... actually, no, we don't need to. Just realized it's like an hour until I eat. We'll be fine. No ads required. Calm down, folks. Chill, chill. God, this song's so cool. You guys know what this is from, right? Yeah, I'll turn up a bit for you. Lash went Hippodrome? Interesting. Yeah, I think I've been seeing him do that a bit recently. I think a lot of people are experimenting with it now. You about to freak out if you had to watch 90 seconds of ads? Why? The whole idea is that I would just be getting a snack, so nothing would be happening. Also, you know how you don't have to watch 90 seconds of ads? Subscribe! Boom! We've solved it. That saves you, man. That's like, you know what that is? That's like the Guardian Angel. That's like the BKB. That's like the E-Repairs. You can never be brought down if you have that subscription. Also, you get amazing little sub emotes. The math supports it as well. If you, so like, here's the thing. If you watch, so you get, like, what is it? That's 3 minutes ads an hour. So if you watch 20 hours of my content a month, like, literally, if you had an hour of work and you got paid minimum wage, it's like, boom. The value is already there. Right? Because, like, minimum wage is what? Is it $10? Something like that. And it's $5 for a sub. Pretty good deal. Oh, no. Dude, my Spotify button doesn't work. Let me update the stream title quickly. Yeah, our boy Emerson would know. He's been playing against him enough. Lash, back with a Hippodrome build with the Byzantines here. You know, I think everyone's just sick of Grand Winery. They already know how it functions. People want to get experimental with this now. They want to be less predictable to have more power, and for good reason. Because I can guarantee you Byzantines are going to get nerfed. So you need to get a little bit more diverse in prep for what's coming, because I don't expect these Grand Winery fast castle builds to survive the next patch. And this is a Byzantine mirror, actually. Oh, God. Wait, are we getting Hippo on Hippo? Usually safe for the Discovery channel, but apparently we're going to show it here on the Twitch channel. Interesting one. And thank you very much, Gold Lion, for the sub. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. So we've got Hippodrome on Hippodrome. Really cool map for it as well. Actually, I really like High View for Hippodrome play. I'm a really big fan of High View for Cavalry in general, because it's very hard to wall super early in the game. In fact, players have gotten really good at understanding that if you wall too early in a game, it's kind of a GG statement, right? You even see it to the extreme where Delhi players won't wall in their sacred sites in a rush because it costs them too much. This is the point we've reached with the pro scene, right? Those type of optimizations where just 100 wood doesn't always feel worth it. It feels like you're giving something up if you do it too early. And High View, it's kind of the epitome of taking advantage of that, right? Like, you can get very close to the enemy base from multiple angles before you're seen coming. And wait, what? Now I'm confused. Because Chrysor, like, there was no reason to go on the berries at all then, because you brought sheep home, right? Like, this doesn't... This is a very different build we're seeing, guys. Imperial Hippodrome on the other side makes more sense. Yeah, well, I mean, the good news is it's not a full mirror, so that's a smiley face moment. But I am scratching my head over Chrysor's build here. The only thing I can imagine that happened here, and I'm checking based on the scouting, he might have got intercepted by the enemy scout and then didn't feel like he could do a full rotation, so he came back. Because there's no reason your scout should return home if you're going berries, right? Like, look at the state of the sheep. He's still got over 1,000 food just sitting here. There's absolutely no reason to be touching the berries before Grand Winery completes. Well, to give it a reason, Chrysor might be going for... You're not going Keshiks here, right? It's about the first contract timing. I think he was worried that if he waited to gather on the berries, he wouldn't have contracts out before Hippodrome. So the way this might make sense from Chrysor is if he's going for a fast castle build. Because the logic here is by gathering the food right now, you guarantee enough berries to get the initial lombos, and then you camp underneath your TC. And anytime horsemen come in, you shoot them, right? So if this is a fast castle build, I can nod my head and agree with where Chrysor's coming from. If it's anything else, it's very puzzling. Sub Sickle, thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome to Swarm. you think Keshik is the way for Chrysal? I mean, dude, that's the weird... Like, it sounds so weird to do against Hippodrome, but it's something that would make sense of why he's rushing towards his contract timing, right? Because, like, Keshik's, if you can keep the numbers decent, you can beat Hippodrome Horseman. The problem is, like, if I'm Lash here, right? Surely I am just going Keshik contract anyway. Like, I feel like most Hippodrome games are going to be Keshiks. So if you instinctively expect that, you wouldn't want to play worse Keshiks. He would, in fairness, be able to scale more Keshiks, right? Because the Grand Winery gives more return on Olival. In fact, you instead of getting 50% Olival, you get 82%. So that's an insane lead. But you know, it's a very dangerous build to take, right? Because what you're essentially doing is looking at this aggressive landmark and saying, I want to attack it. Like, this is an eco landmark, and this is a military landmark for a very good reason. So yeah, looks like we're going to have a more defensive playstyle here. It is indeed the Western contract, as expected. Other side... Now that is interesting. Lash also going for the Lombos. I like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. I've talked before about how Javelins can be a bit dangerous, but I only think Javelins are dangerous when you're against an opponent who's going to build Cav. Now that you've done Hippodrome and your opponent's done Grand Winery, it's very unlikely Chrysal's going to build into Horseman, which means that your Lombos don't get counted easily, right? Like, because think about it, like Javs move a lot quicker. It's harder to get on top of them. Lombos feel a bit better. If he'd gone for Javs now, because Chrysal's clearly planning to turtle, it means that his Lombos could outrange the Malian Javs and then run away every time you got close, right? You just garrison the TC, worst case scenario. So this definitely makes a lot of sense for Lash, but it shows you that he's not looking to raid, he's looking to end game fast. Ooh. Okay, that's actually huge. Getting the scout is really, really bad. Chrysal, he needs this vision to know what's coming next, and he's not going to have it. Horseman will get the kill, and all of a sudden, you're playing blind on high viewable maps. Okay, I'm not looking, not to call EZJ out in particular, but I do, at this point, chuckle and slightly roll my eyes when people ask what the trade post units are. It almost feels like the equivocal of asking where the wolves are on a matchup where Roos aren't there. You know what I mean? Like, I really wish it didn't feel that way, but unless the trade posts are right next to the base, you're just not going to see them utilized. And these are like too far away for a player to play onto them. I wish it wasn't the case, but yeah, like currently, mercs from the neutral trade post just very rarely make sense. So, farms coming in from Chrysal, but these are already less value, right? Like, this is, you know, sorry, actually, yeah, they are less value. Like, I have so many questions right now. I mean, there's no way he doesn't know that it only affects the ones in range, right? Like, he knows that. But this is getting a bit funky. I mean, it sort of makes sense, right? Your opponent has Lombos as well, so you don't want your Olive Groves to be out of range of the TC. But this feels like you're playing a losing position more losery, right? Because you've got Lombos as well. You've got Limasane. If you can't feel confident to posture here, where will you feel confident? Wolves have at least gone up, so it looks like Lash won't have a way in there. If I was Lash, I'd just fast castle. Because you'd think Chrysal would be better for it, but like what Chrysal's done, he doesn't have food, right? He's got the sheep, sure, but he wants to play berries, right? So if you're Lash, you can play berries, and you can fast castle, and you can keep adding in Lombos for free. This is a very weird build from Chrysal. I haven't cast Chrysal in a while, so I'm not sure if this is how he's playing often. Like, actually, if I check him on the ladder, yeah, he's ranked 122nd. So he's doing pretty damn well for himself. Chrysal used to rank higher in the early seasons of AoE4. I think he'd frequently be like top 100. Whereas more recently, yeah, he's done like 437th. 89th in Season 5 was pretty good. But just outside the top 100 before that. In fact, Season 1 and Season 2, he's ranked top 50. This build is a little bit off, though. What worries me is because he lost that scout, he's overreacting. Like, this is a lot of Limitane. And yes, Lash is building a lot of horsemen, but you know, The problem is, like, Lash could have just stopped and went fast castle, and you wouldn't know, right? Like, I actually say Lash would have been a lot better off if he just rushed Castle Age, because he has info that his opponent doesn't. Looks like the scout has been respawned, though, so this is where actually Lash will feel good about the Horseman. And Cryzor is like, no, not again. Oh, no. It's the exact same position as last time. Only a lot quicker of a death this time. And Cryzor sacrificed a villager for that, right? Yep. No stables. He chose to actually build another one out of the TC. And he did not get insane amounts of info out. Like, he got an important detail, right? Which is his opponent is playing a longer feudal. I just don't think Cryzor got enough info. Because as we can see, Lash may be playing a bit of feudal, but he's getting ready for an age up. And Cryzor's now, because he just saw this Horseman, going to react as if this is a long feudal game. I don't think it is at all. That was really well played by Lash. The expectation from Cryzor is that there's probably a lot more troops coming behind. But because the scout got killed too early, he doesn't see whether there's extra archers, whether there's extra lombos. He only saw level 1 of the comp. I kind of want to vomit. I don't think I've ever seen someone do that with a Grand Winery. Oh, that's brutal. My efficiency. He's got bigger problems, though. Slash now on the way for a tech up. Cryzor's going to try to mirror it, but he's going to be delayed. The upside for Cryzor, at least, is he has Grand Winery, so he can get into his Monk straight away. The downside is I don't know how those Monks get out and get the relics, because there's a lot of Horsemen. Lash did lose the scouts. That's going to be replaced. Nice little thing about Hippodrome, right? Don't have to waste TC production. And now I'm imagining we're looking at wood gathering into a trip Rax drop. Yeah, it's double in the back. Could easily be triple. You might wonder why would Lash place the Raxes like this? It's hidden info. I think it's unnecessary to hide this info because Cryzor's already lost 2 scouts. He's not going to build a third, right? If he builds a third in the mirror, it's GG already. So you should be pretty confident that this play wouldn't get scoured. I actually think the Raxes should have been built on the ford. The problem is where the Sisters got placed. There's just no room around them. You could actually just delete these walls, though. Like, if you delete these walls and drop trip Rax here, it would have been a lot more optimal because, and he's even doing it now, like the saving on walking distance here, this is adding in like an extra 8 to 9 seconds compared to building the Raxes here. Check out complete. Golden Horn Tower on the way on the other side as well. Raxes are being prepped. Are you ready for the most boring part of the game? I can't hear you! It's just going to be Varangian spam, guys. Actually, no. The fact that Cryzor's spamming Varangian is a little bit of a mistake. He needs archery ranges. Your second to tech up, you have to build crossbows. It's an unwritten rule. You might think he's got production advantage, but like the difference that this tech up difference is already making, like it's for Varangian in scaling. It's trip Rax, and like you've decided to go double Rax. It's weird to me as well because I feel like most players at the highest level are doing trip Rax drops. I very, very rarely see just double Rax drops at the start of an age. And because you've got Lombos as well, you don't have that counter, right? What would have been cool is if he started queuing up Lance Nectar. Realistically, Lombos are better for defense. But yeah, this is going to be a brutal one. The fact he's building more Lombos means these Horsemen keep their value. And they are vetted up now. Limitane just going to be ignored. Lash. Sees the enemy army. Sees a lot of Limitane. Gonna bait the opponent in range. Veterancy hasn't come through from either player, though. Horsemen are just going to wail on the Limitane. I'm a little bit shocked by this. Varangian are tanking a lot of attention, though. The Triumph gets activated. Pounces on the back line. Cryzor not even attacking back with the Lombos right now. This is a loss. That was well played by Lash. He baited out. He waited for the Varangian to arrive, and now there's going to be a leak over. And remember, the Triumph has been building. He's still got 20 seconds left on the charge here. And a lot of damage being done with it. Well played. Good timing by Lash here. Bloomery also coming through behind this, and I think that this, this could easily just be the GG point. Small differences make the mile, and this is a very big one. Your standing army is non-existent. Your opponent's about to have more Varangian in your base than you actually have. And what I love about Hippodrome here, by the way, really good for sniping Varangian. You go up
to an insane 15 damage with Vet Horseman against 5 melee armor on a unit that has less HP than standard Men-at-Arms. Great read by Lash, great patience. Love the fact he didn't waste those Triumph charges early on. Huge advantage for him now, and I don't really see this turning around for Kryzor. It's out of control, guys. He's killed 14 villagers already. And he also has Expillatores, which means he's actually earned, for his troubles, what, 300 plus gold? Not bad. Oh my god, and he's still getting more kills. Yeah, this is 100% build diff. Like that, I think Kryzor, Grand Winery could have worked, but the optimization just wasn't there. Weak play on the scout. Slash just completely outplaying his opponent here. You know, sometimes people watch mirrors like, this was the RNG of the map. The RNG had nothing to do with it here. Lash's build is just simply better. Kryzor trying to hang in there now, going for a second TC. The problem is the Varangian are coming. They're on a coffee break right now, but, you know, once they receive their bribes from the Emperor, they'll be ready to go. Not just that, Lash. If you're wondering why is he slowed down, he's actually going for the relics. In the meantime, Kryzor's going for a second TC, but like, the road to recovery is long and arduous, is all I'll say. Flank gold gathering now on the way. That's the other reason you've got a gap here, right? A, going for relics, B, running out of initial gold. But once that gold starts getting gathered again, the floodgate's going to open. Is it standard start Horseman as Biz? With Hippodrome, yes. Without Hippodrome, no. However, if you want to see some intriguing builds that involve Horseman, even without Hippodrome, Recon is definitely the guy to check out right now. We've even cast a few of his games. He's starting to convince me that actually Horsemen have a place, but you don't do Hippodrome for it. Because Hippodrome only gives you the Triumph advantage. You can still get things like Expillatores, though, which makes the Byzantines very effective raiders. Level 2 ranged armor already in. Kryzor's at least offset that, the ranged upgrade. Level 2. Trade out commence. I mean, Kryzor, he's not going to be able to hold the doors to his base. He's just lucky there's no berserks coming. Like, if I was Lash right now, I'd individually berserk a few of these guys that aren't being attacked. Doesn't even need it, though. GG gets called. Lash showing a humongous difference in this mirror against a player who is no pusher. But I mean, Kryzor ranked 120th in the world for good reason. Lash clearly ranked a lot higher. All right, nicely played. That was cool, though. So, let me have a look and see who else is playing. Yeah, I think a few of the pros that are online are just spamming free-for-alls right now. That's fine for me. Didn't feel like a mirror? No. Let's go the full distance. It didn't feel like a mirror, and it was high view. That's impressive. Wait, Crackety's playing? Oh, nice. Vortex was playing free-for-alls earlier. Guess he switched. We can catch that then. That's cool. Oh, and I know someone exclamation mark show matched earlier. The details of the show match, we are going to be doing it on Tuesday at 6 p.m. UK time. So we're going to be having a show match to show off an entirely new Civ as well as a new map. So it should be really cool. It's going to be between Gully Deckle and Dragavan. Wait. Age 4 S tier. Wait. What is that name? New Civ? Yep. Hosting created a new Civ. You guys didn't see that coming, did you? Duck these normie show matches. Give me the spicy. All you are over here asking for new Civs. How about this old Civ? Age 4 S tier. This is Vortex right now. We've got Vortex versus Crackety on Dry Arabia. Interesting matchup. HRE versus Irobids. So this was actually a matchup that before the HRE buffs, Irobids done pretty well, right? Like, the Castle's Rush was just very disgusting. Their initial units were just better. Things have changed a bit, though. HRE players are starting to experiment with the idea of being present early on in the game. I'm not entirely convinced it works. We've seen a few Ibid HRE games from some very skilled players where the HRE aggro just doesn't ramp up quick enough and the Ibid castle is just too aggressive. But maybe the most aggressive player in AoE 4 can show us different. And maybe Crackety is going to have a part 2 to his HRE OP run. Guess we'll find out. So, already noticing a big difference here. Vortex went for double scout opener. I actually really like the double scout opener. I think it's very powerful. It's underrated, actually. It feels bad because you're sacrificing eco, but it's bloody good for a different reason. And the idea is that by going for the double scout, you're able to keep flexibility in your builds, right? Like think about all those times where you're an HRE player and you went one scout and you're like, this looks like a really good Burgrave game. I just don't have the food for it. That's where double scout is a lifesaver. I think the player who's doing it most actually still to this day is Core. And I think Core has some really good examples of this. Like I remember we'd watch replays, you'd have top players going, I think like Core's onto something, the Burgrave's kind of powerful. And you don't have to go to it, right? That's the cool thing. Like just getting extra sheep is still worth it because you keep all of your eco underneath the TC on the Archon for longer, which has multiple beneficial factors. 1, less raidable. 2, less resources going into a farm transition means more going to aggro timings. And that makes you all that more powerful, whether you're playing fast castle or long feudal. I think Scout Hall is more or less complete here. In fact, at this point, Crackety is playing in the shadow of his opponent. There are a few sheep left in the center, right? But I would be surprised if Crackety finds them. There is also some potentially over in the corner. No, that's it. All right, so Vortex getting the lion's share. It doesn't look like a lot right now because he's got 14, but remember, the Prelate's been buffing the food gathering, so the number is definitely higher. On the other side of it, Crackety may be sitting on 9, but he's screaming 9 at the fort of this, because you have to remember, he ran onto the berry straight away, as you should with the Ibids. Desert Raider contract now on the way. I wonder if he's going to micro it. We'll find out soon if we need to beat Crackety with a stick. He should micro. He should know by now. I mean, Ibids, they've reached that point where already there are optimizations on tiny details. And the food gathering doesn't really feel like the smallest of details, especially in a matchup where if this is a castle rush on both sides, you're going to be facing off against knights in the mid-map. If this is a prolonged feudal, you don't want to have to come out of your base earlier either. So, clever boy. Our little Crackety moves out onto the extra branches. New Civ or new variant Civ? What, for our show match? It's a new variant Civ. One of our modders, the wonderful Hosen, you may remember he created New Ways. He created the 12 Villager Nomads starting pack. He's done a few different mods now, actually. He has created, wait for it, the Persians. That's going to be fun to showcase. So we'll be showcasing that live on Twitch on Tuesday, the 30th of April, 2024. It's Crackety. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. He cancelled the outpost. You don't really need to rush the outpost if you scout what your opponent's doing. He's a little bit blind right now, but now that he's got the Desert Raider, there's been no reaction yet. He should be feeling pretty comfortable. It looks like we're getting your pretty atypical fast castle build. I'm not expecting Burgrave here. He has got berries and deer on the backside, so it's feasible. But I'm wondering if it's going to be enough initial food to justify. So Crackety will definitely be going Growth Wing. I don't know if I'm getting bored of Ibid games at this point. Do you guys get where I'm coming from, right? It's like, it's why HRE games weren't that thrilling to watch a few months back, because they just all rushed Imperial Age. HRE is fun now because they do different things. But Ibids, I mean, 80% plus of their games is this. It's Desert Raiders and the Growth Wing. Every day of the week. The weird part to me is, like, Abbasis by comparison, most of the games may open Military Wing, but their mid-games are very different. What we'll do is we'll hit the speed up, because we've got a little bit of wiggle room here. In fact, we should have done that at the start to get to as live as quickly as possible. We can even go 4 times, because the reality is that there's not going to be much pressure done. The Desert Raiders are blocking out the deer. Love the shove away by Crackety just to guarantee there's no push-in. That's really important. I actually think that Vortex with double scout should have been doing this. A little bit shocked and surprised he didn't. If you're going to go double scout, you need to be getting that extra value these days.
Regnit's now on the way. Stable's also being dropped. Other side of this, Krakeny should be doing similar here. If it's Stables on Stables, you win this because Camel Lancers destroy Knights. Krakeny sees everything. Actually got every single piece of detail. All on the center. Desert Raider is going to intercept, though, as the Relic does get pulled back. Close enough, though, that you can easily return this. So almost gets the Desert Raider kill. Does, in fact, get the final sniper shot. And first Relic already home for Vortex. Look at that, guys. OP. It only took him 6 minutes to get his first Relic. No, kid. Well, according to the timer, it took 6 minutes. 4 times is a power play, I swear. So now Krakeny, Growth Wing about to complete. He only has 1 Stables. I don't like that. I think you should be double Stables already. This is a really good game to just spam Camel Lancers in. Your opponent is going to be very vulnerable. Most of the time when H3 players go for this build, they don't want to play long castle. They want to go fast in. So you playing pace makes a lot of sense. Q attempt. Nice shot down there, though. Desert Raider didn't actually get the kill. And it looks like the Prelate will pull for a second Relic. Game is looking really good for Vortex right now. I can already hear Krakeny's reeing about this. Their economy is too good. Smash his table. While being the Ibids and fast castling. Scout is at least guarding on the other side, but I'm not a fan of these timings. Krakeny is already outnumbered. 2 Knights in the field. It's going to be free by the time you have your Camel Lancer. He went double Mosque instead. I don't feel like that works here. That's at least a good trade. Desert Raider will beat Knight, right? Especially if it's slightly damaged. But third Relic on the way home. I mean, if it's 3-2 split, that's a GG, right? H3 is happy with that. Now, you are ahead by 11 villages, sure, granted. Not ahead. Gotta respect that. However, these Relics with the double generation are kind of absurd, right? They are, with double generation, worth like 4 villages each. So your entire eco lead gets offset. If you now don't get the 2 Relics, you're behind. And you need to be getting 2 Relics when you go double Moss Dervish like this. Hello? Oh, Krakeny. Just in time. Another Prelate's on the way, though. And Knight is coming over to contest. He could just sneak this back, actually, with the Prelate and good timing. Instead, Krakeny. Okay. We have an interesting contest here. I'm a little bit shocked, actually, the Prelate ran back. I think that is a mistake. Second Knight is on the way, so if you target fire him down, the Wallalow won't save him. But you need to target fire him down with both. Once in the meantime, he's going to trade out. Dervish yoinks the Relic from underneath his nose. Does realize right at the end here. But you see it. He knows he needs both of these guys. Otherwise, the Dervish Camelanese will not get you the kill. Charge coming in. Okay, this just became quite spicy. Krakeny, even if he loses the Dervish, is going to get so close to his base. This is looking like a 3-2 split. I think Vortex dropped the ball there. That was a big mistake. The Prelate should have just ran for the catch. Even if he dies, dragging it close to the base is worth it. So Dervish is going to be brought down, but it's so close to home now, there's no world in which you get this. I say, as somehow Timmy, the Prelate, has been on a journey. Are you kidding me? Are you, oh my. What? There is no way he just done that. The timing on that. The chances of that. With Camel Lancers that have more vision. Oh my god. And he's running north. You know what makes it worse, guys, is that Krakeny hasn't even looked yet. I think he just scouted, maybe. Yeah, the Dervish is coming over now. Oh my god. This isn't an RTS anymore. This is a tug of war. Krakeny's like, well, he must have went this way because I was running east. There's no way he'd go there straight away. They're circling. I mean, do you just hide in the stealth forest? Vortex. If he somehow pulls this off against 6 Camel Lancers, I'm going to lose my mind. Dude, Vortex is in his head right now. I can't believe this. He's actually done it. So it is going to be a 3-2 Relic split in favor of the HRE. That is insanity. What an absolute Chad Lord. So Spearman coming out. I mean, this is just going to turn into a boom game then. Krakeni's trying to beat him, right? Like, this is Imperial. Either that or he's waiting for a transition. Raid's coming in, though. Sick raid with the Knights. He's not reacting at home at all. He's got Spearman to defend there, but he needs to be quick to shift them up. With the Marching Drills, should be good enough. In the meantime, the Knights are unanswered in the base. Krakeni has trouble. He has problems. And he cannot reflect those moves. He cannot make the same punishment. Oh my god. He has to be so tilted right now. I mean, Krakeni's 100% mismacroing, by the way. Sitting on over 1,000 food. I don't really know what the prep switch was. Like, if it was archers, you've got way too much food. Just build more camel lancers. Feels like maybe an extra stables would have been worthwhile here. Actually, now that you see the spearmen, Golems could have worked quite well. The reason he's avoiding Golems, though, is because it's men-at-arms spam from HRE, right? They can easily counter you with that. Holy crap. What a monster Vortex is. And that eco lead doesn't exist, by the way. It's a lie. It's a fallacy. You've got a 10% gathering rate compared to the Ark and Chapel buffing, like, what, at this stage in the game? Half the economy? Actually, I think most of the time the Lumber's still being buffed, so almost all his economy is just still getting buffed. So he's up on this number by 40%. Let's put it 30% to be fair. Krakeni looks a little bit lost. I mean, he's starting to adjust the macro issue now, right? This has to be 2TC. Possibly 3. It's just rough because your opponent is still scaling Knights. Or you have to act as if he is, right? Like, we can see with God Vision, there's no extra Knights coming, but he doesn't know that for sure. It's just Vortex getting good value out of the few Knights he has. And this is where I'm expecting a hunker down. Like, Vortex will build in the spin and defend. Okay, no. He's doubling down. So this is going to be Horseman Spearman, right? That's sick. Yeah, that's a really cool build. You don't really see Horseman Spearman that much in the HRA at the moment. Usually they'll build these Spearmen to tech up. So Krakeni's mindset right now is, oh no, it's the infamous mass spears into cannonball defense. He's going Imperial. So Krakeni's going to double down on attacking now. And as long as you can scale up to like 10 to 15 Horsemen, you'll be able to buff this away. Archer count is only at 12 right now. More Fordrax is coming in. The Horsemen starting to come out. Second TC drop now coming in from Krakeni. The Rams are being built. Oh my god, he's being baited. So the problem with Krakeni, right, and I see this a lot actually out of IBID players, is because the camels have good range, they don't replace lost scouts. The scouting would have been very valuable here to see what's happening. You can see how close it is, yet he has no info on the Horseman. Men-at-Arms being queued up as well. That's not really needed by Vortex, but heavy maces can make it worthwhile, right? If you're against Golems, your Horsemen are in trouble, so you need the Men-at-Arms. If you, however, are still against Camel Lancers, layering in Men-at-Arms isn't bad, because they also get the bonus damage. And also, right now he's seeing a lot of Archers. Well, you can see this crossbowman coming, but he's reacting to what he's seeing. And the reason why not MAA on their own, like Horseman plus MAA counters everything really well. The interesting thing as well is like Archers to a certain degree can run away from Men-at-Arms, but Horseman can pinch. I can't believe he's still got these Knights alive. They've been so annoying on the flanks. Camel Lancers should finally be able to shut that down. But things are looking pretty tricky right now for Krakeni. He's at least got that second TC, so the build-up begins on the village account. Spearman in the meantime, I'm going to scout out. This is so much free info, by the way. The fact that Krakeni's done this right in his opponent's face feels like a bit of a whoopsie. And Horsemen are now going to charge in. Warp's coming through. This is the loss of a fight. Krakeni just doesn't have the numbers on his side. The Camelot needs is nice, but the Horsemen with the bonus damage, as long as they're hitting the Archers and the Mangonels, they'll win. And that's exactly what they're going to look to do now. Men-at-Arms do need to shift over onto the Camel Lancers to make this efficient, and that's now going to happen, right? That's why he's moving the Horsemen. It's a great fight here. Second wave is coming in. Crossbows have now arrived. However, keep in mind at this point, Vortex's economy is insanely efficient. He's got a lot of farms around the Archon. Meanwhile, his opponent has gone for 2 TC with no farms. He's very much limited here. If this turns into a meat grinder, Krakeni is not favored as it stands. Chase down.
Menses, Crackety. Going to commit the Crown Lancers in, but standing here is a mistake. He's trying to stand his ground. The problem is you've only got archers. If you had crossbows behind, it makes sense why you'd want to stand here. You simply don't, though. Gulam's now being queued up, and that has me worried. There's a lot of men-at-arms and more to come. Military Academy now on the way. And Crackety, I don't know how much longer he's going to stay in this game. The Horsemen are going to peel off now to hunt. Deer and berries being gathered. He hasn't condensed his economy, which means he's at risk of elimination quite quickly in this game. Thank you, chat. UI is back. Even without kills, it's the idle time that matters here, right? Like, Crackety's dancing to Vortex's tune. Devoutness even coming in, so just inflating that eco centralized around the Arkin and the TC. Good question being asked. Should he have put the stables more hidden? I don't think you need to here. For a start, like, your opponent didn't have a scout, right? Like, you can see that because of the outpost. Like, this is kind of the crazy thing. You can see whether your opponent sees what you're doing early because of the outpost with the relic. I still think this is one of the things that needs to be nerfed HRE, by the way. Getting 25% more sight range on an outpost is absurd. Look at the vision on that. We are approaching Imperial Palace levels of vision. And it means that he will know if his unit comp has been countered, right? Like, it's... I don't mind the stables location because it's kind of like you're sticking it out there. If it doesn't get countered, great. If it does, Men-at-Arms still counters the counter to a Horseman, right? So, like, I don't think it really mattered to Vortex. In fact, in some ways, if he can bait his opponent off camels quicker, it's better. Third TC now from Crackety. Oh, this is the signs of a man who's about to lose a lot of economy. And here's the other problem. You may have free TC, but Vortex is now macroing up. We're heading to Imperial. God, it's so annoying playing against marching drills. When you don't have walls up, like, this is frustrating. Your archers will have to react, but you'll never get kills. Oh, it definitely needs to be nerfed. HRE's relics are still good, even if you nerf the garrison stats. Right? Like, I didn't even say nerf their damage and their weapon range, which is what most people highlight. I actually think you nerf sight range. That's the easiest nerf without anyone losing their mind. Because vision is a big deal in a game like this. And you're playing a defensive civ and you get so much time to react. With marching drills and spears, with that extra sight range, you can never get the drop on the HRE. It's absurd, the value you get out of one outpost with a relic. It's way too good. And no, relics is not HRE's only win condition. They can win in feudal now. 100% they can win in feudal. Swiping down the way. Crackety, an age behind, and nowhere ready for an age up himself. Crackety, what are we... The Horseman has reduced him to this, hiding in the corner. Oh, fantastic. So, at this stage, what is Crackety's comeback? He needs walls. I'm glad he's starting to get them up, but he actually needs them around his base. Stone walls might even be a good shout on the flanks here. Your opponent has marching drills and he has cav. He's going to flank. So you need to condense these fights to stand a chance of surviving them. Right now, you have military lead, you have eco flex elsewhere, you have eco lead. I think for Crackety, if he can get stone walls up on his flanks and just kind of create a funnel point, he has a shot of teching up and competing. Because actually, like, Ibids aren't that bad from a unit perspective in the late game. If you get Adabegs and you scale hand cannoneers, your hand cannoneers are actually better than the HREs. HRE's only upside over you is you have movement speed. But you have 20% more health on a 150 HP unit. Instead, Crackety opts the keep drop, skew the gold. It kind of makes sense. There is a lot more stone to be gathered there, right? I know sometimes stone walls feels weird when you're in Imperial matchups because your opponent can just build bombards, but there's a difference between building a bombard and getting a bombard on the flank. What makes Ibid hand cannoneers better? What we just said. They get more HP. You Atabeg.
You Atabeg, they get more HP. Not just that, even if you don't go Atabegs, Ayab's hand cannons are really good because of Mamluk's Bravery. They get 20% damage buff and 25% move, or sorry, 25% damage buff, 20% movement speed buff, right? Mamluk's Bravery is kind of insane with hand cannoneers. And it's good with hand cannoneers because it favors high base damage units because they're more likely to get the last hit. Break from the walls. Yeah, this is why I was hoping we'd be seeing stone walls. At this stage in the game, a palisade wall is not going to hold this back. It's way too many horsemen. Raid coming in, and all of a sudden Crackity is running around his own base like a headless chicken. Behind it, the next wave is building up to come through and club everything left unguarded behind it. Farms are at least starting to expand. Crackity's up to what, 30? Yeah, 28 right now. We'll be going up to 35. The walls still are a problem here. Big question mark. As the second wave comes in, and all of a sudden Crackity, he may have a military lead, but it's starting to not feel like it. There's just too much to guard here. With too slow of an army. Okay, so can we just all appreciate, because I know that he's going to make a new Let's Nerf HRE video. Basically, what's killing him is the mobility of HRE Imperial Age, right? This guy used to main China, who in the late game would build very fast men-at-arms and flank. I'm just saying. I mean, there's karma in this. This is simply long-form justice. That horseman still not being mopped up. Sacred Sites have been capped, by the way. So Vortex is already down to 8 minutes. Crackity will get the decap, but it's just still more gold trickling into the pocket. Crackity. I don't know how long he can keep doing this, though. That military lead will start to dwindle. Eco isn't too bad, but you know, if you think about the raw efficiency, right? HRE are doing absolutely fine here with the Archon. Even more farms now coming in around it. Might want to delete the lumber camps, though. Why only trash army? His economy isn't fully online. He needs to keep numbers to keep Crackity dancing, right? So you can't go imp as well. And you can see it in his food income, right? Like, he's got precision crossbreeding coming in now. He's got more farms being added around the Archon. This isn't your 3k food plus HRE player yet. Film's now getting queued up. This is the point where I definitely recommend Men-at-Arms. There's a decent number of crossbows, but you can flood Men-at-Arms. Instead, he doesn't want to play the meat grind game anymore. Hand Cannoneers now getting queued up. Crackity with the push in, though. It's like, please don't make me go Imperial Age. Please don't make me go Imperial Age. Please don't make me go Imperial Age. You know, actually, Mamluk's Bravery pretty good on Spearmen in the late game, but these are only veteran Spearmen. They don't benefit that much from the buffed up damage. Horseman wrap around the backside is going to be big, though. Biology in. It doesn't matter about the camel on ease. Remember, that doesn't affect the bonus damage, so great fight coming through, and all of a sudden, Crackity's entire army evaporates. This is it. This is GG. He was holding on when he had a 2-to-1 military advantage. Holding on, not winning. But now, he's lost the entire army. Sick patience out of Vortex. Waited for Crackity to overextend, knowing he'd have to make this desperate choice. And then ultimately punishes him for it. Oh, bless him, Crackity. Hasn't even got a tech up coming down the line. Damn, those horsemen are vicious, though. I mean, the biology tech is huge here, right? 216 HP. The fact that you can't dent their extra damage against ranged at all. And this was all done without Men-at-Arms at all. Even if Crackity somehow survived that fight, if he won that fight, or rather, he's not going to win it. He draws it. The Hand Cannoneers would have been the GG. And now that they're arriving, I'm expecting Crackity to wave the white flag. Like, with Hand Cannoneers in, there's nothing you can do. The only reason he hasn't gone white yet is because right now he's going red with rage on stream. He's probably just ranting about how OP HRE are. Yeah, there's always a hope you can hold on Caster versus Imp until Unitechs come through. There's a reason these things take a minute and a half and cost 1,000 resources, right? Like, they're meant to give you a little bit of a window of opportunity to do something. And that's it. GG comes through. Vortex. Why have you done? Just let him win, Vortex. Like, just please. Like, I like HRE. They do things now.
He's going to make another video. Oh, boy. Wait, so my food is ready now? I'm weighing up whether we call it now or if we go eat and come back. How long have we been live? It's been a 5-hour stream. Maybe we have a bit of a short one today. Like, we done, what, 6 or 7 hours? Was it on Monday? We done, like, 8 or 9 hours or something like that on Tuesday. We'll be back tomorrow, and then I'm weighing up. I still need to figure out Sunday. Maybe we come back on Sunday. So I think maybe we'll call it a little bit early today. 5 hours is still not too bad. But like I said, because like the thing that I used to have to be a bit more careful when we're doing back-to-back days, just because there's a lot of players doing free-for-alls right now, which means we have less players to cast. So I like to balance out a teensy tiny bit. But let's have a look at who's live. Yo, what is up, Mr. Pessimistic? Thank you very much for the resub. Welcome back to Swarm, my friend. Next, Heroes of Might and Magic city background. Yep. We are in Fortress now because we hate Pleco. He put us here. I hate the Civ. The Civ is like one of the most boring Civs in the game. Anyway, what I think we'll do... Do we give a... Do we send you to the Moldathon that is Crackety? Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it. All right, guys. I'm going to send you all over to Crackety. Have some fun with him. I will be back tomorrow, midday. Be sure to tune in. If we have enough people as the hours go on, we might look to do some community games. So it's all about, you know, I always say if you guys want it, you have to be here for it. So we'll see how that stream goes. But yeah, and then I should, by the end of tomorrow's stream, have an idea as to whether we're going to come online on Sunday. I basically need to check if there's a tournament happening or whatnot. If there is, we can catch some of it. What we'll likely definitely do is, considering there's a War Chief Club on the weekend, we'll look to catch up on a bunch of the games that didn't get cast on the Saturday. But now, you can go watch Crackety, who has definitely copied my god. Dude, the overlay. You know what? What's the term? Like, mimicry or whatever is the highest form of flattery or whatever. Yeah, he's using the nice little chat layout. I said it was a good one. It looks really nice. Goddamn plagiarism. All right, so I will raid through to Crackety. I don't think Crackety's sub to us. Ask him when I get Twitch Prime. But go have some fun with him. He's currently playing up against Galleries. We haven't seen that guy in a while. Byzantines versus Chinese. Actually, you know what you do? You go in and you ask him, actually being the one destroying Chinese, what's become of you? He's turned his back on his Chinese roots, and that's unacceptable. You must go and convert him back to a Chinese main, guys. I'll see you all again very soon. Toodaloo.